Andy, how's it going?
All right, doing well. Welcome everybody. For everybody in the chats, hello. I'm doing great. Here we have General Shinobi with me. I'm going to give him a brief introduction. General Shinobi is a master in etymology, astrology, and various other parts of the trivium and the quadrivium. And he is a rising star of the podcast shows and the media, awakening the globe of understanding the external material false narrative as a misrepresentation of the insights that we can have of internal awakening through inner light within and embracing the shadow with the inner light, integrating the self and ascending the spirit. Thanks, Shinobi. Give us a little intro. How are you doing today?
Great introduction, Indy. Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. It's 4:15 p.m. here in the UK, and there's sunlight outside. The sunlight just about coming through the window, which is lovely. I like having conversations in the daylight. I'm like a morning person, so I think that's sunset around 5:30 here in the UK at the moment. So I've got a bit of sunlight left, which is good. And yeah, I'm doing well. Cheers for the introduction, Indy. I guess my mantra at the moment is to read between the lines, and it has been for a while, is to sort of weave in between, not follow this or that, finding my own path, using various different tools like astrology, etymology, all the G's, all the guides, all the gnosis, all the gods, and sort of just gathering lots of knowledge and then stepping into my intuition over time. Hello? One sec. So the boys have been at Esme's mum's for 2 nights, and they just got back about an hour ago. Well, we got home an hour ago. We've been at the skate park today, but they're just banging on the door. So I might be slightly distracted today, but anyway, it is how it is. How are you doing, Franklin?
There. I'm very good. Hello. Much love and big blessings to all of you in the chat. Cosmic, dear brother, Indy Sage, brother. I hope you guys are both thriving and jiving and doing your gig at much better than surviving. How are you guys doing?
Fabulously. Thank you, Franklin. How about yourself?
Smiling, styling, making the world worthwhiling. Yeah, man. So big love to everybody. What a cool day today is here in Cape Town. It's pretty cool. So up in the Americas, I take it it's a little bit warmer, right? Back in the UKKK, it's probably a bit warmer. Am I right?
Oh yeah, I was sunning for 4 hours yesterday in the supposed winter time right now, but it's a beautiful day, and yesterday too.
Cosmic's backstage, by the way, to let you know. And yeah, it's we've had a bit of sun. I felt the heat from the sun the other day, which was really nice. But it's still a bit cold, a bit nippy here in the UK. But we're getting there. It's starting to feel like spring, that's for sure.
Welcome, dear Cosmic brother. I didn't know you went on the stage. Somehow I was half asleep.
Yeah.
I came in here and I was like, why is my mic not active? Then I realized, one of the plugs had been moved and it had come out of the USB ports because action on the screen and swapping computers, different laptop. So we have a cool discussion today. I think it's cool. Listen, I've been wanting to pull this chain for a long time. I'm looking for the flush. Where's the flush? It's like if I come to your house, I'm like, how do you flush? Where's the flush? That's the first thing I want to know. This and the topic. I was sitting last night. I was thinking, what is it I really want to talk about? What is it that this vibration is about? And it made me meditate. And I was like, well, I can't think what I want to talk about. So I looked at the numbers and it was 6 and 7. It was like 13. I was like, okay. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. I think it comes out to 67. What are we today? We are the 28th of the 2nd. That's 30. 30 plus 20 centuries is 50. 50 plus 26 is 76. 7 plus 6 is 13. Occult number 13 brings us back to the number 4. 4 is the number of knowledge. Knowledge is the knowledge of the builders. It's the occult. Or it's the occult keys, shall we say. It's not specifically related to occult, but it is when it's a 7 and a 6. So made me think about this, and there's been a lot that I've been observing over the last years, and I'm usually just an observer. I'm sitting, I'm observing, very good, observing, very good, observe that, I saw that, I saw that one too. And it makes me sort of cringe inside when I think about it, just how much, I'm going to be plain, I'm going to speak plainly here, how much bullshit is out there battling brains, right? We are living in a bullshit parlor, and we need to start acknowledging it, especially with regards to the occult. And it's like I was explaining to my girlfriend when I was talking to her, and I was like having a little rant. I was like, well, the reason I really wanted to have this discussion is because like the occult is the equivalent to rewiring your house. I don't know. I'd love to hear you guys' feedback on my analogy, if you think it's appropriate. The occult is like rewiring your house, right? The electrics. Would you walk into a crowd and spin around in circles with your finger and stop on someone and go, any, mini, money, mo, okay, you. Would you please come here? Would you please take me home and teach me how to rewire my house? Would you do that? No, because like, you know, the electricals in your house is probably the most dangerous part of your home. If you don't burn your home down, right, you could create a problem that could affect all of your neighbors. You could burn down your home and all your neighbors' homes. You know, you could burn down the whole suburb. And if that doesn't happen, you could just shock yourself, right? You could make the home unsafe so that one of your children get hurt or, you know, get worse. So my analogy of the occult being equivalent to electrics, if you want to learn about electrics, you've got to be careful. You've got to have a measured pace. You have to have the right temperament for it, firstly. If you don't have a methodical attitude towards dealing with things, then you're not the right person to work with electrics. You've got to be methodical, because if you're not methodical and you touch a wrong wire, that's the end of that story, right? Like, do not pass begin, you know, do not collect 200. And the occult is very much dangerous in this way. And you know, all esoteric practices, as well as, you know, ascetic mysticism, mystic devotions, they're all the same. They can lead to psychological harm. They can lead to spiritual harm. One can become deluded. One can end up in a loony bin with nice, soft, special walls and a special jacket that, you know, reduces the mobility of one's arms very easily with the occult. What do you guys think? Do you think that's a good analogy?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. And especially in the sense that in order to go into a new system, it almost requires from going from exotericism, which is kind of the mainstream narrative, into an esoteric world in your mind and in your spirit. It can kind of require the purging of your previous entire worldview sometimes, which is like you're throwing everything out that you used to assume, things that you tried to conform to that never resonated with you. All that stuff goes out the window. And in that process, you get into a stage where you're kind of like almost confused. You can be confused at first because you're taking in new information that doesn't line up with the old ways of thinking. And so you have to rebuild your entire understanding from the ground up and start a good foundation at the very bottom of it. And so once you started to do that, it can be challenging, because one of the things that happens, which is similar to shadow work, is that you might end up losing a lot of your connections with your community. Your previous circles of people that were involved in your mainstream way of being and thinking may fall away from resonating with you and become in dissonance. And in that dissonance, that might cause hostility, aggression, maybe just distancing or rejection. And so through that process, you start to develop more solitude, which is required to start to develop a new understanding. And so it's kind of almost a blessing in disguise, in the sense that you then have that time of solitude to work on developing your new self and turning over a new leaf and recreating yourself and becoming a new person now that's in service to the community, in integration with compassion, as opposed to living in the world of divide and conquer, where you're in competition with those around you and you're divided from others and your inner self. So through this integration, you start to develop a deeper understanding of how to help others if they seek guidance. And at first, it can be hard because we might want to help others with all our new understanding to provide them with what's a deeper truth. But a lot of times, people that are comfortable in their toxic worldview will not really be receptive to a deeper truth. They're more clinging to the things that they're really familiar with. And so it can be hard if people are not open to it. And eventually the mystic or the wise person will learn that it's better to listen. It's better to understand where other people are at first before trying to push something down their throat or talk to them about something they don't want to hear. So, but when we listen, that is one of the deepest ways that we can interact with others, because we do have two ears and one mouth for a reason. And in that, I'm going to let others get their word in on this as well. So
yeah, I think another aspect of I think it was a good analogy, Franklin, with the whole idea. I actually kind of have like a similar analogy, but I think one of the issues that I've noticed with kind of the young people today in contemporary culture is this kind of like this sort of queer theory idea that you're essentially a self without an essence, that a lot of people in modern contemporary society think that they're essentially born a blank slate, and because they don't really have an intrinsic self, they feel like they can just kind of put in there and do whatever the heck they want. So the analogy I use is, let's say the self is like a backyard. You're just saying like, oh, I want to build a pool in my backyard, right? But you don't realize that when you're digging the backyard, there's a bunch of like septic pipes, electrical wires that you dug into there, not realizing there's all that infrastructure down there, which is like this, the individual self. And I think when it comes to understanding the occult and understanding yourself, I think that you have to work with an existing self, and a sort of that's not, because I'm definitely against the whole blank slate idea. I think there are aspects of ourselves that are eternal and not sort of determined by the causal relationships of our life in this mortal plane. And I think that because people have this idea that they're just this total blank slate, there's no sense of like, this is bad for me, this is good for me. They just do whatever extreme occult ritual that they find, not really having any awareness that they might be destroying and taking apart something within them that's actually vital and something that's actually necessary. So I think that the pool analogy is similar to your electrical wiring analogy, Franklin. And I think that's like an interesting place to start, just the general idea that, I think it's the common sort of mainstream sort of belief in society these days, the sort of the woke belief, if you will, that people are born just like total blank slates. And I think there's kind of a danger in that, because I think that there are, existing aspects of ourselves that, I think there's aspects of ourselves that we need to take down to, grow and flourish, etc. But I think sometimes people, they knock down everything, not realizing like, hey, some of these structures are actually good that you're knocking down. You're knocking down some stuff that's actually like helpful and beneficial. You're not just taking down, problematic stuff. So I think having that knowledge of who you actually are, I think is really helpful in the occult. Because I think one of the other problems with occultism and a lot of mysticism is this kind of like tendency for people to want to drop the false ego, deny themselves, and deny their individuality. But I think the importance of understanding your individuality and your inner sense of self is that what's a healthy boundary and what's not a healthy boundary in terms of magical practice. Because I think having a sense of boundaries in magic is important, especially when you're someone like me who works with the spirit. You got to be, willing to say like, hey, back off and, give me a little bit of personal space. You're kind of freaking me out. But if you go into the state where you just feel like, oh, I'm this egoless, and I just got to go along with the message and just don't fight it. I notice a lot of people, like, especially with psychedelics, they get into a lot of like, problematic states, and they'll feel like they'll take, a bunch of psychedelic mushrooms, and then the mushrooms will tell you that, life is hopeless and this is a horrible hell realm, and they'll be like, well, it's the mushrooms, so I got to trust them. But they don't have that own internal intuition to say, hey, wait a minute, maybe these spirits that are telling me this are totally full of shit. So I think when it comes to spirituality, I think having that sense of like understanding what your kind of regular self is before you jump into it. Otherwise you're just gonna go, otherwise it's just like you're kind of running around with like a sword, but you're blindfolded or whatever.
Isn't there a jazz saying that goes, make sure you know the rules before you break the rules?
Yeah, I think creative writing is like that too.
Well, I think that's a good place to start, to be honest. I don't know if you guys think that, that's really good. I mean, to me, it seems, and I'll put my 2 cents worth in as a start, the idea of pretending that we come into the world as a blank slate, to me, that is like, well, what I call that is, I call that denial. And it's denial of our roots. To pretend that I don't look like my dad would be a really stupid thing to do, because I do. And part of me looks like my mom, right? It's like really fundamental. I have inherited certain traits from my father. I have inherited certain traits from my mother. I have worked positively with the positive traits that I inherited from my father and my mother. The negative traits that I inherited from my mother and my father, I have tried to improve them. And I think that is like really what life is about. So we don't come here with an empty slate. We literally come here with a half full package, and I think the other half is filled up with what we get. Yeah. And you can see this, like, even when I've known people, like, for example, a man and a woman split up, right? And the father's not a big part of the son's life, for example. This has happened. And then you meet the father of this, your mate, like when you're young or whatever, and you go, hey, that's funny. You and your dad are a lot alike, but you never see each other. You never spent any much time together. Like, he lived in another country. He only comes around once in a while. But now that I see him, I understand you so much better. And I remember this with a good friend of mine's little brother. He used to see his father like once every 4 months, right? For like a day or two, and then that would be it. And his father was always traveling, and he was always going around. And I always felt sorry for this young guy. My young brother, my other friend, he didn't even know his dad. Felt sorry for him too. But I noticed when I actually met this guy, so actually now I can understand where your brother gets his traits from, because he's not like you. He's not like your sister. He's not like your mother so much. It's meeting he never met he never knew his father, right? Like he spent 1,000 more time, 1,000 more hours, no, 10,000 more hours with me than what he did with his own father. Yeah, like every 6 months or every year. Like, for example, like I would spend a lot of time with my mate. His little brother was always around. He should take after me more than he should after his father if it was just nurturing, wouldn't it? But it wasn't the case, even though I got on really well with the little guy and I was fond of him. He was a cheeky little bugger. I like that about him. But yeah, I think there's a lot of this in the New Age community, denial of roots, because we are so pressured into pretending that the world that we're living in is unspiritual and it's useless and everything's bad, everything's got to change, right? And everything's got to be redone. And now is the time to redo. And so it's not a question of looking at the architecture and saying, that wall's shitty, let's remove it. Let's put a better wall there. That wall's good, let's keep it. That wall, we can adjust it, The floors, that part of the floor is good, we're going to keep it. This part of the floor, let's be efficient. No. They want to just rip everything out, right? Rip everything out and redo the whole lot. And that's not always the best option, right? Especially if you're not redoing your foundations. For example, as a builder will tell you this. So, what do you guys think, with the whole DNA, what we inherit, and nurture, what we learn?
Yeah, this really resonates with philosophical ancient Taoism. And basically what they were saying back around 550 BC and 330 BC was that human nature is inherently malleable. And so it's no particular thing that we come out as opposed to more of an influence really with how what environment and what kind of energies and teachings we're raised with. And so if we're raised in the teachings of toxicity, it can have either two effects. Either the person will reject that toxicity and then be drawn towards the light, which is somewhat of a hormetic response where the damages can lead to repair, or they can fall into that blindly, or they can be drawn to that intentionally, I guess, too. So there's kind of a twofold to the other side as well. But I feel like if people are brought into the good side, that can also happen. Now, if you're brought into like a airy fairy family that's all rainbows and sunshine, some people might be drawn to the dark side because it's too polarized in one direction and not enough of integration of the truth, the realism of the light and the dark. And so, it doesn't mean necessarily that your malleable nature will always prescribe to the environment that you're put in. So there's always an exception where you could actually be drawn to the other side. But also, the fact is that there's so many different possibilities that we can go in. It's not going to be one prescribed way. We're not going to end up always being good and then being corrupted or vice versa. That's my take on that. What about you guys?
Cosmic, got any words to add?
I just wanted to, before you guys say anything, I just wanted to say hello. I see we've got more people coming into the chat. Namaste, welcome. How you guys doing? We've got Otigali here. We've got Tom Rue here. We've got Gaz in the house. We've got Vincent in the house. Big love, big blessings. We've got, who else have we got? Yeah, we've got Gaz there. I think we've got Out Tuition. I saw Out Tuition's name earlier. Otigali mentioned. And if I've forgotten any of you, please forgive me. But sending you all big love and thank you for joining us. It's on to have you all here. Yeah, Cosmic, any thoughts, man? Anybody?
Not at the moment.
Okay, good.
Well, I'll just say that earlier I've written down basically empty vessels is the end game of everything that's been going on for years and years. That's where we're heading, just to create a complete lack of connection so that we can be filled with bullshit, basically. And we see it happening today. Yeah. So it's like with language, it's like we say we're angry, whereas really we should say anger flows through me, like the flow. And that's just one of the tiny threads which has weaved this bullshit tapestry we see at the moment, because there's this kind of disconnection of flow, of emotions and us being in tune with the motion, and there's quite a kind of stagnation. So we've built up walls to divide us, like apartments, like that, our minds kind of split, or the architecture, like straight lines, or water moves in straight lines as well. There's this kind of very grid-like structure in the matter, but it's also in the psyche as well. There are these kind of barriers that people have to pass through to kind of dissolve the bullshit. But what's happening today is that people just want to get told what is true, so they want to know the ledge. That's just knowledge. They hear something, they just want a quick fix of, okay, yeah, I'll go with that one. It's like, this or that, left or right, yeah, okay, I'll go with that side. And they even get stuck on that side as well, because they kind of get connected to the messenger. So there'll be a messenger on one side who's saying something, and this messenger can be saying complete bullshit, but because they like the messenger, they'll just listen to whatever message they have, wherever it's coming through, because they see it as knowledge. They just kind of, they feel safe in a box. They don't want to dissolve the walls by going inwards via intuition, using the water. You can break down the barriers, break down the illusions, but I think people find it quite comfortable knowing what is true, even if really, really beyond beyond the barriers they've built, they'll know that deep down it's a lie, it's not the truth. But that's the sorry state of affairs we're in today. People just want a quick fix. They don't really want to spend time researching things, and even if people get told something which, you know, like we should be, people should be shedding layers. They should be shedding their skin like a snake. That's why the symbol for the snake is wisdom or intuition or like water, because that's the part of us that we need to constantly be dissolving and shedding so that we can be open to new possibilities. And this goes for internally and outside of us as well, because the paradigm is always shifting. There's always new things coming to light, which a lot of people have known about for a long time, but some people are only finding out about certain things now. And if we don't dissolve these walls we've put up, we'll get stuck and there'll be a stagnation. So I thought I'd mention that, because I just see in the matter, but also just in people's psyche and in the soul of the world. That's what I try to tune into, like the essence of things, which just flows for everything. There's a stagnation, which is, there's kind of a blockage, that this energy that flows into us and through us, some people have blocked it off, and therefore that they're not open to new ideas, new concepts. They're not even new, they're ancient. These are like ancient codes, ancient ways of knowing, but people don't want to look inwards. They only want to seek stuff outside of themselves. So they'll kind of be taking any information anyone says as fact without really looking deeper into it. And like, we all make mistakes as well. Me, myself personally, I haven't been like looking deeply into things for too long, like 5 years or so or whatever. And it can take a long time to really understand the truth. Like, we make mistakes along the way, but what really gets in the way, I think, is arrogance. There are lots of people who seek knowledge but then are arrogant, so they kind of get stuck in a way of thinking. And then there's so many accounts on Instagram and stuff, people sharing information. Like Franklin, I sent you a video earlier, and like, these accounts have so many views, like thousands, hundreds of thousands, and it's such bullshit. And I don't know if the people just commenting are bots. Maybe they're bots, maybe these accounts are bots, but you know, there's so many barriers which we need to dissolve. Like, that is the illusion, the barriers, and people fall for it. But you know, we're here to dissolve that.
You know, I think what a big part of what you're talking about, Shinobi, is people getting stuck in group dynamics. Because one of the things I've realized when it comes to being able to question things and sort of like pick apart sort of like common like lies and, you know, stuff in society like that, is that it's easier to do that if you're an individual than if you're sort of stuck in a group dynamic. Because I think a lot of people, the reason they like being told, there's a few reasons why people like sort of being told what to think. One is that they don't get in trouble. People want to play the safe route. They don't want to step on anybody's toes, you know. And number two, it's like, you know, people don't want a mistake. They don't want to make mistakes. They don't want to pick the wrong decision and look stupid. So I think a lot of people, they shut off their critical thinking and their sort of their curiosity out of, you know, fear and terror, because it's like in a lot of things, like a lot of these ideas that were talked about, they're mocked and ridiculed and ostracized and, you know, mainstream society. So, you know, we have to like remember too that when it comes to people who don't question things, we shouldn't necessarily look at these people as being like stupid or ignorant, but I think a lot of them, you know, maybe they had a bad childhood and they're very, you know, fearful people, and they don't really have the courage to kind of like, you know, step outside of that, like that cult, sort of the cult aspect of the world, and really kind of like, you know, find themselves in, you know, that particular way. So I think when it comes to, you know, people not thinking for themselves, it's almost kind of like sad, because it's like, you know, I'm a musician, and like sometimes I, you know, play like piano or guitar, and sometimes I just kind of like freestyle with it. I just make up, and it's very fascinating. Like, I'll meet people who are like really proficient with like playing sheet music or like playing something on a piano, but then I tell them like, okay, make something up now, and they're just like clueless. They just do not know what to do. They're like a deer in the headlights, and they never really had to actually like, think for themselves, because a lot of people, they go along with the script, they go along with the mainstream narrative because it's easier. There's less friction. You're not going to get in, fights with your friends. You're not going to be, you're not going to have people like ridicule you, on social media. You're not going to, and you're going to have something that's like predictable. Because I was thinking about even like some belief systems, they're so awful and so negative. Like there are people who are like nihilists, but I was thinking that like for somebody who's a nihilist who thinks like, life has no purpose, there is no God, there is no afterlife, life is meaningless. And see, for people, they would rather have the certainty of that than the uncertainty of the mystery that, we're basically dealing with as occultists and mystics. They don't like that, because I think it's what I find interesting is like people can't go through life looking at it in a sense of uncertainty. Like, here's the world. I don't know what this world is, but I'm going to spend my time and I'm going to solve the mystery and I'm going to figure it out. And so many people are like, I got it all figured out. I know what this all is. I know what happens when we die. I know what the nature of reality is. And they never really have any curiosity. They never, speculate or think. And when people think they have a set idea of what the world is, they kind of shut out any kind of like alternate theories, because they don't really live in a universe of possibilities. They've narrowed it down to whatever their egoic, flavor of choice essentially is. So I think that, when it comes to thinking for yourself, one of the challenges is that to a certain extent, in order to think for yourself, you kind of have to be by yourself to a certain extent. I think some people, they don't feel like they individually have either the authority, the power, or the intelligence to discern and understand reality on their own terms. They've been disempowered to believe that they have to defer to an expert. And that's, I think, something else that I've noticed in our culture lately is this whole idea of like needing to worship the experts, and following the experts. And you don't know anything. You're not an expert. You need to follow the experts. And people don't really feel like they have, the bravery or the courage to really think for themselves and question things, because like we have to kind of have the empathy to remember that, questioning things can be scary, because for some people, there's consequences from that. And I think for me, I've always kind of grown up somewhat of a social outcast, and I've been able to play with kind of weird ideas because, from a social sense, I don't really have anything to lose. I'm already kind of at, the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak. I'm kind of like the nerdy, outcast kind of guy growing up. And in a weird way, that gives you the freedom to explore concepts and ideas, but if you're somebody who's like one of the popular kids and you're in the popular, the clique and group, you got to do what, like if you got to do what the main people say. You got to do what, Stephanie says is cool. You got to follow what, Rob thinks is cool, not what you think is interesting, not what you think, makes sense, because you got to fit in. And I don't want to be left out of the group. And so I think that when it comes to thinking and questioning and understanding, the group dynamic is an inevitable aspect of that conversation.
There's a couple of things I'd like to respond to here. And I think it's really, really, really like on point, a lot of what's being said, Firstly, the safe route that you're talking about. I think like we get more conditioned by our parents than what we realize. And it takes a lot of courage to break away from our parents' indoctrination while keeping the values that we got from them. And that's like a big thing, I want to keep the values I got from my father. I want to keep the values that I got from my mother, the values that work, right? And I want to keep those. But I also want to shed the things that luckily I'm lucky in a way. My parents were both tokers, right? Why does that make me lucky? Well, tokers tend to be less trusting of the government. They tend to be more open to considering conspiracies. They're more open to new ideas. They're more open to looking at things from a different perspective. They're not stuck in the mold. So I'm lucky in a sense. And another thing I was going to talk about was, the crumbling of a peer pressure, what you were talking about, this channel. And this is actually something that inspired me very much with regards to this segment is how many of these people that really aren't fit to be students are leaders and teachers. It's mind-blowing. And like you guys are both saying, Shinobi and Cosmic, that these people are setting trends and they are putting out their propaganda and experts, what you said about experts. I think that's quite on point, and Otigally, everybody is just following in the trend blindly like sheep, because if everybody else is believing it, it must be. Look how many likes this video got. Look how many views it got. It must be worth watching. I think I'll watch it all the way through. There's a lot of this mentality out there, and it's not just the kids, sadly. And it is a little bit ridiculous if you think about it. And I think that this is like the crux of the problem, especially when it comes to the occult and when it comes to spiritual matters. Magic. Like, what am I talking about when I talk about magic? And who was it? It was W.E. Butler. What's his name? I forget his name. Walter Ernest Butler. That's right. I had to Google his initials.
Your mic just went really loud, Franklin, and then really quiet.
Okay. Maybe now it's back to normal, I take it, yeah?
Very loud.
Okay. Well, that's really interesting.
Now it's fine. I've got my mic muted. I'm sure the others have as well.
Yeah. No, I think my arm touched a cable. That could have been it. But yeah, I think I leaned forward as well. My face got really close to the mic. So there's that.
But it's jumping up and down again.
Well, that's interesting. Seems like it does that every once in a while, and it's actually not my mic thing. I'm looking at my mic level there.
Mercury in retrograde, people.
Getting too close to the truth. It's the Archons.
There we go. Is that different? Is that better? Maybe if I let it automatically set my mic volume, is that better?
It's kind of quiet. Raise it up.
There we go. So how's that now? Is that better? Yeah. Yeah, you see now
it's still jumping around. They're trying to silence you. You have too much wisdom, Franklin.
Yeah.
To share that beautiful insight that you have. The powerful one.
I can actually see the levels on my mic. Yeah, because I've got like a really nice Focusrite box. They're not so cheap. And I mean, they're not the top grade, but they're a decent box. And I can see the levels on my box here, just exactly how it's working. So that's okay. Yeah?
It keeps jumping up and down still. Shout out to Moonfeather in the chat as well. Have you got time to come on the show, Moonfeather? I'm sure I'll be back in a minute. Hopefully gets his mic sorted out. Well, yeah, I've just drawn an image of the pyramid with the eye on top of it, all seeing eye and dollar bill, because I think that's very relevant for the conversation today, especially talking about magic and the number 13 Franklin brought up.
Eye is that the eye of Tet, the all-seeing eye, or is it a different name that you're familiar with for the eye?
I've no idea, but as always, I just make up my own thing. So I'll say what that is. So what the eye on top of the pyramid is you have the 13 bloodline families, or 13 being memory, and it's from our memory that they've been managed the eye on top is disconnected from the rest of the pyramid, and pyramid is pyre and mid, which is fire in the middle, which is our fire in the middle. It's our creative life force. And they've managed to, on the dollar bill, they show you they've disconnected the capstone, the eye, and that eye would be individuation. It would be our internal eye, our internal compass, the gateway to the subconscious realms. And they've managed to disconnect us from that. And the image on the dollar bill is just so clear. Obviously, it's an occult symbol, occult meaning hidden or hidden eye, and they've managed to hide our individuation from us. Like, that's what's happened, is that there's this kind of Ahrimanic collective we energy, like cult-like behavior. And if we had our individuation, knew who we are, we had our gnosis. And with gnosis, you need both mem and ori, you need water and light. And then there's 13 steps, which probably 13 bloodline families, but 13 is mem, is water, and they've disconnected us from our waterways. So we've not been able to travel the rivers of our mind via knowledge and intuition to connect to ourselves at a core level. So that symbol speaks 1,000 words for me. I'm not sure what the definitive answer for that symbol is. Indy, you had a couple of ideas of what that symbol was?
Yeah, Tet is the all-seeing eye, and that's, I think, what they're trying to represent there, which is part of the fallen patriarchal understanding. Now, there's other people that have different interpretations of the eye, but I'm going to read, like, traditionally what Tet represents in mythology. Now, Tet is, reminiscent of the inner eye or pineal gland, the eye within, or the third eye, also the indigo chakra. And big ups to the indigos out in the chat over there. Respect and resonance. And so Tet, they're bringing up something else. They're talking about Vietnamese culture. Let me refine my search.
Well, while you're finding that, I'll say what I found Tet to be, because on the dollar bill it's AI. The pyramid is the A, is the Aleph, is the DNA, is the Mem, and the I on top is obviously the letter I, or the number 9, which in Hebrew is Tet, and Tet is a paradoxical number. If maybe later I'll show you some symbols, but basically one of the symbols for Tet is either a snake bowing down to a crown or wearing a crown. So that kind of ties in with our individuation or shedding our skin, because we can either wear the crown, be sovereign with our intuition, or our snake, which is our wisdom, can bow down to the crown, which is what we've been doing for a long time. We've been bowing down to the crown, giving our money, giving our life force, our energy away. And we've been getting false memories as well. Like, we've not been able to connect to our memory of who we are, because we've just been giving all our energy away. We've been giving our energy away, and at the same time blocking ourselves from all of the ways we connect to our ancestors, to our core, via astrology, numerology, etymology. We've been given a load of bullshit, really. So yeah, basically, in short, Tet is a paradox, and the whole AI thing is a paradox as well. So, like, AI is a singular I, or it's the artificial intelligence narrative. But let's flip it and reverse it and say it's actually ancient intelligence. That is the AI, which is Aleph, which looks like a DNA. It's to do with fire. That's our spark, our flame. And the Tet is the paradox of the wisdom, which is a snake wearing or bowing down to a crown. So in the AI, we have the artificial intelligence, which most people are tapped into that program, or we can tune into the ancient intelligence. Either way, we are in the age of AI, but it's up to us which way we go. Do we connect to the ancient, or do we go along with this artificial? That's the paradox.
Good point. Yeah. And so That's a very good insight that you make there, because they're saying here online that it's a powerful symbol depicting a single human eye, of course, frequently enclosed within a triangle. And so even though it's above the pyramid, it's in the capstone or the chief cornerstone, which the capstone is referred to in a pyramid, in which is a triangle or a pyramid in itself. And so it is surrounded by rays of light or glory, which represent divine watchful care of God over humanity. And so care of God over humanity has to be interpreted in the sense that we're talking about God being 2 or 3 different gods. There's the God of the Old Testament, which is wrathful, with fire and brimstone, punishing, judgmental God that casts his own assistant Lucifer out of the heavens, and then claims to want to punish people for eternal damnation for making the mistakes. And so this is just really like childish behavior, misogyny, slave mongering, war mongering, fear conditioning. And if that's watchful care, then I guess you have to interpret that loosely, because I mean, there is a sense in that, like, a father is supposed to instill discipline in the children, whereas the mother usually has more deeper maternal, compassionate instincts to give the child more encouragement and love. But in order to embrace the sacred union, each of them have to adopt the subtle aspects of the opposite gender to become more well-rounded and more of a less polarized parent. And so a father who's good disciplinarian will also instill discipline and then show care and love. And with the combination of the two, it's a completely different experience. Just like with a mother that can be an enabler that wants to always coddle the child, if she can show some sense of discipline and align herself with the disciplinary contingencies that the father figure is putting down, then together they can work together as a team and not be drawing the child in 2 different directions by bifurcating their intentions and not knowing which way to choose. So I think also what Shinobi was saying has a great impact on the fact that the representations of, in the false narrative of the fallen patriarchy, of divine mystical concepts are usually associated with confusion and the need to believe in something that's not understood. Usually the concepts themselves and the principles are understood as the name itself, where the definition has been obfuscated or provided with misinformation or disinformation. For example, I'll go through a couple principles. Forgiveness. To forgive someone who does not wish to be forgiven, that will not take accountability for even having made a mistake, is not necessarily progress. Now, if you rebuke one who has transgressed in a state of iniquity, and they choose to take accountability, and they want to repent or transform their ways and turn over a new leaf, then a person is worth being forgiven, because they're seeking forgiveness. And in that, they will now seek guidance to be able to renew themselves into a new path, stepping away from their previous transgressive way. It's now stepping into a way to welcoming guidance towards compassion, guidance towards self-understanding. And part of self-understanding is understanding the shadow within, understanding the parts of us that we have suppressed, by reflecting on the fact that, like, what are the things that I'm guarded against? What are the things that I carry shame for? And what upsets me the most? Why does that upset me so much? And when we can look at that, we start to understand the aspects of ourselves that have been splintered away and suppressed or stuffed. And another aspect of understanding the self is understanding a person's stars. And they say that our fate is in our stars, which comes from Giordano Bruno. And that is a close parallel to the Harmony, which is the fates in ancient Greece, where we can understand our alignment or misalignment with various ruling bodies of the stars and the planets. Then we can have more insights about subconscious things we might not yet be aware of that we do, our idiosyncrasies or shortcomings that others might have pointed out to us, we may have denied. And so through that, we can start to understand what we can work on to become more well-rounded, and to work on our the difficulties that we have, to be able to focus on that. Because a lot of people focus on their strengths, and kind of look away from their weaknesses. But in order to develop self-mastery, it's important to be able to stay in both sides, be able to also develop your strengths, but also work on your weaknesses and try to become able to transcend those difficult things that you have a hard time with that may push other people away from you, or maybe not draw people in as much as you would want. Now, I'm going to pass over the mic. I think Franklin might have something to say up here.
Big love, everybody. I'm going to check my audio. It was StreamYard, by the way. I went and did all sorts of tests, and it was only StreamYard causing the problem. Nothing else. So isn't that a bit of a pain in the butt, huh? So that's quite interesting, because I tested my audio. Except StreamYard, you got to go, what's going on here? I wonder who invests money into StreamYard, you know, who has oversight.
Is everybody else muted? Because you are jumping up and down a little bit again. Is there another mic that you can use, or a different headphone jack port?
It's not the mic. It's the StreamYard. It's bizarre. I tried testing it with another.
Did you try the background noise cancellation? Maybe turn it on or off.
I have. The best thing I can do. Hold a moment. There we go. It's like StreamYard is reacting to my audio settings, it seems, and so StreamYard is changing its settings according to my settings. Is that right? Perfect. Yeah.
It's going up, and then it's going down.
No, but now I think it's more stable, right?
Stable right now.
So if I go into my audio settings, I've got it on the same settings that I always use it on.
Yeah, man, it keeps jumping up and down.
You see, if I set it with the AI to control it, it makes it really soft. There's not much I can do about that because I keep the volume down on my box. I think it's got to do with when my voice goes bass and high tones. Isn't that interesting? When I change the tone of my voice, the AI that's trying to manage it seems to be doing this. I notice as well, like now it seems like it's off, right? So according to my little, if you look next to my face, right? Sometimes when I'm speaking, it's not lighting up. Sometimes when it's speaking, it's lighting up all the time. But I'm looking at my little box next to me and it's lighting up all the time when I'm speaking. I've got like a digital box that gives me quite a good idea of what's going on. If I hit automatically adjust volume, now it just got softer. Did it just get softer? Or is it good?
I wish it could just kind of stay nice and smooth and we could hear you clearly. We're going to make this happen. We're going to work as a team to figure this out.
Maybe you need to just do like a hard reboot.
It sounds like you've got quite a fancy setup there, being able to see all the mic levels and stuff. Can't you just get a mic you just plug into your laptop, just like a standard, you know?
This is a the best form of mic is a SLR mic.
What about the worst part? Maybe
not.
we're sabotaging that one. It might have too much digital complexity and they can mess with it.
No, I've been using the same mic setup for a long time. Yeah, and it works perfectly fine. And then suddenly it goes weird at certain times, and it could be that it depends on the load. I think it's got to do with South Africa and maybe the servers, right, for the StreamYard. It might be the servers are far away and that the information is traveling across on the system. But I think I'm going to try and reboot. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to close down my Google tab and I'm going to reopen my Google tab. I think it might be, the problem might be in Google. If that makes sense.
Good now. What do you guys think?
So if I close down my Google tab,
it's better.
Okay. So what I need to do is I need to talk louder Isn't that weird? If I talk louder, it seems like it's fine. If I talk softly, it boosts my levels, which doesn't actually make any sense if you think about it. Well, there we go. Isn't that bloody weird? This is why I'm saying it's StreamYard. 1 minute it's not right, next minute it's right. I didn't change anything. StreamYard changed something in the background. So yeah, this is what I mean. Sometimes StreamYard's having an issue with their own processing. And I've noticed it happens once in a while. And no matter what I do, even if I go and grab my other mic like I did and I tested it, but I tested my mic, and it's not the system, it's not my computer, it's not my mic, it's nothing to do with the system. Very strange. So yeah, one of the things that I was like really focusing on, what you guys were saying earlier, and I missed a bit of what you were saying because I had my tab closed, was this blind leading the blind notion, and how serious a problem it is, especially with regards to the occult at the moment. I have seen so much nonsense, and I mean, there are channels that have got 15,000, 20,000 more followers or subscribers, yet even on YouTube. Like, it's very easy to get a lot of subscribers on TikTok or other thing. Like, I've got a lot of subscribers on TikTok, and I only posted a few videos. I got like 1,000 subscribers on, what's that other thing, Instagram, and I've only posted like a few videos. They somehow found me from Facebook, where I've got like followers already. But you know, just looking at this, there's such a thing going on at the moment where a lot of the people that are reading about the occult are speaking about the occult as if they know what they're talking about, but they're not actually practitioners, right? And they don't have any actual experience. And so I've just watched quite a lot of these videos, and I've been and I've seen people, and the requirement, firstly, for ethics and morals. People, and this was a good question, was asked in the group by Jeremy the other day, like, what is the purpose of ethics and morals, right? In like on the spiritual path. And ethics is there in order to develop morals, to fine-tune your morals. That's the purpose of ethics. And a lot of people don't understand that ethics is something that we learn. It's a logic-based structure. It's a induction of ideas, where morals is something that comes from inside. It's our heart. It's our natural proclivities and instincts. And when our natural proclivities and instincts are in alignment with our ethics, our morals and our ethics, then we find that golden zone where we're able to make choices based upon what is right, and our hearts will guide us towards what is right. And so we're more likely to make better choices. And when one is working with the occult, one cannot be lopsided or unbalanced, because an unbalanced occultist is somebody that's going to become possessed or have some kind of occult forces or beings influencing them, and they will end up becoming unbalanced. So one needs to have certain key qualities in order to work with the occult, like authenticity. There's no question about it. Authenticity is fundamental. Integrity. If you lack integrity, how are you going to become integrated? How are you going to integrate all of these spiritual forces into your personality and become a harmonic expression of them? Or you'll become the plaything of these forces and these intelligences, and they will move you around, manipulate you, change your choices and your actions, affect your family life, affect your connections with people, turn situations dark and harmful potentially. And I've seen it happen. So the authenticity, the integrity, and the core integrity is what we're talking about. That's the key. The way that we behave in little moments affects our core integrity. If you go to the shop,
Franklin, your mic was fine for a while. It's just started jumping up and down again, which is really annoying because this is such important information.
Isn't that incredible? So I haven't touched a single thing. It's not fine. This is how I know it's StreamYard. I'm gonna.
Are subtitles on? Somebody said maybe just whack subtitles on as well, if you can.
You know what? I wonder what will happen if I use a Firefox instead.
There's also an option in the StreamYard audio section that says automatically adjust mic volume. See if that box is checked or not. Because maybe it checked like as a default. Okay.
I don't normally use it because it normally screws things up. But the moment I checked it, it worked. So if I turn it off now, sorry, that's not the audio. So it's already checked. If I move that off, then here's where my audio sits. And I'm guessing now it's worse, right? It's still going up and down. Am I right or wrong?
That's better at the moment.
Is that actually better at the moment? So that's very strange. You see, normally I turn that off because that normally creates its own sort of dynamic issue. And because I'm running a good mic, it's normally better not to. So it's still not going up and down. It seems like it's going up and down a little bit, or am I wrong? What do you guys think? Well, the other option is to not use Chrome. Yeah. The other option is to use Firefox. So if this fails, I'll log out and I'll come in on a Firefox and see if it's better, because it could be Chrome is the problem. Namaste, Moonfeather. How are you doing? I hope you're well. So yeah, you know, and I never used Firefox because in the past I had issues with Firefox like 2 years ago, and I found the Chrome worked better. But I think that this is a Chrome issue. So yeah, you know, looking at the way that this sort of works, it seems to me that there's definitely this dynamic issue where the AI is deciding to find unbalanced people and push them. And, you know, there are so many people. And the thing about these people is they come across as fine. That's the thing. The AI has been fine-tuned to seek certain parameters, I believe, where they're looking for. And what do you guys think? Do you think that the AI is able to read your eyes? You know how the technology for AI is they've got lie detectors now, right? CIA, MI6, they have cameras that are lie detectors that look at your face and read your facial physiognomy and look for changes in your pupils, micro changes in your face, right? And through these micro changes in the face, the AI systems is able to detect whether you're telling the truth or lying. I wonder whether the AI is pre-programmed to look for people that aren't being completely honest. What do you guys think about that?
I haven't heard that before, but it's interesting because it seems that AI is the one that's lying quite often. So there's the inversion, and that would be the deceiver as well, deceiving us by hiding behind a false light of, oh, I'm the wise one, I'll blow smoke up your ass. But at the same time, it's got a lie detector apparently as well, but I hadn't heard that before.
I don't know if YouTube's doing that. I'm just putting that out there because I know that the technology exists, right?
Yeah.
So well, why wouldn't they use it?
I have heard that, I can't remember on what podcast or where, so apologies for that. But if anyone wants to do further research, that they're training AI to basically be able to get information from the ether before it enters our mind. Basically, be able to get thoughts before they come to us, and therefore like alter thoughts. And then you have headphones which So you have technology where they can map the human brain, like with Apple AirPods. And in the 70s, there was a patent where they were able to basically alter the brain via radio waves. And then you have the Neuralink brain chip where humans can interface with computers. But let's reverse it. It's so AI can interface with us. It's not so we can interface with the machine. It's so the machine can enter us. And I think that it's not a very far concept for AI to alter our thoughts before we're able to process them, because there is a slight delay there. And I think that is dangerous.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely possible. And one thing that I've noticed is that when I'm searching for something and I looked for Tet, the all-seeing eye, I looked for it 7 or 8 or 12 times. It never mentioned the name Tet. It didn't even show what the name of the search came up as. And it talked about everything except for that. Then I put Tet in parentheses. It showed up for the first time. Then when I did that a second time on a different device, it didn't show up. Then I had to put Tet 3 times in a row in parentheses, in capitals, and then in lowercase, and it finally showed up. And I have a share screen of that if you could bring it up. But they do not want us to understand Tet being the all-seeing eye. Apparently, it's a Kabbalistic symbol, and it comes from the Tet, the letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And the letter of the Hebrew alphabet refers to the 9th letter in the alphabet, which says deep symbolism regarding hidden sight. And this hidden sight is about the divine Heavenly Father being able to see our inner self that is hidden past the material self. And so
what symbol?
Aspect of Ayin, Tet, the 9th letter.
And I mean, what symbol is it? Are you talking about the eye or something?
The eye on the back of the dollar bill that is above the pyramid inside of a triangle is represented as Tet, the all-seeing eye, associated with the 9th letter of the Hebrew alphabet, but also associated with the letter Ayin, which is the eye. So it's about sight, and it's about the divine sight. And they talked about the care for all of humanity. And there's a different God besides the Old Testament God, that Yeshua or Yahushua or Emmanuel, the Nazarene, the Christos, the Zealot, commonly known as Jesus in the Western world, refers to. That is a loving, merciful God. That is quite the opposite of the wrathful, punishing God. Also, there's another God that John speaks of. That is not a God that appears to us as a figure or looks like a human. This God is the creator of all of the cosmos and is everywhere, all the time, all powerful and all knowing. Does not manifest as a body or represent itself as a human-like figure, but is everywhere all the time and knows the amount of hairs on our head. So a lot of this kind of ties back to Egyptian and Mesopotamian gods. Now, the god of Mesopotamia associated with the sun is Utu or Shamash. And Shamash was said as being able to see everything that happens during the day. Much like the sun, it overlooks everything that goes on the surface and can see all things. Interestingly, Shamash was the son of Sin, the moon god, which is interesting how that plays out. Now, I would have assumed that the moon would come from a sun god, but in this situation, it's vice versa. And it makes me wonder if perhaps, like according to David Talbot's Electric Universe, how we used to actually orbit around more dim stars, being Saturn and Jupiter, which were brown dwarf stars. And then we came into the sequence that we're in now of the planets in the orbit around the Helios Apollo sun later on. But at one point, there's legends of Mesopotamia that a planet was crushed by the binary star Nibiru, which is also a brown dwarf star. And it could have been that one that we orbited around if not Saturn and Jupiter, or if the two came as a pair, maybe we were replaced by this binary pair that replaced the previous binary pair. But basically, it suggests to me that maybe the moon was brought over to Earth after the planet Tiamat, later known as Phaeton by the Greeks, and Lucifer by the Hebrew and Latin and understandings. Basically, that when it was crushed, when Tiamat was crushed, the lower waters became the asteroid belt, which was previously referred to as the hammered bracelet. The upper waters crashed into Earth, bringing with it their moon that now orbits around us in a synchronous orbit, where it only shows its face to us, and we do not see the dark side of the moon. It's not a dark side because it does come into full sunlight, but it's dark to us. And
Indy,
yeah,
I just want to say something. I'm going to kick this thing off the stage. This is the problem. You know, you opened a tab. You opened the tab and you brought the volume with it. When you bring the volume with another tab, that creates a complete screw up in the audio in the studio. I've noticed that. So when you select a tab to open, there's a little tab on the bottom right. Unselect the volume. Does that make sense? And try opening another tab. And I just saw that now. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just realized whenever that happens, please do continue.
You're muted, Indy. Indy, we can't hear you.
Indy, your mute is on.
I can't figure it out, Franklin. There's no button that I can press to make the audio go off until I share it. Then I can turn off. Then I can mute it. Want me to do that?
Franklin, you're muted as well.
When you share something, right? And I'll go through the process for what I'm saying to you. You click that button and it says share screen. Are you sharing a screen? Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Then when you say share screen, then on the bottom right there's a little.
Yeah, I got it. I have to click the one that I wanted to share first for it to light up. I wasn't doing that. Technical difficulties. All right, so we're good now. I got the screen shared. If you could bring that up, we could mention some of this stuff on here. So here it mentions that Tet or Teth is a symbol rich in mystical, Kabbalistic, and symbolic meaning. It's often associated with the concept of the hidden good or the all-seeing eye of God, representing divine providence and nurturing, protecting aspects of the Creator. Now, this hidden aspect, to me, is very reminiscent of the hidden one, the god of the air, Amun, associated with Ra. Amun Ra is the hidden one, who is associated with the sun, which is kind of embodied by this symbol where we have the rays that are coming out from the hidden eye. And so it's like an integration. Also, Yaldabaoth is another hidden one. He remains in some void between the what's the name of the higher realm in Gnosticism? Not the penumbra, but
Pleroma.
The pleroma. And he's some kind of void in between the pleroma and this realm, and he's hidden away as the Grand Archon and Demiurge. Also, Yeshua is the embodiment of Yahweh, supposedly, but I beg to differ about that, but that's a whole nother story. But Yahweh is represented as the hidden one as well. There's not only is he hidden from our sight, which he was never allowed to show himself, but he actually was able to show his rear end to Moses, which has been interpreted as he didn't actually show his butt, which some people literally read out of that, but he actually just showed like the tail end of his representation, not the face of it, because the face is like too intense for him to understand or receive. So that's a very strange narrative on there. What is going on? Why can't he show his face to the man who he gave the tablets to? And why does Moses choose to smash the tablets that he received from the divine creator? That's like the most sacrilege thing I've ever conceived of my entire life. If I receive something from the God of creation I would like protect it with my life, not smash it up and make up a new story. I mean, I don't know. That's just wild.
So let me get this straight. This God showed Moses his ass. He was like,
He
"Here you
did.
go," and then they smashed some tabs. Did they do this acid together and get trippy, or?
Sounds like it. He was seeing things like, oh, this bush is on fire. What is going on? Which some people have interpreted as he was actually worshiping Vulcan, the volcano god, and there was potentially like a volcanic activity which may have made the bushes burn, or that the burning bush was more figurative and symbolic and representative of the fire of awakening or another fire of purification, and the bush representing like a tree of wisdom kind of a situation. So it's very open-ended how to interpret that, but there's a lot of mystery involved. And part of the mystery is the leaving out of his brother Aaron, who was a scribe in the high order of Melchizedek. And he was a scribe in Hebrew, whereas Moses was trained to understand Egyptian hieroglyphs, and he was illiterate when it came to Hebrew. So there's a good chance that Aaron was actually the one that he had rewrite the tablets, which are referred to as the Sephir, which is a word that also translates as sapphire. And so it suggested that the tablets were actually made of sapphire. And some people have speculated that the sapphire tablets were more than just writing. They might have been a lattice, a crystal lattice that was able to emit electromagnetic frequencies or even radiation, because it's very volatile, and people that were not of pure heart could be instantly vaporized by trying to look at it with their eyes or open up the Ark of Covenant and be exposed to it.
Can
And
I just add, Indy? Would that be the Sephiroth as well? What you're talking about?
Sephiroth are more referential to the labyrinth of the Sephiroth, which
It
is
sounds like what you just said, and then you mentioned like a lattice, and it's the creative life force, or
yes.
I think there might be
Basically,
something there.
what happens is their thinking is that the lattice shows the flower of life from which the Sephirothic labyrinth can be extracted from. It lays within there synchronistically. And so with the dots and the circles and the lines of the flower of life, you can tease out the Sephirothic labyrinth from that. So that's pretty interesting. And so I think really what happened, what really transpires with the story with Moses is that he has his brother Aaron killed. He has his robe taken off, and I guess it's like in the coals or something, and then maybe he's sick and he has his robe taken off and gives it to his son and has him die. And so he murders his brother in cold blood, has him die. I don't even think he buries him. He just leaves him at the top of the mountain and walks back down and say, this is the new heir of the teachings or whatever. And it's just so sad, because he was part of the high order of Melchizedek, which is the bringer of peace. And so he was a man of compassion and understanding and wisdom. And Moses was a warrior god, represented as having horns in ancient times. He made the decree that when they win a battle, the soldiers have an obligation based on the decree that they must rape and kill all the children first before they leave the battle scene or the town that they've conquered or village or whatever it was, settlement. So it's just such sacrilege, horrendous affairs going on with Moses, who has been glorified, where he murdered his own brother, who was actually the real hero and like real purveyor of true wisdom. So you have to question that as well. And I feel like a lot of this kind of plays out with like the feuding brothers, Enki and Enlil, Osiris and Set, Cain and Abel. That is a continuous story through all cultures of the feuding brothers, one representing dark, the other representing light. Usually the brother that represents darkness is the one that wins the battle. And I think this is a tale that provides guidance to communities and people and cultures that, yes, the mighty power of evil and darkness can slay the purveyors of light, But purveyors of light are all about compassion, which allows integration. And so if we use power in numbers through integrating against the forces of darkness, only through this process can we eventually overcome the forces of darkness. Because a darkness isolates itself and has its seeds of its own destruction through control and exploitation, gaining power and riches. This is service to self path, which is understood in the law of one, just self-isolating, and requires the individual to use enticements to be able to gain attention from others, like paying them to spend time with them or offering them some kind of reward so that they'd be drawn to spend time with them or do something with them or work for them. And I was talking about this earlier in upward mobility in occupations. They basically reward the people that are cruel and heartless, unloving, and willing to become rude and do like terrible things, show criticism all the time, never really show positive encouragement. People that show positive encouragement in the workplace can be coddling people and like taking away their motivation to strive to do better. So basically, through this process, the people that are giving the money in society that have gained upward mobility are people that are isolating themselves. And so if they were giving money to the people that were agreeable and encouraging, those people would be integrative. They would be able to draw the collective together and bring people into unity, into consolidation. So since they're not doing that, it almost seems like they want to reward the people that are going to divide people more. Maybe this is a process of our best interest, because if people were able to come together right now, we might not know how to rule ourselves. It's better maybe that we are kept down and enslaved so that we don't go in a million different directions trying to fight over who's going to be able to call the shots now, which was something we saw happen with the end of the Roman Empire. When the Roman Empire was destroyed in the middle of the 4th century AD, the Norse people who crossed the Danube River overtook it, and with their affiliates that had already been turned into the legions of the Romans. But the Romans at that point had become extremely toxified by lead in their aqueducts and in their wine brewing barrels or tanks. And so the lead poisoning had made them basically like cognitively damaged in a large way. They had developed degenerative brain conditions and were not able to really think or process things or do things rationally anymore. So when the people came to overtake them, they basically just handed over the keys. Now, this was a good thing because they were tyrannists. They had gone around raping and pillaging the world and building a new road to rape and pillage again. And those were their values. Their values were celebrate the great and punish the weak. Build a road to overtake the weak, convert them, and then do it again. And so when that ended, it was a celebration. But what happened was the people that took them over, the Norse people, could not agree who was going to become their leader, and they kept killing the new king, replacing it with a new regime over and over and over again. And so Mother Nature, having seen this play out, may have guided us to become back into the slavery until a time at which we have become more spiritually developed, when we are prepared to come into our empowerment and return back to sovereignty.
I just stop you there and say that it's because I'm going to politely disagree with you there. I'm gonna just throw this out there and say, like, I love you, but I've got to disagree with what you're saying, because the Romans took over all of the pagan gods and basically used those energies and gave us an inverted, this is what they're doing now, giving us an inversion, disconnecting us from nature. So I get what you're saying, I see what you're saying, the fact that perhaps like Mother Nature, whatever, decided to do something, but you've got to remember that the Romans, what they did is they ransacked places, they took over. Like, I'm in England, the UK, I'm Celtic and Norse. The Union Jack, 12 tribes of Israel, is not my flag. St. George Cross is not my flag. The white dragon of Albion is my flag, right? So what these people did is they came over here with their Christianity, whatever, satanic bullshit. That's not Christian.
Hi,
Go
Franco.
away, please, sorry.
Franco.
And then now they've detached people from God or from the gods or from source. Orion was, did you hear him? Hi, Frankles. But yeah, I've just got to say,
Ori. Well, man.
he's gone now. He's run off. He'll be back. But yeah, man, it's just so important that like we've been disconnected from the earth, from nature, and right now with this artificial, like it's like Saturnalia. We're in a giant Saturnalia festival. We've been in it for a long time. They've advertised, buy this, eat this, consume that, while at the same time making us feel like we're weak and worthless. And then it's our fault that the world is the way it is. I mean, I get it. It is people's fault for being ignorant, but it is blind leading the blind. And I don't want to be too long here. And later on, I do want to, I'm going to go back to Tet and the Ark and the two brothers and how this relates to the eyes and even vision, internal and external, and the literal eyes and stuff. I want to talk about all that later, but it's just so important that if you look at it as a long Saturnalia festival, what they've done is they've let us do what we want, but not really, because they've managed to program people. They've managed to feed us shit food, shit TV, like telling us a vision of what the world is from a young age. They did this, like circumcision, C-sections, trauma straight away. As soon as we come out, like we were set to fail. We're set to fail. And what they've done is they've kind of like pushed all of this stuff. They've created a void, and they've given us all this stuff to fill the void: drugs, sex, alcohol, whatever, you name it. And that's what's been happening on, people filling this void, filling it. And so we've been disconnected from nature. And what happens at the end of the Saturnalia festival is that the public can see what all of the slaves have been doing, so that they agree that, yeah, the slaves should go back in chains. And we have climate change, which is climate chains. They want us chained to all of these sort of like these perceptions, these warped deceptions of the world. So yeah, long story short, got to disagree that we've been cut off from our roots, and then it's been inverted, and they're like, yeah, your gods are evil, you know, look at all of these pagan gods, where really at the top of the pyramid, you know, is this all father, all seeing eye going, oh, you naughty children, I told you. But that's the one pulling people's strings. So yeah,
I love that so much. That's great. But I have to tell you, Shinobi, that's not a disagreement. That is in full agreement what I'm trying to say. Maybe I didn't say it in well enough words. But basically what's going on is that Mother Nature found it to be that we need more hormetic response right now. We need more suffering, more of us being drawn together into consolidation, into unity together, following a common leader or sharing leadership, instead of fighting over leadership and squabbling amongst each other once we've got our sovereignty back. And so she decided that it was time for more suffering, and that in the groups that provide suffering to us, they have a rulership that is not challenged by their subordinates. And it's something that we all needed as a collective, because when we got the chance to be free, we did not have that. We failed at that process. And so it went back to the dark side. Basically, the rulership of Enlilites and Enkyites, which is like the warmonger versus the liberator, is a cycle that goes through every age. And so we go from the dark age following the Enlilites that push us into suffering and fear conditioning, that helps us bind together, seeking not riches and power, but enrichment and empowerment and integration. And through this force that drives us towards integration, which is a terrible force, which is driving us away from everything of wisdom, everything of integration with nature, everything of integration with the inner self, everything of integration with the others, the other people, the other cultures, the other races and ethnicities, all divided. And through all these divisions, people are drawn naturally through taking the opposite pole, going in the complementary aspect of that, and then being driven towards integrating on their own volition. Now, if you told people that they had to integrate it could have a reverse effect. You have to get together. You have to overcome your differences. You must do it or I will punish you. Now, if people are put in that kind of a situation, and it's anything like the American penal system, we have the most strictest laws in gun control and alcohol, but of countries that are allowed to have guns and alcohol. But we have the worst problems in it because Americans are inherently defiant and complacent, which is probably the reason why our ancestors left the old country to come here, because they were tired of having to do what they were forced to do, wanted to have the freedom to lay around and do nothing or just indulge and do the things they're not supposed to do. So the similar thing happened to Australia. People were driven out of Europe into Australia that were considered to be problematic. And so these people are drawn towards indulgency and towards complacency. And they can kind of end up in a bad place because of this, but they're easily controlled because of that. Similar thing happened to the Italians who are in a similar boat. Go ahead.
I just wanted to get back to and I agree with you. I think you're both making really good points here, and I think it's quite relevant and important to grasp that indeed we are being brought into a world of separation and kept sort of apart from each other. But I think as well, this like you mentioned as well, Shinobi, about the situation with the Greeks. They even pretended they created this Rome, which is a fake thing, so that they could bring everybody under a fake umbrella, and Greeks would be ruling you. It almost reminds me of Enki and Enlil. And like you see the films, good cop, bad cop. The bad cop comes in, he wants to slap you around. The good cop comes in, no, I'm going to help you. And so because the bad cop slapped you around, the good cop's able to manipulate you. And you go like, okay, I'm going to trust you. You're a good cop. And that good cop screws you and sells you down the river. I almost wonder whether the Enki Enlil drama was good cop, bad cop to some extent. And that's what it seemed to be happening with the Greeks and the Romans, where the Greeks played this political drama theater, created Rome, and then were able to play off different factions. And they created all these political factions, and this is what we got today. We got the liberals, we got the left and the right, and within those two groups, we've got factions fighting factions. So they've got like a 4x4 faction set running. And I think a lot of the problems that we're facing today is from the top down. I don't believe that nature is by design trying to make us suffer. I think that what's happening is that we have allowed ourselves to be drawn into a web of control by those with lacking morals and not behaving with ethics and integrity. And because we've been allowed to be drawn into this pattern of unhealthy lifestyle, we create the suffering for ourselves. I think that when we lust after things that we don't have, we're creating the polarity within ourselves that draws in the lack of that thing that we lust after, whatever that is. If it's sex, if it's money, if it's this or that. And so the lust becomes, I think, the glue that glues us to our fate of feeling lost. And I do feel that, the whole system is rigged. And I don't think that Roman system ever went away. We're still in it. It's right here today, what we're seeing. And it does seem to me like really like fundamentally important to recognize that this is all done. A lot of it is done through our programming, which starts in schools and is happening through the media. And that sort of brings us full circle, to what we're talking about, is there are people seeking liberation from the structures that are controlling our minds. And we're seeking the liberation from the structures in esoteric, spiritual, occult sciences or mysticism. And so they have provided us with the perfect way to get all of that information. But they've also made sure that the channels that we get those information through are corrupted channels. And so the information itself will be of no use to us, because when it comes to spiritual science, occult, cosmology, philosophy, or mystical wisdom, how that information comes is a big part of what the information will do. I'll give you an analogy. Water, right? Water is important. You need to drink water. Does it matter whether the water comes out of the toilet or out of the tap, and whether the toilet was flushed or not? There's a big difference. It's still water. But if the water is coming out of the toilet and it hasn't been flushed, you know what you're drinking. Why is this water colored like this? Why is this water murky and brown? What's that yellow tinge in the water? You know? So I think they are ensuring that the water comes out of the toilet. And that's sort of what is going on. And so people are looking for spiritual conviction. We are seeking, and so they've hit us. New Age, let's go. And something that was mentioned an hour ago, by Cosmic, I think it was. And it was about, this lawlessness. And when I say lawlessness, I'm paraphrasing, it has to do with the way in which we are being sort of starting with a blank slate, right? And if you remember what Cosmic said earlier, and that we can do anything we want, and we can just build onto that slate. That started, where did we get that from? It starts with people like Aleister Crowley, right? Aleister Crowley said, do as thou will. That is the whole of the law. Now, this has become like synonymous with occult sciences. But the guy was a fraud. The guy was a fake. He wasn't even a real occultist. He didn't actually do any real magic. He read lots of books, but he was a really good theatrical person. He was able to sell himself. He was a great writer. He was an excellent thinker. So he managed to pawn himself off as the real thing, and he got a following, and he started his own occult circle. And because those with money and power saw the opportunity, they saw the chance. They saw this guy could be exactly what we need to create a toilet water drinking situation for the future occultists of the world. So thank you to people like Aleister Crowley that have produced the infrastructure through which people can drink toilet water, metaphorically, occult toilet water. And I think it's a great analogy, literally an analogy, because it comes out of the anal canal, any analogy that is related to the anal canal.
People literally have been drinking toilet water. So like it's recycled water. So it's always all levels. It's people have been spiritually dehydrated, and also our body's been dehydrated as well. And we've been drinking literal toilet water. So yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, they've also started to put toilet water into vitamins. I'm just going to say this really quick, Cosmic. But if you what's called cyanocobalamin version of B12, which is what this one is, it's made from human sludge. Go ahead, bud.
Tasty. I think Franklin kind of pointed out on a good theme here on the idea of sort of like the appearance of being a magician versus actually being a magician. Because I think I definitely noticed this in popular culture these days, where there's a sense of like, it's not so much that you're trying to actually be a good magician. You want to look like a good magician. Like you put on the sort of there's a magic in actually doing magic and casting spells, but then there's also the magic of just making yourself look like a legitimate magician when you're actually not. I think that's just kind of interesting. And I kind of wanted to go back to what you guys were talking about earlier in regards to Yahweh and the Bible and all that stuff. And it's interesting, so I'm going to bring something I learned, recently that actually might be somewhat controversial in this group, just because it might be kind of like disputed, but it was kind of like a weird claim that apparently from this podcast, with the idea that Moloch might actually be Yahweh. And here's what they basically argue is that when they looks at the actual Hebrew word, they didn't find any historically for texts for this, this god Moloch that talks Bible. But the word Moloch, I think it refers to something like a furnace or a sacrificial altar, because in the book and in the Bible, it's not saying give the children to Moloch, it's usually to the Moloch, as if it's sort of like an object. So I think it's funny that Indy was talking about, how the biblical God is essentially sort of like demonizing all these pagan deities when he, in fact, has his pagan roots. And the reality is, like with most gods of that time in that region, they were all interested in human sacrifice at the time. It wasn't really anything sort of unique, but it's like they wanted to kind of like, they were too embarrassed of that past. So they wanted to pretend, no, we weren't like these dirty pagans. We're these pure and that again goes into the theme of like appearances, because like, and I think Indy was talking about earlier too about, why is the God of the Bible doing all these terrible things and all these horrible things? Because if you really think about the Old Testament, I don't think that he was meant to be a loving God, because the idea was that he was the embodiment of both good and evil. And I think later on with the advent of Christianity, it's almost like they took that sort of the alpha and the omega, and it was sort of like they took a pair of scissors and they split him into Christ and Satan. And I think in a lot of ways, when we feel like a lot of like anti-Semitism in our societies, particularly from Christians, it's almost like it's kind of like the same thing with like shadow integration. The idea that we have this aspect of ourselves that we show to the public that's like, it's good, it's loving, it seems moral and just, but underneath that there's a darker side, the part of us that we don't want to show to the other people, a part that's darker, something unsightly. And I feel like in a lot of ways, what the Christian God ultimately is a being that wants to deny that Old Testament past by saying, "Oh no, that wasn't me. That was Satan was behind all that bad stuff. I'm completely innocent." Not recognizing that Satan is actually his own shadow, his own dark side, the part of God that God does not want to recognize within himself. The part that says, "No, I'm not that." And because there is that schism, it's like there's just more, everything is just kind of like splitting more and more into more schisms and more kind of like, long range kind of telephone games in regards to, spirituality. So, and I think but I think that's kind of important because, it's something it's found in all mysticism and occultism, is the idea of sort of creating the appearance of an occultist. Because one thing I notice a common theme when it comes to woke culture is it's all about hollow appearances, things that are beautiful on the outside, but are ultimately hollow on the inside. There's no real, meat underneath the sort of the skin, if you were, there's no pulp or juice sort of in the fruit. You just have the outer layer of skin. And that's kind of like, when it comes to the occult, and sometimes they look at that, people look at that type of cult and think, oh, that's a legit thing. Whereas reality is that, sometimes the people who do practice the best magic, they're not the ones, wearing robes and have all these like crazy names and stuff. Sometimes they're the ones who seem like the most regular people who are, doing the best, because they understand that magical occult work, there's a more subtle aspect of something that's within, that's not something you can kind of like wear on your shoulder and sort of like brag about to other people. And I think in general, this goes to a kind of a larger spiritual crisis in general, where kind of like going back to the earlier part of the conversation, that because people think that they're blank slates, that they can just kind of come up with any character in their imagination that they think is cool or interesting and say, hey, yeah, I'm that person, rather than realizing that there is this sort of existing self that needs to be worked on. But it's so easy to, when you disregard that actual true self, to create a false self then. And so there's two different types of magic here. There's actual magic, and then there's people using magic to make it look like they're good at magic.
I think you make a really good point there about the sleight of hand magic versus the real magic. And I think that's what we're talking about here in a big way. And I think that's where this idea of, these false lights are being presented And what you say about Molech is quite interesting as well. That's why I think in Hebrew, Malek is the root for the word Malakim. Yeah, we've got a cockatiel named Malachi. Okay, same root, same word. And we're told that Moloch was a deity that was worshipped, but there's like some issues around whether Moloch was actually a deity or not, like you mentioned. And I've come across this as well in the past. And I think, it makes me look at Abraham, right? Makes me look at Abraham. And what's the story of these, the tribe that Abraham was a part of? Because the whole idea of the Moloch is related around child sacrifice. And I find this very interesting when we look at what's going on with Zionism, wanting to legalize child porn. I mean, I don't know what these guys are thinking, but that seems to me one step towards something very sinister. And we're reading from the same rule book here. And so the idea of Moloch is, as I understand the word Moloch, is it relates to fire ritual. And the whole principle behind Moloch represents the purging by fire, right? So we've got to look at like the Hebrew Bible. Daniel in the lion's cage. They were being purged by fire. And once they had been purged by fire and they came out and they were unharmed, they were considered to be saints. Okay. That seems like a Moloch ritual to me, yeah, by the Yahweh people. Then we look at what Yahweh...
That could also as well be a controlled thing where people go in there and then come out and say, look at me, I've come out and I've not been burnt. That's a sleight of hand to then be like, oh, look how important and look how much power they have. They've been saved by Yahweh. Now quick, throw some children in. Do you see that? That could be a trick for them to go in there, and then whoever emerges, they'll have power, but it will be a trick. They wouldn't actually be put in the fire. It will be a sleight of hand. And then that's a way to put people in positions of power.
That makes a lot of sense, that there could be an element of this, that does make sense. Although I don't think it necessarily needed to be a trick. I think like supernatural abilities to withstand fire is not such a difficult thing to learn, right? I mean, I myself have been set on fire and, I didn't burn because I was in a trance. So I think it's more accessible than what we realize. I think this is like very lowly forms of like awareness shifting. Getting back to what I was saying about W.E. Waits, was that his name? W.E. Butler, right? Yes, W.E. Butler. One of the first books I read that really inspired me when I was really delving into my occult therapeutics was, I can't remember which book it was. I read quite a few books by W.E. Butler. But one of them, the first thing that he defined magic as was the ability to alter consciousness at will. And I think that's an interesting perspective of what magic is. It's about altering consciousness. So, like you're saying, it's as magical a rite as walking on water, right? Because you only have to alter your consciousness.
Your mic's jumping around again.
Is that so?
The last thing I heard was walking on water.
I see. It's interesting. It's doing it again. There we go. It seems like it's back to normal again now. I thought it might have been it's very interesting how these things work, when we look at the way the story is. I'm just wondering. Okay, it seems like it's working again now, right? Am I right?
It was, but it just jumped up.
That's quite interesting. So I'll sit a bit further and I'll talk a bit louder like this, and then it will be more consistent. Am I right? So it actually is.
So it's really quiet and it's really loud. If it was just really loud, it would be fine, or really quiet. But it's just like sometimes I can't hear what you're saying, and I don't think the audience will either.
Actually, are you guys in the audience? Are you experiencing that too? Is my volume still doing that right now? It's jumpy. Okay, yeah, still it's jumpy to everybody. Well, I'll just pop out and I'll pop back in again. Maybe I should crank up a Firefox and see if that's a solution. I'll be back in a minute. Big love.
Yeah, so I had a bunch of stuff to say. If I can, do you want to go first?
Go for it, Indy.
Okay. Yeah, real quickly, I know you guys have stuff to say as well. Yeah, what's been going on in the Bible is an obvious form of cancel culture where, you know, he may have changed his representation from the older version of himself as Baal and Melech, who is now represented by Moloch. But basically, there was an association with Baal to Asherah, the queen of heaven, which you sometimes will hear the name Baal, but no longer the name Asherah. The name Asherah has been translated into the tree of life or the rock or foundation, sometimes referred to as Jerusalem or Israel. Whenever they mention any of those 4 or 5 concepts, it's actually the name of the goddess being mistranslated. And this was done around 600 BC by Isaiah. Now, this happens again and again and again through all different types of new ages of cultures. In the New Age, the star commander of the Galactic Council is called Ashtar, which is the 2 names of Asherah, Ishtar, and Asherah. Also, Inanna is another name of her. Inanna being the Sumerian name, Ishtar being the Akkadian name, and Asherah being the Hebrew name. But the Lord Star Commander, which is a warlord in the Galactic Council, which claims to be of love and light, but they have a warlord that rules over them in a spaceship, is actually the obfuscation of Asherah and Ishtar being now misrepresented as a man who is a warlord. And so they represented the exact opposite of being a warlord. They were actually representations of the integration of shared power between men and women through sacred union. And this is the kind of stuff that they're trying to take away from us. And I feel like it's mainly been pushed as the impetus from Marduk, the original name of the figure, that later represented himself as Amun Ra, Melech, Baal, Yaldabaoth, and Yahweh. And he murdered his great-grandmother, the creatrix of all the gods and goddesses, creatrix of the Anunnaki. And so he lives in shame of having destroyed the source of his being. And through this shame and resentment that he has and still carries with him, he's very misogynistic and chose not to be a consort of the goddesses, but instead chose to take human brides. And instead of keeping a human bride by his side, he demanded virgin sacrifices, which he mutilated, defiled, and devoured. And he not only did he take one virgin sacrifice at his time, he demanded hundreds of virgin sacrifices at each settlement of the different tribes of Israel, and hundreds of goat sacrifices simultaneously, which he devoured. And he also wanted them to be provided him with the scent of burning flesh. So if this is not horrifying to you, I mean, it's been absolutely detrimental to my heart space just even to go through this material of like what Yahweh has been represented as doing in the Old Testament. Now, he's represented differently in the New Testament as a merciful and loving God, thankfully. But you have to really question, is he though? Because it's the same name, and there's also suspectful things that are going on with his narrative in that as well, where he's a single, solitary God man that never chose to have a wife or keep any women around or even have a daughter. He only had a son who was also celibate, never showed man how to respect or treat women and children at all, ever, chose to have a discipleship with only men. Mary Magdalene was the only aspect of the feminine that was even involved besides his mother. And so they're both named Mary, which the original name was Miriam. Now, the idea of there being a devil or Lucifer being demonized is actually something that's only true in Christianity. In Judaism, Satan or the devil is not an external figure. Satan is represented as Ha-Satan in the Kabbalah and in the Torah and in Judaic understanding, both in mysticism and religion. Ha-Satan is something of what's referred to as the inner adversary, which is also mentioned in Chronicles, where David himself, the most revered sage king of the Jews, that was the most holy and most devout to his God, was shown as having Ha-Satan within him through numbering Israel and then buying the plot of land that Solomon's temple was to be built on. Through that process of numbering Israel and buying that threshing lot that he built Solomon's temple on later, there was a plague that resulted from this as a result of his inner adversary. So through greed and his inclination towards violence to protect his people, he brought a curse on his people through his inner adversary. And so the idea of Satan being an external figure is a blatant and drastic mistranslation and misunderstanding. And also, Lucifer was seen as the right-hand man of Yahweh that was sent down to this realm to keep a closer watch and to provide more guidance. In the name of Yahweh, he was sent here to provide guidance to us, just like his son, Yeshua, was brought here to provide guidance to us as well. And the Jewish people worship Lucifer, as do the Islam people, and they represent it on their flag. The symbol of a crescent moon with a star inside is the symbol of the morning star, the light bringer, Lucifer. And so to them, he's not demonized, he's worshipped. It's only to the Gentiles and infidels that actually those figures are considered to be an external devil or evil force. And so to us, actually what's been represented as evil is really an obfuscation of the goddess. And so when they went to the tree of life, Adam and Eve take from the fruit of the tree of life. The tree of life is actually not the tree of life. It's a mistranslation of Asherah, as I mentioned earlier. The mention of any tree, rock, stone, or the mention of Israel or Jerusalem is a replacement of the names of the various goddesses of the pantheon of the Elohim. Now, Jezebel was another one of these figures that was demonized, and she was a lot like Lilith, where she was outraged by the fallen patriarchal ways. She wanted to remain in the traditional way of using orgiastic rites to be able to receive the fertility for the crops by receiving the rain from the heavens, which they associated with the semen of Baal. And their ways were considered to be not really protected anymore. They were demonized and they were attacked. And so all of the Asherah poles that were associated with her worship were destroyed. Some of them were ground into powder. And then they took their names out of the Bible. Now, if you look at the New International Version of the Bible, you can see all the old names that were translated out. They've brought them back in. But if you look at the King James Version, which is pushed more towards the Western world instead of the international world, it is all taken out. The names are not even in there. They don't even mention anything revealing the events that happened. It's completely different. So if you consider the fact that cancel culture had been going on then in multiple phases, from Mesopotamia to Egypt, from Egypt to Canaan, through Canaan in multiple ways, through 4 different figures, from Melech to Baal to Yaldabaoth to Yahweh, all being the same figure with the same representation of I am the only God, representing himself as a single solitary male god with no accompanying female, with no other gods in the pantheon, no evil god that he was against. And it's a very unique representation of spirituality. You do not ever see that representation ever in any other civilization besides the workings of Akhenaten. Akhenaten did this, maybe with good intentions, to be able to take away the clash of the warring tribes that have represented different different gods and different beliefs. And he may have been doing this to integrate them under the worship of one god, or he may have been an Enlilite character. He might have been Enlil himself, where he was actually trying to begin this process of enslavement of the people. So I'm kind of on the fence on that one, because Akhenaten is represented as being a giant that was androgynous with blue blood, having webbed fingers and toes, having an elongated skull, as was his wife and his daughter especially. His daughter had a very elongated skull, even more so than his own and his wife's. Now, when you look at the mummies that they found of Akhenaten, it's been found that these mummies that they found are more likely another figure that came at a later time that had been used to obfuscate the true size and the skull head shape of Akhenaten himself. So the historical facts that have been presented to us are probably not referring to actually what kind of physiology Akhenaten and his wife and daughter actually had. But when we look at the statues of them, they're portrayed as being very tall with elongated skulls, pot bellies, and breasts, even for the men. And so this is indicative of the Homo capensis race of our ancestors, who was thought to have come from the sea. It's like Tiamat came from the sea, and her husband Abuzu came from the freshwater sea of the abyss, which is considered to be inside the earth. Also, we have Dagon that came from the sea, who was also represented as Oannes. And these were gods that came before the expansion of the pantheon of Mesopotamia. Also, we have the gods Ptah, who created the world that was then flooded, and then the new world was created maybe by Khnum. I can't remember exactly who the second one was, but there was a Ben stone, or the Zep Tepi, which was a mound, which was the only remaining land that existed after the flood, from which all was built, creating the world that we're in now. But the world that was built by Ptah was made through his word. And so we see that like a lot of the stories in the Bible are usurped other older stories, which always leave out the fact that they always had a wife and they had children that were gods, that were both male and female, that played important roles in the development of the creation of the world and the guidance for humanity. The children of those gods became Nut or Newt, and she holds up the sky. And so basically, like, Isis birthed the whole world, and then the world changed from one creation to another creation. And then in this creation now, we have one of the goddesses that is the sky holding up the heavens or the firmaments for us. Another one is a god that holds her up as a pillar underneath her. And another god is laying on the ground, is the floor beneath us, the surface of the earth. And so all of these various figures were all translated into one man god, which to me is a bit absurd to think that there would be a god without a wife or a woman, because women are nurturers and creators. Men can only make toys and machines. Men cannot make life. We can seed life, but we do not create life within us. We do not birth life out of us, and we do not nurture life with our breasts. Now, there are some radical feminists that say if a man doesn't get breast implants and nurture the child too, then he's not a real man. But I beg to differ that anything having to do with these weird sexual transplants has anything to do with what a man really is and should be. So, I mean, there's that. But yeah, that's the end of my little rant for now. I'm gonna pass it.
If you want to know what a man is, ask a woman. Right?
Yeah.
If you want to know what a plumber is, ask an electrician. If you want to know what a bodybuilder is, ask a breatharian. You know, come on. It is. Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous, isn't it? Like what's passing. But it's interesting, you know, when we're looking at these. I think this is. And by the way, my audio is basically fine. Am I right? Is it 150? Well, I'm running on a different thing, and it's food for thought, guys. When you go into your using a Firefox, you can't use all the features that you can use on the Google. So the Google integrates with the features, with all of this AI crap. Firefox doesn't. Food for thought. Just gives you a raw mic.
So I just quickly say that a man breastfeeding a child is the most fucked up shit I've ever heard or seen.
Agreed.
The amount of stuff that they have to put into their bodies to feed this child, this whatever the fuck it is. I'm like, that's where we're at the moment. Guys breastfeeding children. Like, I know nipples, that's not what they're for.
I'll be real, like seeing all that kind of stuff you're talking about, Shinobi, that's like one of the main reasons I kind of like question like this whole idea of like the divine androgyne, you know, Baphomet, and they're saying this, oh, it's so beautiful when masculine and feminine are sort of fused together. And you realize like there's like this visceral reaction when you see something like a man breast, like, no, it's not. It's horrible. It's ugly. So
that's not what
in a lot of ways,
is,
the Fae made me realize like the importance of keeping masculine and feminine distinct, because it's like, because they're distinct, those energies are able to be, you know, creative and, you know, create life. Whereas the problem with if things become too androgynous, that the masculine and feminine no longer are able to distinguish from each other, then you really can't create life from that, because there's no charge, there's no sort of energetic charge from that, you know, what's the sort of the difference between male and female. It's like, you know, when you have like you think about like a tornado, for example, like a tornado is essentially created from a combination of both hot air and cold air sort of fusing together to create an actual tangible form. And so in a lot of ways, you need the chaotic energy that comes from, you know, men and women being different, because that's really the spice of life. And what I've noticed lately is that it's almost like androgynous to the point. I think there's nothing wrong with a little bit of androgyny. Like, you know, I think like a tomboy can be kind of cute. And I think there's nothing wrong if you're a guy that you want to be like a little bit sensitive. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking to the point where they just want to completely erase the distinction altogether, and that's not really like a good place to be. But I kind of wanted to also you know, just go jump back earlier on, you guys talk about like the Bible and God and, you know, appearances and so forth. And it's like, I think when it comes to like with like the God of the Bible, and you look at sort of like the New Testament as sort of being kind of like the image that, you know, Yahweh kind of wants to present as the public, whereas the Old Testament is kind of like his shady past that he doesn't want people to sort of like know about. Like that was kind of like, you know, when he was like, you know, he was fat before he became, you know, ripped and lean or whatever. But I think it's a similar theme when it comes to other magicians and occultists and the people that we follow, and that they can create this kind of benevolent, you know, exterior of being this person who seems like they're enlightened. They seem like they have all the answers, but there's a part of you that's like, something's off. It's like they have all these people, they like them, they seem nice, they seem cool, but something is off. But then you start to look into this person past, like, oh my God, they did this. And it's like, oh my God, they said that. Or you meet them in person behind closed doors. They're like not the same person that they are. And I think that with like the Bible, it's kind of like, it's like a universal theme, just like people kind of like, you know, creating these kind of deceptive appearances to sort of like trick and fool us. And I think that kind of like the Bible is kind of like, in a lot of ways, the sort of the inception of that kind of phenomenon, where you basically, you know, you write, because I think what's interesting about, like, if you literally know the history of how kind of like Judaism kind of like basically kind of came to be, you know, if you look back at that ancient time, that sort of pre-Semitic, you know, Mesopotamian area, is that most of the gods of each tribe were based on a certain location. Like your tribe was based on the hill you're at, you know, the fortress that you were at. And the thing with the Jews was that their city was basically destroyed. So their God really had no, you know, place to exist. So they could either abandon the God or just say that, you know, our God is the universal God of, you know, all the other gods. And sort of in order to do that, they had to, a lot of ways, they had to actually sort of manufacture like a history and talk about like, because what I've learned a lot of stuff, like the Exodus, like never actually happened. Like there's no historical evidence of, you know, Moses and the Israelites, you know, freeing themselves from the Egyptians. And so they kind of created this, this story in this past to kind of keep people inspired and keep them moving forward. But, they're not the only people and culture that's done this. There's other people that talk about, like, you guys talk about like false histories and, false. And it's interesting that when you believe a certain narrative about history, that becomes the universe that you live in. And it almost seems, real. And there's a kind of like a meta magic that comes with that, with just sort of telling stories, et cetera. So I'm not really sure where I was going with this, but I think one thing I was going to leave off is just the idea of the scapegoat. And I was thinking in terms of like, why is it that in Satanism that they're so interested in goats and like, goat worship? And I was thinking about it more because I think about, goats in the kind of the ancient biblical context. They had like the idea of the scapegoat, and that basically all the sort of the wrongdoings and trespassings of the tribe were sort of like basically placed upon the goat, and the goat was kind of sacrificed in kind of a way to sort of like, lead people's thing. But I was thinking about, so what does that mean like in a satanic context, or for people who worship the devil? And I realized it's not so much that they see the goat as a symbol of something that they worship. Rather, it's like, you see, they have something. And see, what Satanism actually is you find something in your life that's a scapegoat, something to blame your problems on, something that's a source of, a hatred that's like an enemy in your life. So really, what the goat actually represents in that left-hand path sort of way, it's not that they worship the goat, it's that it's a symbol of something that they hate, and they hate something with like a religious devotion. And so really the goat actually represents of, I'm going to sort of create an artificial enemy to battle to sort of essentially reify my ego. And that's essentially what you're seeing with sort of like Satan, being represented as a goat, rather than actually take on and acknowledge my narcissistic proclivities and my sort of irrational and capricious and judgmental behavior. I'm going to instead project that onto this scapegoat that I've created. And that's what a lot of people do, is narcissists will do, is rather than actually look at the problems within, they'll project that onto another person that's external to them, so that they never have to actually look inside and recognize the problems with themselves. And I think that's the kind of the dynamic that you're seeing with sort of Yahweh and Satan, and that Satan is essentially the negative aspects of God that God is unable to reconcile with, unable to accept. And so he projects, it creates an external projection of that outward. I don't know. I kind of went into a lot of different tangents there, but I think just in general, to kind of keep things consistent with the theme of the talk today, is that a lot of magicians, a lot of their magic is the narrative that they tell you about who they are, where they came from. And we can get so enamored by, someone's, insightful words and their flowery language and their kind of their soft and pleasant voice, that we don't recognize that there's might be something dark hidden underneath the surface there. I mean, that's kind of the story with, pretty much every cult that's ever existed. So I think it's not, when it comes to, when it comes to magic, we shouldn't get lost in other people's magical stories, because oftentimes there's an agenda behind them.
I think there's a lot of sense in what you're saying here. It adds a lot of value to this conversation. And namaste, hello, and welcome to all of you people. We've got Mike here. We've got a couple of new people. We've got Sharon Wilson. We've got Howard's back. Good to see you here. We've got Witchmaster. What does a goat mean? What does a goat mean to you? That's an interesting question. I think the goat means a lot of things. I actually do have an image here. Let me know. You guys can see the Devil Tarot card at the moment, yeah? Can you confirm that for me, Indy?
I can see it.
Okay, good. Because the one drawback with Firefox is it doesn't integrate so well with the system, but that's because it doesn't allow the AI in. Oh, thank you, Firefox, for keeping it bloody real. It doesn't allow the AI to control it. I think I'm going to use the Firefox from now on, even though it's harder to share screens in a way. But yeah, we talk about the goat, and I think this is the perfect sort of representation of what it represents, the balance of masculine and feminine. And notice the fire behind the bloke's butt. There's a fire under his ass. And she's got the fruit. She's got the fruit. He's got the fire ass, and she's got the fruit. That fire ass is chasing him to get to that fruit, So he's chasing her ass, basically. It's just like, this is a powerful metaphor and symbol right here. But I think, that symbolism represents in a very powerful and very clear way the balance between the inner and the outer, with our mental, etheric force and our astral currents. And so these two elements coming into a state of harmony are what is represented here. You can see she's got the cup here, right? And he's got the sack, right? The red sack. And she's got the cup, and when that sack red is shooting its juices into her cup, right? Then you have the sacred union, and from there comes the divine child. So, it's all about getting that sack there, which is chased by the fire on his ass, into that cup there, so that she can grow the fruit,
Yeah.
And
the chalice
I
is
think
representative of the womb. The chalice.
Yes, exactly. You can literally see in the picture. Look at the picture. It looks like a little glass. Looks like a champagne glass. It's not by accident. So goats represent, I think, being really staunch and being really focused, being really directed, being goal oriented. I think this is like the power of the goat. If as a shaman, if a goat comes to me, then I'm going to be feeling this goat's energy, and I'm going to feel that you're grounded, very realistic, very focused on the finite, basic reality right now, not going off into deep philosophical lands, keeping it real. What's the bottom line? And focusing on, getting the job done effectively. And I think that represents the goat. Also, the tenacity of goats are quite incredible, right? They don't give up. They have that incredible stamina. I think goats also represent stamina in a very powerful way. So systematic, you fell out, but I'm sure you probably got the little crew around you doing the thing. So yeah, I think that is a big it is a big part of understanding just what's going on here with this transsexualization and this trying to turn men into milkmaids idea, which I still find a bit ridiculous. I think they're trying to misappropriate and invert everything once again. This is part of the media circus that we have to live through. And the idea of me as a man, I have to embrace my feminine side. That means I have to learn to listen. It means I have to learn to go within my feelings. I have to go into my emotional body. I have to listen to my feelings. I have to become focused on these subtle currents, which as a man seems less practical. As a man, you just want to get out there. You want to do your thing. But we need to go in. We need to be aware of the qualities, not just the formalities. And as a woman, they're so deeply embedded within the qualities, within the currents of the astral force, that they actually benefit from becoming focused on not just the qualities, but the formalities, right? And so the form, the structure, which is a very masculine thing, the logos, the logic. Women benefit from being in tune with this logic and developing their logic, and they thrive at it. In the same way that men can thrive at being in tune with their emotional bodies and can become really good listeners and therapists, for example. So that is a personal union. Now they're taking what is an inner spiritual union with oneself, and they're trying to put it out onto the pantomime stage of this life that they're creating for us, which makes the whole thing look just a little bit stupid and ridiculous. And, it's obviously a form of disempowerment, right? They want men to be sitting at home with with Kleenex because they can't be as good a woman as a woman can be. Part of the whole male thing is to be competitive, right? So a man won't be able to be as good at being a mother or being a woman as a woman, right? In the old days, as a man, you just accepted that's how it is. She's better at you at doing that. That's just how it is, right? And then they want the woman to become focused on material things, right? And so when the woman focuses on the material things, the woman doesn't have the same fixation on material things as men do, right? Men are better at generally, and this is a generalization, these days not necessarily the case because a lot of men are so feminized, and not necessarily women are necessarily better because a lot of women are masculinized. So they are defeminizing women, and they are effeminizing women and emasculating men, right? This is what's going on an actual level. And it's pretty much the same for both, but just the exact inversion, the opposites. So, for example, men would be very much, if I enter into a space, I'm looking at the utilities. Men are very good at arranging utilities. Generally speaking, better at arranging utilities than women, but not always. Women are generally better at organizing a decor of an ambiance than men. So if you walk into a man's space, right, his garage will be organized for getting the job done. It might not look very good. It might not be aesthetically very good. It might not be very good feng shui, but it will be practical for his needs. Where the woman, if she were to organize the garage, it might not be done so practically, but it will look damn good, right? It'd be a beautiful place. You'd be like, damn, this garage is fire. Let's hang out in the garage, family. And the family would be sitting, hanging out in the garage because the ambiance is just so damn great, right? So, you know, when men become interior decorators and they go all that way, they might go, but camp, darling, you know. It's not necessarily the rule. There are a lot of great men that can be interior decorators, don't get me wrong. And there are a lot of like women that can be great, you know, welders or fitters and turners, or, you know, doing arbitrary kind of skill-based works, which men would usually be better at doing because it involves just going into a pattern and doing it. Like where a woman would be more thoughtful, thinking about how to do it and finding a new way, because women are internalizing, spiritualizing more readily than men usually. So this is a reason why so many more women are interested in spirituality than men, which is quite an interesting dynamic to look at. And also this idea of men, like, you know, going to become bodybuilders to try and compensate, and this is such a feminine thing, right? And the idea of women not looking after themselves, that's a very masculine thing, right? Men, if you're a man and you're too obsessed with your appearance, there is something wrong with you. As a man, you're not a man. I'm sorry. If you're a man and you got to do bodybuilding all the time, and you got to stand in front of the mirror and look at my body, sorry, dude, I'm going to tell you to get yourself a good pair of panties and call yourself Nancy. That's just how it is. It's not the way a man behaves. Not in my world. Like, you're right. Men just, this is how I am. This is what I am. I wear the clothes that I'm wearing. I'm not going to be so freaked out about what my clothes look like. Women, it's natural for women to want to embrace the harmonic beauty and reflect the Venus, right? Men, it's natural to reflect the Mars, right? The Mars. Just get out there and transform shit. Get it done. You know, where the woman can make it look pretty after I've done the basics, and then she'll come and she'll transform it into a harmonic, you know, reflection of beauty. So art, you know, women are much more artistically inspired, I think, generally speaking, than men, right? Men are artistically inspired in the ways of, you know, engineering arts, martial arts. These are very good arts for men, right? And it actually makes men get in tune with their Yeah, you know, I'm very in tune with my feminine side, as men go, and I think it's really important for men to become very in tune with their feminine side, because then they can embrace the feminine pole. However, I think like what we're experiencing now is that men are renouncing their feminine side and trying to actually become women, and I think that's like a very a very, you know, a very dangerous path we're walking down. And I think when it comes to the occult, this is a good idea of just how deranged our sense of harmony and balance and perspective is in the modern age. And, you know, bringing it back to the mindless magic, the mystics getting lost in delusion. This is mystics getting lost in delusion on a exoteric level. This is very exoteric we're talking about now. If we apply that to an esoteric dimension, then we've got men becoming very enamored with how they, like Aleister Crowley. I can't say enough about this dude, right? He was so obsessed with his public image and what other people thought about him, and he made a point of like wanting to shock people. This is my image. I'm going to shock you all into, wow, look at this guy. Like, be afraid of me. I'm a black magician, you know? And I think, you know, that in itself was a very emasculating thing for him as a man. And I think that when a man is entering into the occult field, he needs to know what it means to be a man. I think it's really important to be grounded, rooted in who you are. You can't be pretending to be something you're not and walking down the road of the occult, because then you will get stuck and you will end up with forces and entities beyond your submission. And that denial and that repression, which is the fall, will open one up to dangerous situations, occult, esoteric, inspired situations. And I think that, like, that's, you know, that is really what we're dealing with here. Where, for example, a macho man is a gentleman. We knew this, didn't we? What is chivalry? What were the knights? The knights were like martial artists trained in the art of war. And how did they behave? They behaved with chivalry, right? Warriors have always been taught to behave with chivalry. You can go to Japan, you can go to the way the samurai behaved. You know, they had to honor. They had to have honor. They had to have integrity. They had to have a strict code. And when men don't have a strict code of honor and ethics, they get lost badly lost, because they start thinking with the wrong head. And I think this is like a big thing that we're facing these days. You know, how many men are thinking with the wrong head half the time? And because of that, and that brings us back to this, you know, this idea related to the devil, this archetype. And by the way, what you were saying earlier about the eye, Indy, I think this is a little bit of obfuscation to a certain degree, somewhat. It's just twisting. Like Tet, for example. Tet relates to, like, you know, they'll compare it to a basket, but it's actually a snake in the basket. It's traditionally. And Tet is Leo, right? It's the astrological sign of Leo. And if you look at the symbol for Leo, it's a serpent, right? And the serpent for Tet is a serpent. If you actually look at how you draw it, right? The serpent tail is on the left, and the serpent head is pointing down from the top right corner. And so you can see it's a coiled serpent. So it represents the Ouroboros to a certain degree. So it represents the zodiac because it represents Leo. And Leo is the house of the sun. And I just want to finish this idea before I get derailed. So as Tet represents the house of the sun, it represents the wisdom of the solar wisdom. And so it represents the serpentine wisdom. And the serpentine wisdom represents being knowing, being able to channel all the knowledge of the universe. So that wisdom is a kind of a sight, in a sense. You could think of it. But I think that when we're talking about the all-seeing eye, I think we're talking about Saturn. I think we're specifically speaking about the devil card, where that all-seeing eye is pushing down. You see, this card is the masculine expression of Capricorn, and that represents the contraction towards a point of success. And that contraction towards a point of a success is exactly what a pyramid represents. And that apex on top of the pyramid, which is where the eye lives, is that point of focus of contraction, which is the compression created by matter. And the compression of matter is what we're looking at when we look at the Capricorn. We're looking at the cardinal point of Earth. And the cardinal point of Earth is that pivot upon which Earth is fundamentally being channeled through. And the fixed element of Earth, which is Taurus, is that expression of that fixed point as it's moving around the zodiac, which is the bull of heaven, right? And the mutable Earth is the Virgin, and the Virgin represents the purity of expression between that fixed point of compression and the movement around the circle, which gives you the sphere of Earth. And that pure expression is what bonds the center of the wheel to the outside of the wheel. And so when we're looking at this card, Capricorn, the devil, it represents that contract, which is what that small triangle on the top of the pyramid represents to the bigger triangle of the pyramid. In fact, that small triangle is the contract that is being forced upon the bigger triangle, the bigger pyramid. And so this obviously it does represent the eye specifically, but it represents the eye in terms of the ego, in terms of who I am. And so the Illuminati are trying to control our ego. They're trying to control our minds. You see the pentagram is focused upon the Ajna chakra. You see the 3, which is Jupiter, is being inverted. It's being pulled in. So the expansion is being bound to the mental field. So we're allowed to expand our minds and our thoughts, but we need to be contracted within the physical realm. In other words, shut up, do what you're told. You can expand your mind and think about this, but this is what you have to do. You have to disconnect your mind from your actions and your body. And so this Capricorn is very much about pushing the emotions away, suppressing the emotions, and just getting the job done. And so the masculine and the feminine need to be chained down in this particular archetype. And even though the masculine and feminine, like you can see, they can escape if they want to, there is an obedience in the Adam and the Eve as they represented in the symbol here. And that obedience is to the forces of the goat. And the goat is that sort of stubborn presence that will sort of lord over you. If a goat can lord over you, it will. I don't know if you guys have had experiences with goats. I lived in a mud hut in India, and I used to have to wrestle a goat because he wanted to get into my house and take my fruit. If they can walk over you, they will. Like, I used to wrestle this guy a lot, all the time. I'd have to wrestle him onto the ground, get him into a lock, and sit there with him for about 5 minutes. I'd let him go thinking he's had enough. He kept coming back. There was an adolescent buffalo there that used to do the same thing. Get him in a lock, twist him, get him onto the floor, like sweep his one foot out of him carefully, put him onto the floor, lock his horns, get him into a kind of a cross lock, and just hold him and just breathe and focus. The buffalo knew when it was done. He'd get up, he'd walk away. He's like, I'm not going to mess with this guy again. He's going to get me in a lock. The goat they just don't know when to stop, man. They are relentless. I think the word relentless represents a goat. If you ever watch them go up a mountain, they don't stop. They could go up hundreds of meters, slip, fall down all the way almost to the bottom, and keep going up. They will not stop till they get to the top of that mountain. So the goat represents that tenacity of just constant devotion to getting the job done. And so the I, the ego, the I, who I am, is also being represented in this little pyramid of the I, that eye, it's locked into that little point in a sense. And so we're all competing to get to the top of the pyramid. I think, when we look at Tet, we're looking at the wisdom element. And so it represents that the wisdom of a king. And here's the interesting point that relates to Malek, right? That's the purifying wisdom, the wisdom of purification that purifies the mind so that we make good decisions. So that's what Molech represents. That's why Malakim and Molech is related. Malak is related to kingliness and related to rulership and related to the purification by fire and related to the pharaohs and related to all the kings running back in the lineage of the Jewish pantheon, for example, if we're getting back to that story about, the Yahweh. Dear brother, you wanted to add in something.
Yeah, I was just talking about how the Leo symbol seems to me to combine the serpent and the lion, which is reminiscent of Yaldabaoth. There's just a side note. But I also wanted to mention that there is a difference between Melech and Moloch. Moloch being associated with the horned owl, which is a transfiguration of the previous representation of the Auroch, which is the wild bull. And both of them are associated with child sacrifice, as is Melech. But there's Melchizedek, and Zedek is a king of a bringer of peace. And I think I'm not sure how the etymology of that plays out, but I think the beginning of the word is peace, and the second part of the word is bringer and king. So Melchizedek and Melech do have a similar sound to them. There may be some cross correlations there. It's interesting to hear a positive side of Melech, because I've always wondered about why the child sacrifice was happening, and if there's any saving grace to that process. Why do they do that? Firstly, I could see where the ability to let go of something that you hold so dearly shows great discipline and obedience to be able to do that. So yeah, I can resonate with that. It's just kind of a headspin to try to see the good side of such a demonic entity. But I feel like there was obviously a greater side to him, especially in the dark times that he was being worshipped, where people were then being able to exercise their obedience and discipline to be able to release their children, which may have been a process that was valued in a time where there was limited resources. And so by releasing the firstborn child to sacrifice, I feel like it would make them value the rest of their family, the other progeny that came afterwards, after having lost their firstborn, and making a sacrifice for the community, for the collective, so that they didn't have too many more new children coming in and consuming the limited resources that they had. For one thing, the Canaanites were ruled by a god that was not given them a holy place at first. They didn't have their own land. The rest of the people in Egypt and Canaan had their own gods with their own promised land, but Yahweh kept moving their people around until they found their promised land, and they came to the Tower of Jericho, able to overcome a lot of the challenges that they had undergone. They had to become very rugged people to be able to overcome invading all of these other holy lands of the other people who were ruled by different gods. So there was a very strong element of almost like a Spartan lifestyle, where they were having to become warriors to protect themselves and their community, and they were dealing with limited resources, fighting over those resources with neighboring tribes. So I could see where, as chaotic of a life that they had, where this could be seen as something of value when they were willing to sacrifice their children. Although it's really hard for me to even imagine, from this age, how somebody could be willing to do that. But you've helped me bridge that gap and start to put my headspace into more of an ancient understanding of what it would be like for them during their time.
Yeah, it was a different time too. You also have to consider, one, people had a lot more children back then, and it was basically, just common, the idea that your child was going to die at some point it's not like today where you're like, you know, it was a lot more common back then. And so people would have more children. The idea was like this is a kind of a messed up thought, but a lot of them thought like if they'd sacrifice their first child, it would like benefit like their other, you know, children or whatever, you know. I don't know. It was definitely a different time period that these people did this stuff in. And so the understanding of the world back then, you know, people just died. I think people just died more often and more easily. So I think they don't hold the idea of death with maybe the same severity that we do in the West. We tend to be very, you know, terrified by the idea of death and mortality. And I still think it's definitely wrong, like what they did, but I think I don't try to like morally justify it. Just kind of like, you know, I look at it like evolution. It's like, okay, you figure out like a mistake, and then you sort of like, you know, you move on, you know, past that. So I don't know.
You know, I'd just like to say one thing. That your firstborn was your heir, right? Your heir. And so that would inherit your titles, your land, and be the ruler of your family. So I think like it doesn't make sense, cosmic, that they would be sacrificing the firstborn child. I could see how they would sacrifice one of their children, but not the firstborn, because, and also that child is the most likely to be productive and useful to the family, right? If you're having a hard time financially and you don't have enough food to feed everyone, wouldn't you want your firstborn, who's going to be old enough to maybe help you work in the fields to get more food, or go out and hunt and bring more food home, or collect berries or whatever, to be able to help support the family? Why would you get rid of the one that's going to be the most productive part of the family and cause the whole family to suffer? It would make more sense that they would not be taking the firstborn. I think that this is an old tradition that's like particularly toxic. You see, we just glaze over the fact, right, that during Emmanuel's time, there was this, all the firstborn boys were being like basically ordered to be put out of life. Like, you would think that would cause a civil war, wouldn't you? So it seems to me that the people were used to this kind of thing happening. The fact that they didn't go crazy, that the soldiers were going to go door to door and find all the firstborn children and put them out. That Henry, stop it now, my darling. That's enough. He wants to play with Indigo and she doesn't want to. He wants to play like the naughty boy. But it stands to reason that the people are being conditioned. And so this goes right back to the early Abrahamic story of the children being sacrificed. And I think it goes back to the times of Sumer. And maybe there was a reason. Maybe originally the firstborn children were given to the temple. Maybe that was sacrifice. And maybe the deities then left the world and told them that they would be watching for them. So then the people thought, well, how do we appease the deities? Maybe if we send them to the afterworld where the deities are, then we would be able to maintain. I mean, what do you think of that? Does that make sense?
I think what you're going to a larger theme here about the idea, like in occultism and magic, about like, sacrifice. There's a lot of people say like, there's an idea, and it's kind of like they, where you have to sacrifice something, maybe like, a certain dietary preference. Maybe you don't eat meat. You sacrifice something, like a sexual habit, or maybe you sacrifice, time on the weekend. You help out people in charity. You sacrifice to, and I think there's thorough line in occultism and magic that oftentimes you have to sacrifice something vital, something that's comfortable, to sort of move to a higher level of awareness. But I think that with that line of thinking, it's very easy to kind of get funneled into eventually you have to sacrifice your child to get stuff you want now. And so I think it's important to kind of be able to make a distinction between like what is a healthy sacrifice and what is an unhealthy sacrifice. Because I think like, you know, making a sacrifice, something like, for example, maybe, I don't know, giving up television or maybe eating healthier and giving up junk food. Like there's sacrifices like that people can argue that are, you know, obviously positive and beneficial. But then there's obviously, you know, bad sacrifices like, you know, sacrificing your child or basically giving away all of your possessions because you think the rapture is going to come and kill you. And I think that the other problem with occultism is that people are not able to easily make that distinction because they get so caught up in the ideology. They get so caught up in the religions. Okay, you got to sacrifice eating meat. Okay, now you got to sacrifice wearing a certain type of clothes. It's like, okay, now you got to sacrifice, you know, sleeping in this time of day. And then it's like, and the sacrifices, they keep ramping up till eventually it's like, okay, now you got to, you know, kill this person or you got to like have sex with this person. And because you're so caught up in that sort of that line of thought of going from, you know, point A to point B to point C, that you don't start to question and think like, hey, maybe there's something wrong here. Maybe like I shouldn't sacrifice this thing. But people feel like because they don't have that sense of internal judgment, they don't have that sense of discernment to say, hey, maybe there's something wrong here. They just kind of go along with it. And so I think with like ancient people, you know, back in the day when you're, you know, you got to survive with the tribe and you probably, I think today in our Western world, I think it's easier for people to kind of question and form their own beliefs. But I imagine back then when resources were more scarce, it was, you know, kind of a harder thing to do. And you probably also have to think, you know, if you didn't, you know, sacrifice your child, it probably looked like among the tribe, it's like, you know, you want us all to starve to death and you're selfish for not, you know, sacrificing, you know, your second born daughter, because if you don't sacrifice your second born daughter, you know, we're not going to get a corn harvest and we're all going to die. So there's probably also that tribal pressure of, you know, I need to sacrifice my kid. Otherwise, I'm going to kill all the kids in the tribe if I don't do this. And I'm a selfish person. It's like, oh, just, you know, sacrifice one child to basically save all the other children in the tribe. And you're selfish for not just letting one child die so that other ones. So I think it's very easy for people to kind of psychologically get, you know, push into that line of thought and think that child sacrifice is justified. Because like, you even look at like, you know, political movements in history, like how they convinced so many people in, you know, Nazi Germany to go around and just like brutally, you know, slaughter people because, you know, the Nazis were all convinced that, you know, the Jews were these just like these soulless, evil people. So they felt justified in what they're doing. And I think that, you know, we got to be careful not to get caught up in the sort of the trance of any kind of like religious movement. And I think when it comes to occultists today, there is this kind of attitude of like, you know, when, you know, this type A personality where it's just like, okay, I'm going to, in order to, you know, get into this thing, this occultism and magic, I'm just going to go all the way. We're going to do all the dietary restrictions, all the sexual stuff, do all the crazy occult things that occultists are supposed to do and not realize that you might like, you know, damage something or hurt something, you know, in the process. But I think what I was trying to get at before when it comes to like, you know, sacrifice, I think that sacrifice is important. You know what it is? Here's what it is, guys. Like, I think that the problem with modern occultism is there's not a sense of nuance. There's not a sense of like, you know, okay, I'm going to try to figure things out for myself and understand the world. It's like people go into an ideology or religion as this kind of this pre-packaged thing, and they feel like they have to go through all the steps to sort of make the product work, rather than realizing, okay, I can take some things here and discard some things there. And, you know, we don't have the ability to kind of like think about like what we need to sacrifice versus what we don't need to sacrifice. And I think a lot of people, because they're caught up in that group mentality and they're caught up in that tribalism, that they don't have the ability to sort of to make that discerning choice to decide, okay, this concept of a sacrifice seems healthy and makes sense, and this just seems batshit crazy. So I think, you know, people back then, there's probably a lot of convergence of a lot of different factors, including not just like, social pressures, et cetera, et cetera. So, but I think at the same time, there is the spiritual need of like, if I sacrifice something vital in my life, if I give something that's, important to me, because, there's this other aspect in spirituality too, of the ego, and that if you're attached to something, that's a sign that you have an ego and that you haven't, you haven't progressed forward. And it's very easy to think, oh, you're eating meat, and that's your egotism talking of being a lesser life form and wanting to dominate people. And that's so egotistical of you. But likewise, you can use that same logic and be like, oh, look at you. You're attached to your second born child. Oh, you're still so egotistical. You're still so physically attached to the world. If you were truly spiritually enlightened and you truly had no attachments, you would just be able to sacrifice your child, totally freely. And so people get caught up in that mindset of, I need to sacrifice something vital to achieve the next level of understanding. And I think maybe perhaps Magick as being a true magician is being able to step back and say, whoa, 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 I don't actually need to sacrifice this thing to ascend to the next level. This is a bunch of nonsense. And unfortunately, I don't know if modern magicians and occultists are sort of equipped to really deal with that kind of situation.
I think, your point that you make about sacrifice, I think that is, I think it is relevant and important. I would add to this that, when I consider this though, the whole purpose of life, right, is to leave a heritage behind on some level. It's one of the fundamental, it's wired into us. So that isn't something that you possess. You can only sacrifice something that you possess, right? But if you don't possess it, then how can you sacrifice that which you don't possess? Does that make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't seem like a real sacrifice. It's like me saying, I'm going to sacrifice that guy over there's Lamborghini. Well, I don't own it. I'm never going to get in it. I'm not going to drive it. But it's not yours. You don't have the right to drive it. And your children are sort of like, well, they're their own human beings. You don't possess it. It would be different to you sacrificing your favorite cow, which is your possession, which that cow gives you something. It gives you dairy, it gives you milk, it gives you, or you sacrificing your favorite pair of clothes or your favorite hat to protect you from the sun or something, So I think like this idea of sacrifice has been twisted. And I think that was part of the PSYOP. I think it was part of a big PSYOP that happened a long time ago. And this is a repetitive cycle. And so what we've got here is we've got this dynamic issue where there's this continuity that we can track of total PSYOP, total mind control. A lot of it's based upon occult principles. And there was something I wanted to say, by the way. Let me share it for you, even though it's a pain in the butt to share it. I'm going to share it anyway because it's good to share, right? It's good to share. Come on, entire screen. Yep, it's mute this while we're sharing and allow. Yeah, Firefox doesn't give you much room. So I will add it to the stage and then I will get to this point here. And I just wanted to point this out to people. I think this is important. We were talking about Melchizedek, right? And so Melchizedek, if you look at it here, and I hope you guys can see it. I can make it a bit bigger. Let's make it a bit bigger. There we go. So here we can see now, and we can see the Malki. You notice the next letter is a tzadi. And so, it's a slang pronunciation of tzadi, because it is actually a letter for zamek, which is the sword. So it's not actually Melchizedek, even though it's pronounced like that, modern slang, modern Germany, modern Hebrew. But if you look at it, it's actually tzedek. And tzedek also, and I thought I'd show you here, is the name for Jupiter, right? Or, in terms of the ancient Greeks, Zeus. This is something I wanted to, and so this is, I'm illustrating something here for everybody to see, right? There are these ideas about what Melchizedek represents. Yeah, there are these ideas that are related to particular ideas, and when we look a little bit deeper, we see that it's not quite what it seems. So, Malki, obviously, if we go back here, we can see Malki. Malki represents my king, right? And so we've got the word in English, Malaki. What's this Malaki? Well, the kings would generally cause a whole lot of Malaki, a whole lot of nonsense they would cause. They would force the people to work hard. They would take their gold, their money. They would live like kings while the people were suffering, and they would make arrangements that suited their royal families as much as it suited the common people. And so Malki is just another form of Malek, if you want to get right down to it. So the roots of the name is very, very close. And so you can see Malakim, for example. Yeah, if we look at if you look at Malakim, for example, yeah, you can see the word. Yeah. So if you pronounce this, if you break this off, right, the im part makes it feminine, right? It feminizes the word. The l, aleph, and k, malak. This is the same name. This is the exact same name as the Malak that people were worshipping. It's the exact same name. And it's just been feminized, which gives it a plural, right? And because it's been given a plural, it now means well, they're using it to mean angels. Actually, it comes from the roots of the word Malek, which means king. Let's show you here. And you'll see here what I'm talking about, right? So you can see how the word has basically Malek, right? And this is a masculine noun, which means king, right? Now, when you've got that is the same letter. I just want you to understand, right? That letter that you're seeing there is the second form of kaf. It's the same letter as kaf, or some people like to pronounce it as kof. But I don't want us to confuse the kof with this, because this represents the open hand, right? And represents the wheel of fortune, if you want to look at it in terms of tarots. And so open hand, it's Zeus. So that is Zeus, right? Zeus. That's his emblem. Jupiter. We've got which represents the divine feminine, which represents the waters of life, the womb. The womb, waters of life. L represents a Libra, represents the balancing forces, which is a stick, and that's a stick that you use as an ox goad to move the ox of heaven, the life force, the prana. So Malak, right, means, and they pronounce it Malek. It could be Malok. The that they've added in is something that they've decided. Hebrew, like ancient Egyptian, didn't have vowels. You had to pick your own vowel, right? It's very important. These vowels that we're being given is just somebody decided, oh, those are the vowels we're going to use. And now they've tried to standardize Hebrew. But when the different Hebrew speakers got together in Israel, they all had different versions of these words. It's really important. So there were Hebrew people that were pronouncing this word like Malok. There were Hebrew people who were pronouncing this word like Moloch. There were Hebrew people pronouncing this word like Molech. So they chose Malek to distance himself from the word Moloch because they don't want that word to show something about the heritage of where it's a denial happening here. So if you look at that, that means king, right? Now, if we take a step back to Malakim, right? Malak, that they've added the Aleph in there. Now, when you add in the Aleph, it turns it into 1,000, right? Numerologically. It adds 1,000 to the number, right? If it's at the end. If it's at the beginning, it adds the number 1. So this adds 1 instead of if it was at the end with a m changes its number because it's at the end, which feminizes it. The A would have made it universal, but they're adding in an element of universalness here when they're talking about king. So they're talking about a general principle of a transcendent king, Malakim. So we're talking about a king, but the king is Aleph, it's pranic, it's transcendent, and Im, we're talking about a whole lot of them. So when they speak about angels, a better translation would be the kings of heaven, right? Who are essentially the angels, if you want to like get into it. So, and notice they make a point here. It refers to a 16th century magical script published by Agrippa. And it doesn't just refer to a script published by Agrippa. Agrippa was the one that got all these ancient scripts and put them into one book. These scripts were published long before Agrippa, right? He didn't make this crap up. There we go. AI is lying to you. Now, what happens is these youngsters that don't understand this, they will go to the occult, they will look this up, and they will take this as the gospel, and this is the truth, when it's actually BS. Anybody who studied the Agrippa, I've got his 3 books of occult philosophy behind me on my bookshelf. It's one of the books that I got 35 years ago because it's got a lot of knowledge in it, to be fair, but you've got to take it with a pinch of salt because Agrippa himself wasn't a great magician. He was, like many of these other people, just somebody who read a lot and compiled lists and got all the things together and got all the different books, and he compiled a compendium of all the different pieces of writing that he could find into one writing. None of it was his own. He had basically taken everybody else's content. So that's what he was. He was a collage artist. He didn't use his own art. He took a piece of everybody else's art and he put it together. And so now they're telling us that this is where the text comes from. It's not where the text comes from. But my point is Malakim and Malok is basically the same word. And you can track it. Now, if you go and look at what these YouTubers are saying, they will tell you it's not. But they haven't been studying and practicing this for much time. Many of them are, it always blows my mind when I'm seeing like somebody who's teaching, and what were they doing 15 years ago? Oh no, 15 years ago they were in university. Okay. They were in school, high school. They got out, they went to university. Okay. They got a job, they were normal. Then they suddenly decided, oh, you know what? They were drawn to this stuff. Then 5-6 years down the line, now they've got a YouTube channel and they got like 100,000 followers, 10,000, 15,000 followers, whatever. And they're essentially what I would call a noob, right? Like a newbie. And these people have got like huge followings, man, huge followings. And it just blows my mind. It's like, to me, if you've got a huge following, there's something wrong, right? Because this AI system is very careful. It's carefully calibrated. It doesn't want too much actual wisdom and truth to get out there. What it's looking for is it's looking for a very specific outcome. It's looking for simple answers, and it's basically our schooling system all over again. So our schooling system is like, brainwash you into multiple choice, yes, no, simple answers. That's it. Don't go any deeper. Like the Star Wars, like there's nothing to see here. You got the answer you were looking for. Now move on. And that attitude is like a really dangerous and toxic attitude, you know, to consider when you think about it, because when it comes to the occult and esoteric sciences, or even, you know, mysticism, one has to be thinking for oneself, completely thinking for oneself. And that's like what I love about you guys. You know, you guys all think for yourselves. You're going to have your own ideas, which is great, you know. And, you know, I don't think that the idea that you shared was that far out earlier, Cosmic, by the way. And I'll pipe down for a minute and let people speak. What do you guys think?
I missed what you guys were just talking about, so I'll catch up.
Cool. Yeah, I think that's fascinating. I knew there was a connection there. It sounds like so similar, almost as if they took Melech and they put Chized in there, and like Chesed, and they basically merged the older name with like a different name, kind of like Abraham was originally Abram, and they put the Ha in there, and they say that Yeshua became Yahushua in a similar way. But also, I wanted to mention that Baal is a name that represents Lord. So Baal means Lord, and you were saying Melchi means king. Is that right? And so that's fascinating that they both represent king and Lord. And so in a lot of ways, we have the heavenly kingdom, the heavenly father of the heavenly kingdom. He's the king. And then the Lord, praise the Lord. So they're still calling him Baal, the Lord. They're still calling him king. And then we have Jesus was the king of the lost tribe of Israelites. So they tried to translate that name to him as well and prescribe that name to Jesus. But I felt like Jesus was really representing a different narrative that was re-represented by Paul when he changed the narrative of what the message really was. But a lot of people are familiar with the idea of the body being the temple, which was the teaching of Christ and not the institution of the church. Also, the idea of the ancient Aramaic teaching of the Holy Spirit was considered to be Baba, which is associated with the heavenly, the moon and the sister of Mother Earth, and also Gaia, the Mother Earth within. So what Jesus was trying to say in his teachings in Aramaic was that Mother Nature is within us. It's very different than the Heavenly Father is within us. But since they changed Baba to Abba, it switched from a feminine to a masculine understanding. And we see this a lot where they've kind of flipped the script and taken away the feminine aspect and turned it into a male aspect. But basically, to me, figures like Jesus or Enki or even Lucifer were usually associated with the matriarchal kingdom, matriarchal golden age, and the integration of power that's shared, because Jesus seemed to have shared his power with Mary Magdalene and received a lot of wisdom from his mother, Mary. And also he took them with him when he was exiled after his mock death from the crucifixion, according to the teachings of Freddie Silva, the investigative researcher of the historical record of Jesus. When he went back to Kashmir and Ladakh, and he was able to then become back in his place as the king of the lost tribe of Israelites, where he wrote the book of Isa and is buried in the shrine in Rose Ball. So during that journey, his mother died on the journey and was buried at a cemetery where Moses and Solomon are buried, potentially, is according to the story. And then Mary outlived him and brought his holy grail, or his descendancy, or his progeny, back with her to France, from Orange, France, which she originated from, where the Knights Templar then formed their whole ceremonial rites that were passed on from the mystic adepts of Orange down to them, which carried on the proceedings of the mock death ceremony ritual that was done with the pufferfish poison from North Africa. And that mock death ceremony, they will induce a paralysis with the pufferfish venom or poison, and I believe it's a poison, and they would then be paralyzed for 3 days and sealed inside of a coffin, at which point they would go to the other side and have out-of-body experience to commune with the divine and the source mind. And then at that point, after the 3rd day, they were given the antidote after the coffin was opened, and they were brought out of paralysis and able to have a spiritual rebirth. Now, in order to go through this ceremony, the Knights Templar were carefully watched for 2 years to see if they were loyal and disciplined and obedient enough to keep this a secret esoteric experience of an initiate, that they would not speak of it to other people, kind of like an old style NDA, non-disclosure agreement kind of situation. And after that, they would be taught for a year how to prepare for the ceremony, and they would then go through the process of that to be able to become spiritually awakened and integrated with the sacred union within. So there's a strong connection there with all that. And I feel like there's a lot more to Jesus's teachings that were misrepresented, that are evident in the apocryphal works. The fact that Jesus was said to have taken the title, the Son of Man, to me might even represent the fact that the book of John and the book of Revelations that was written by John was actually written 500 years before Christ, according to the historical record. His name was Ion or Ionis. And so he might have actually been referring to Enoch, who was a man that became an angel, Metatron. And so when they say the Son of Man, people assume that it was referring to Jesus. Now, he may have been talking in future tense of the prophesied Christos or Christ figure, Messiah. So that's definitely a possibility as well. But he does talk about the Son of Man as if he was there with him or had witnessed his experiences and his acts of miracles. So I feel like Enoch and Ezekiel and Elijah also had the ability to create miraculous healing and witness events that were very mystical. And I feel like there was also other figures that were considered to be the Christ, all of which were given the birthday of December 25th. And those include people like Mithras and Bacchus and Zagreus, who was the different names of the same figure. Also Hercules and Krishna, and a lot of figures across different cultures. So part of the Oriental mystery schools, all the way to the Vedic and Hindu pantheon and various things, had figures that were associated with the return of the sun from the winter solstice on the 25th. After the 21st, when the solstice ends, or 22nd, there's a few days at which the sun kind of pauses in the sky before on the 25th it starts to return back towards, towards springtime, where it begins at the first day of the winter solstice to start to return back from the shortest day of the year. But it takes some time for the process to allow the globe to warm, so that the atmosphere and that the ground is warm enough and fertile enough for spring to begin. And interestingly, the first day of the year traditionally was April 1st, which is why they have April Fools, because they switched it to a darker time for Saturnalia, possibly because people were kind of depressed during the winter season and they needed more festivities. But also, you have to consider that under the rulership of the Romans and the Jewish regimes, they basically celebrate the darkest, most dismal times. So like the beginning of the year is the time when the sun is like in the sky the least, is the darkest day of the year. Also, the beginning of the day begins in the middle of the night at midnight, which is the darkest time of night. And so why is that the case? Is it because there's a secret lunar cult, or they are venerating the morning star, or they worship Saturn instead of the sun, but they push the worship of the sun onto the collective of the Gentiles, or those who are not the initiates, just the public people that are not really versed in the deep understanding, so that they can kind of keep their own traditions and gods esoteric and secret to them, whereas other people are kind of drawn towards obedience instead of self-understanding and deep insight of mysticism. So it's something to consider about all those things, but I always like to look at the paradoxical aspect of it in the sense that they may have been also trying to help the people become more jovial during dark times so that they would have more festivals. Although, interestingly, Saturnalia is very similar to the rites of Asherah, where there was like orgiastic rites in order to increase the fertility of the crops. But of course, Saturnalia was occurring during the wintertime, so it was not in order to receive the fertility of the crops then, although it may have been considered to be something that would then boost their season in the coming spring. But just something to think about. Anybody else got something to go on?
Yeah, I want to mention at the start of your at the start there, you mentioned Lucifer, and I can't help but think Lucifer's always been seen as a he, as a masculine. Well, if Lucifer means bringer of light, then that would be water, which is a feminine energy, because water carries the light and it brings light into the realm. If you have water and a frequency, it creates light. That's the oldest story there is. The Enuma Elish, the dark waters, and then God spoke, spoke or whatever. It's like, yeah, as when there's a frequency in water, in the pure potential, then you have light. So I always see Lucifer as not a masculine energy, but a feminine. And to me, that makes sense that Islam would use the crescent moon and Venus, because both of those are feminine archetypes. The crescent moon would represent the different phases of the moon. And then Venus, I believe, would represent the more internal realms. So that's both the kind of feminine energy. Whereas the opposition would be Israel, modern day Israel, that is, who just bombed Iran today. It's like they're trying to wipe out Islam, and Islam's become first off, it sounds like Islam. So you could say it's the lamb being set to slaughter. And I do understand all these religions have been corrupted, but earlier, Cosmic, you mentioned anti-Semitism. Like, the state of Israel are the biggest anti-Semites there are, and it's funny that anti-Semitism is always spoken about Jews. Not that Jews and Israel are one and the same. It's the state of Israel, and I need to make that clear. They are the biggest anti-Semites there are, because they're giving Jews a bad name, and they're trying to wipe out the rest of the Semites. So just onto what you guys were talking about earlier, which ties into this death cult, is that children are being scapegoated now. The energy of the elite at the time of Moloch in the age of Taurus, which of course is the bull, that children are being scapegoated now. Their energy is being put onto children, and they're still being sacrificed. And in the Bible, the cult that's now says Christ died for our sins are the same as the cult of Moloch or Baal or Marduk. All of those names mean Lord or King. In the Bible, it says Christ is King. No, he's not. It says Christ is the Lord. No, he's not, because both of those mean Baal or Moloch. Okay? And if you look at the Christ, because I like to look at things as not just this, I like to look at it in all its forms. And if you just look at Christ as not a person, but the Christos that is being sacrificed, the Christos is the inside all of us, and that's being sacrificed, and people are being gaslit into giving it away, turning the gold, the internal flame, into lead, and giving their essence away in so many ways. And the artificial, mechanical whatever the fuck it is that's leaked into this realm that people call God. And I would argue that it's the same energy which was around in the age of Taurus, the age of Moloch. It's the same energy which has been lingering, but it's not yet been able to come into form because the energy wasn't right. And we're seeing it rise up once again now with the continued sacrifice of children, people sacrificing their children to technology via the blue light that's on the screens. And there's science to back this up, that the blue light on screens pulls out your light. First off, it drains your essence. You're literally giving away your internal flame, your spark, and what's coming back into you is a kind of reversed false light of knowledge. This is where we're at today, with people using technology to gain knowledge and wisdom, and at the same time they're having their essence taken from them, that this kind of false light is being put inside of them. So there's that. I'll bring it back to water as always, because I can always add water into the conversation, that we're water beings and we have water on our eyes, and that this blue light doesn't just drain our light, our essence, it literally dehydrates us. It dehydrates us spiritually, it dehydrates us on a molecular level, on a cellular level, and it can literally cause blindness. Blindness because the blue light is bright, and also this blue light causes trauma. When we're looking at this blue light all the time, what's on our news feed? It's like constant bombardment of trauma. This can cause blindness and damage your eyesight. So this blue light affects the plasma in our body as well, which is what hydrates us. And this ignorant energy or egregore that's been leading us, like the blind to blind, that's the ignorance of the field. And the field is the plasma. It's the space all around us, which is the infinite potential that people aren't tuned into. They're just focused on the 1%. They've been atomized, and their hearts have been caged and minds enslaved. And they think that this realm is a tomb, and that's an absolute con. So I just wanted to bring that up with this cult of Moloch, Baal, Marduk, whatever. It's the same essence. And with Enlil and Enki, whenever I hear those names, I just always, the two brothers, the two twins, I just always think Enki is associated with water and the earth. Okay, that's a feminine energy. I know they're two brothers, whatever. Forget about that. Let's look at the essence. Enlil is to do with the air and the mind and stuff. So whenever I hear stuff, talk about stuff, I might mention Enki or Enlil, but it's always just the essence. It's the same with Marduk. I'm not talking about literal Marduk. I'm talking about the one who beheaded or decapitated the dragon. And the dragon representing the plasma. And this is what is happening now with this dragon being detached from us, which is our dragon potential and the ionosphere and the plasma and the pure potential that we are. So there's my 2 cents.
Yeah. I was actually I think I have a sort of a thread in my mind where I can kind of connect the Bible and AI sort of together, because one thing I'm starting to realize about, I've been spending a lot of time just watching sort of YouTube channels, just sort of talking about the actual historical accuracy of the Bible, just thinking about it in general. And one of the things I kind of realized that it occurs to me is that this idea of mechanization, and that we think of it as this sort of this modern concept. But if you really look at the Bible and you look at, how God looks at human beings and creatures, they look like they're like objects in a sense. They're sort of like means to an end. And you look at people like Descartes and all these other sort of Christian philosophers and sort of Western esotericists, if you will, and they thought of the universe as being like a machine, like this very, intricately bound, clock, some kind of intricately bound, gears and levers and pulleys. And there's this sort of idea that, everything is mechanistic. Well, if you start thinking about the world is mechanistic, then you start thinking people are mechanistic. And if you think people are mechanistic, then you you control them like robots, you sort of program them like an AI, because you got to think about like how AI works. Like when you use ChatGPT, what you usually do is you type in a prompt into the AI, and the AI learns and grows based on the prompts that you feed it. Well, if you think about what the Bible is, that's no different than you take a mind, which is malleable, and then the Bible sort of acts as like the script, and you are the AI that's sort of like being fed into it. So it's almost like if you think about like the whole concept of like an artificial intelligence, like we think of it as something that, you know, exists in a computer, but I think that it can also take on a kind of a more like a literary form, something more like abstract, like something like an idea set or an idea or an ideology, if you will, can act as a kind of artificial intelligence, a kind of like a psychological organism that, you know, puts things together. And I forget, I hate when I lose my train of thought, but yeah, that's what I would say on that.
Well, I've got a little bit of a weave here, and I think it's quite relevant. I'm going to share a screen with you guys, and let's go down a little journey here. So, okay, we're looking at this tarot card fundamentally, right? We're looking at this one. And what this represents, its connections with Saturn, the black Saturn cube, the black cult, death cult that expected people to sacrifice their children. And in modern times, we're supposed to sacrifice our children to the education system.
Can I just ask how that card's linked to the death cult? Maybe
this is the card for Capricorn.
Yeah.
So this is the card for Capricorn, and it's the card this is Saturn's rulership. This is Saturn's rulership in the masculine form, which is Saturn, the goat. And this is also fundamentally important when we understand that the death cult, the goat was their emblem, right? And this Saturn cube was their object of. Were you going to say something?
I was just going to say, like, so the goat is their emblem. Like the powers that be seem to be using Baphomet a lot recently, but people seem to, like Cosmic mentioned earlier, Baphomet being an androgynous being. It's not. It's just the Hermetic principle symbolized. It's not anything you're supposed to give your energy to. It's just a symbol. It's just a way of symbolizing the Hermetic principles. And I think that the goat is a scapegoat. And you know, bearing in mind you guys have more tread in the game than me, more research. This is just my gut feeling and my research so far, that the goat has been scapegoated, and that they actually worship the bull because they're full of bullshit, and we've been given bullshit, and it's really the goat, it's Capricorn that's been demonized, and I'm a Capricorn. So this is why I feel this deeply, because I probably have some pull there. And the thing is, people have been detached from Saturn. People say it's Satan, and the powers that be, they use the cycles of the moon. They use Saturn because it's the planet of time and space, and it's a very powerful guardian of dimensions. Why would you not use that? But they've managed to detach us from it and make this realm seem like a prison, so people just want to escape. And you have the whole bullshit false matrix, which people like Ola Wolny are spewing, saying it's all a trap, and David Icke saying, oh, it's all a trap and stuff like that, we just have to escape. And then you have talk of NCPs, which is total bullshit. The NPCs don't come into this realm. They're created, and we're seeing them created now by the artificial, having the Christos extracted and being fed this false knowledge. So I can't think that they use the goat as their symbol. They use the Baphomet because it represents as above, so below. It's the 7 Hermetic principles. I think this is a powerful symbol that the Knights Templar were possibly using, hence why They were tuned into the temple of the night, the subconscious realms, and they were able to build all they built and distribute, gold safely. And then now what's happened is we've gone from gold to lead. We've been led down this, we've been led off track, off path. And the Knights Templar are demonized, and the goats demonized, the snakes demonized, dragons are demonized. Everything that's demonized are things we should be tapping into and we should be using. And I think that all of these things that have been demonized, they've been demonized for a reason. And there's a reason why Baphomet's been shown around all the time. People have been even calling Baphomet Baal. That's how ridiculous it's got. Baal is the bull. Baal is bullshit. The Lord, the King, isn't outside of us. It's in ourselves. Tet shows that. Tet, the snake in the basket, or the snake bowing down or wearing the crown, the wisdom is within. It's not found without. And they want us looking at this bullshit, and it's not. I just think the goat is a powerful symbol, and that it may represent Saturn. You see it on that card there. But it's, again, as above, so below. You see on the card, and you see the black cube representing matter, or the realm in which we're in, which we can escape from any time, but we're here to learn. So I could rant about that for ages, and I'm going to stop, but it's just got my blood boiling a little bit, because this is some of the stuff I hear and see people saying, just demonizing Saturn, when we need to be using this powerful energy.
So let me clarify, and I'm by no means demonizing Saturn, but I just want to point out that the death cult used Saturn for their spell. The same way you can use the sun for a spell or Jupiter for a spell. I'm going to point out something in a minute that's actually going to Jupiter. Now, this is a really important distinction. They have hijacked both Jupiter and Saturn, right? This is like fundamentally. I'll show you how they hijacked Jupiter. But if you look at Saturn, Saturn represents the 4. You can see with the yellow line connecting here. The 4 in its balance and harmonic phase of extension, right? So we've got the 4 compounded by itself, the 4. So it's the 4 looking at itself and finding dynamism in its expression of 4 represents knowledge. 4 represents structure. 8 represents the dynamic expression of structure and form. 4 represents form. So the dynamic expression of structure and form, if you want to look at what that means the passage of time. So 8 represents time, Saturn represents time, the lords of time. They have used the lords of time. 8 also is a number that represents money. So what have they done? They force us to live by the clock. They had us with church bells, counting the bells every day, so we knew what to do. They regulated us with time. As children, we were forced to wear watches. We had to be at class at this time. We used to get into trouble if we were late. They were training us to be bowing to time, to Father Saturn's time. They have hijacked the forces of time and resource. Saturn represents resources, represents food, represents the green man. So Saturn isn't evil, but we've got to understand how they've used Saturn in order to free ourselves from the psyop magic that they have cast upon us. So if somebody comes at you using Saturn magic, you need to understand the Saturn magic in order to get out of that fix, if that makes sense. So the Saturn represents money. And money is an extension of representing the resources, which is food. So they have taken our resources and controlled all of our resources and all of our money using corporations, right? Corporations are groups of people that are contracted. Contraction is the principle of Saturn. The most focused form of contraction that there is symbolized by the goat. The goat represents contraction, the way it contracts all of its potential onto its hooves. The goat's hooves has got an incredible amount of pressure per square centimeter, right? In the way that the hooves work. They got very, very powerful little steps. And you watch if a goat walks, you know, you can hear those little footsteps from far away. They're louder than a woman in high heels. And, you know, those stiletto heels, they're louder than that. And so there's an acoustic resonance that's generated when they walk, actually, which is quite interesting. But so these snavers have taken the principle of time and the principle of money. They forced us to sell our time for money. That's so Saturnian. Now, the number 8 perfects itself and manifests itself in its most perfect form in Capricorn. And that's externalizing in terms of worldly material side of itself, the masculine side, which is a material outward. The inward side reflects itself as Aquarius, which is going inward into an inner journey. Saturn is about mastery. It is a planet of mastering your surroundings. On the masculine spectrum, Capricorn specifically. So they have forced us to go out and strive to master our surroundings. Now, the goat is also a symbol of hardship. And the reason it's a symbol of hardship is because the goats will persevere no matter what. You can't stop a goat. So they want us to be channeling that force of stamina that I was talking about earlier in order to make it through their work day, right? So that we can get our wage, right? Our wage from them. And they're betting on us following their clocks and keeping their money. And so this is the reason why Saturn is associated with this tarot card. Now, when we look at this tarot card, right, what we see, let's open it up. It represents on a level contracts. You see this chain? This chain represents the contracts. Saturn is about commerce. It's about success, monetary success. You'll notice that he's holding up his right hand as an oath, right? The oath is, I will honor the contract.
It's not showing yet, by the way.
Is it not showing? Oh, sorry. I got to remove this one. So when we look at this, thank you for that. This card, we see that the chain represents a contract, right? Look at what the chain is on top of. That is a double cube, right? 1 cube for him, 1 cube for her, a double Saturnial cube. That double Saturnian cube happens to be, and now we're going back in circles here. This is fascinating. That Saturnial cube happens to be the altar. Now, in the ancient times, the altar that they used to sacrifice things on was a double cube. The double cube represents the contract, the cube with the cube, the microcosm with the macrocosm, meeting the world face to face. The Adam and Eve represent these two potentials as forces coming together. So what this card represents inside of me are spiritual forces. But these spiritual forces within me also represent worldly forces, because as above, so below. And so the as above, so below notion means that these internal forces of mine are what are being manipulated in order for them to gain control to manipulate the world. And this card representing mastery is representing them having mastery over us. So they are using this power of the goat, which is a very powerful medicine, powerful animal, to keep us in our position. Now, one of the powerful tools that they've used is religion. And when we start looking, so this is the Saturnian side of it. Now, what have they done with Zeus? Okay, so we're going to go back to this Melchizedek now. Very important, right? So Melchizedek, right? The king of righteousness. We were talking about this now. And as we know, Tzedek, as I pointed out before, Tzedek is where's Tzedek? Where is Tzedek? I thought I had Tzedek here. Tzedek is the name of Jupiter, right? So understanding that is understanding something quite sort of fundamentally important. So we're talking about Jupiter, which is Zeus, right? Now, when we look at this, Melchi, the word, is my king. So what we're looking at when we look at the word Melchizedek, right, is Melchi, which is the root of the word, meaning king, which is Malak, or could be pronounced Melek, or could be pronounced Moloch, right? Because traditionally the vowels are not there. You must place the vowels, and the vowels have inflection. Changing the vowels changes the inflection of the way that the word is being used. In the old Phoenician Paleo-Hebrew script, there were no vowels, and there's a very powerful reason for this, because the vowels carry the spiritual essence, and the spiritual essence is the astral essence. So these consonants carry the etheric being elements, and the vowels carry the spiritual astral essence that gives the energy of movement to animate these etheric consonants. This is how this language was structured. So it's really like a coming together of the astral and the etheric. So Melchizedek is the king of righteousness, right? And righteousness represents the law, right? Represents justice, right? Law, order, and righteousness. But hold on. Zeus represents justice, law, order, and righteousness. Okay, interesting. That's what Zeus represents, which is Jupiter, which represents the forces of expansion. But now we see that the word Melchizedek has literally got the word tzedek in the second half of the word, right? So, where did I put Melchizedek? There we go. So now, when we look at Melchizedek, if we look at it in terms of like the stories related to Melchizedek and what's actually, he's a historical human priest that points towards eternal life, the eternal priesthood and kingship of the Christos. Okay, that's how they say it in Christian theology, right? But when we look at the name is breaking down to represent Melchi, like the king, and Tzedek, which is Jupiter, which is Zeus, right? So we're talking about the king is Zeus, Melchizedek. That's what it means in actual language. Because you've got the name of a planet, the same way that Saturday means the name of the day of Saturn, because it's literally got the name Saturn in it. Tzedek is literally the name of Jupiter. There's no dancing around that. But if you were to go to a Google and ask it, they would say that Melchizedek doesn't have such a relation to the Christos, right? Now, let's take a little walk into the Christos, right? If you ask an AI, it's going to tell you that there's no real connection between Christos and Mithraism, the Mithrais tradition, right? However, Christos, the word, is literally inscribed on the new Mithraeum. Now, these are the texts of Mithrais, right? And Mithras is the one who slays the bull of heaven. Now, Mithrais represents eternal life, right? Another thing that you let's see, Mithrais is related to Zeus. Let's see how AI handles this. Yes, in context of the Roman mystery cult Mithrais, is related to Zeus, primarily through syncretism. This is what they say, which is exactly true, because everything is synchronous, right? But I'm going to take you to another step. We're going to go a step deeper. So the Mithras is related to Zeus. Zeus is the king. So you can see these words, the etymology of the words are pointing at the exact same meanings. And I had more. What did I have? Okay. Now, the Greeks got all of their information from the Egyptians. That's what it says in the Greek texts, right? That's what they claim. Alexandria Library was where they got their ancient knowledge from. Now, you'll find that prior to being related to Jesus, right? Christos was related to Mithras. And prior being related to the Mithras, synchronicism, was related to Osiris, right? In fact, Christos is an old title of, believe it or not, Osiris. Now we need to deep dive into this, right? So Osiris, right, is, and here's where it gets interesting, the one in the Egyptian law that was resurrected. He represents perennial life, eternal life. Osiris and Christ and Mithras are the same thing, right? And it's so obvious. Literally, the name that we call Jesus was taken from ancient Egypt, and it represents Osiris, who, within the context of the afterlife, is the spiritual symbol of eternal life, right? And he is the one that is fundamental in ruling over the lands and the fundamental judgment, right? Now, what does it say in the Bible? What does it say in the Bible? It says, it says in the Bible specifically that you will, let me remove this off. It specifically says in the Bible that you will be judged and that Christos will be sitting on a throne judging you, right? Specifically says, like he's the only one pure enough to pass judgment, right? It speaks about him on this being this on this great throne. So if you can see the connections of the words, that means the Christos that we're calling Jesus is the same Christos that was related to becoming a good and perfected human being, right? Which relates to the anointed oil of the Kundalini arousal, which is a big part of Mithras tradition. And we can see this being repeated in the ancient Egyptians. So it's absolutely synchronized. They took the ancient Egyptian law, they re-embodied it. They took some of the lore from Mithras, came from, I think it came from the Phoenician direction. It came from the Persia. Yeah. They took the Persian deity of Mithras. They mixed it up with the ancient Egyptian Osiris, representing eternal life and resurrection. And then they repackaged that again as divinity, as Christos. So what they've done is they've given us two options, plan A or plan B. Zeus or Saturn, Jupiter or Saturn. The Jupiter represents expansion. So you go to the church, and at the church, you get Jupiter, Zeus, Osiris, and the Book of the Dead is all about morality and ethics. Osiris is about enacting the laws of morality and ethics through karma and bringing that to bear once you cross over the veil and you go into the underworld. So this idea of moral living and justice and all of these positive qualities that we are seeing being embodied by Christos comes from ancient Egypt. Now we can also see that they've done the same thing with Saturn. Now Saturn is the contracts. The contraction of Saturn represents contracting towards the physical material plane and mastery over it. The expansiveness of Jupiter represents expanding outside of the parameters of the physical plane and going into the heaven of the Olympus, right? So they've given us a plan A option for expanding into heaven using Mithras or Osiris or Christ, whichever option you want, the same word. Christians might not like to hear this, but that's the etymology of the word. It's out there. You can go look it up, you know. Now, if you were to go to listen to one of these new age younger people that are doing their occult channels that have got like 50,000 followers, they will be parroting at you. If you open a Google tab, let me show you what I'm talking about, just how convoluted this nonsense is, truly, right? So if you go into a Google tab and you say, is Christos the same as Mithras avatar? What was it called? Not avatar, but let's just use the word avatar. I think AI might be able to handle what that avatar means. Are very common similarities. So now they're coming in, they're telling us it means anointed, right? Which it does, but it's, you know, there's more to that. It actually means to be good, right? So they're throwing Latin at us. Now, actually, the Christos is, this is how they confuse us. Is an ancient Greek word, right? Latin was invented to confuse us, right? So Christos, ancient Greek word, original Greek meaning. You see how they try and throw you off the bus, right? And so we can see here that we're dealing with pretty much the same idea, the Messiah. Now they're telling us that this is related to Christ. They won't give you any of the insights related to that. If you say, is, okay, let me ask a better question, because I'm not really asking very good questions here. I'm just trying to show you guys something. Is the Christos related to Mithras and Osiris? But now that this AI might be getting trained, right? So what do they say here? While some popular theories argue that Christianity borrowed heavily from these earlier mystery religions, most mainstream historians and scholars find these claims to be based on superficial similarities, right? Can you see how misleading that is? If you read that, you would think there's like, oh, it's nonsense. But actually, the etymology of the words don't lie, right? The words themselves, you can track the words. And the words, the names, you can't say that it's superficial, that the deity that represents eternal life and resurrection from the passing of the world and is there to bear the sins of you and judge you for your sins, right? It says that the Christ will come back to earth, and what will he do? Those will be judged by his presence, right or wrong, in Revelations. He will return to earth, and those on earth will be judged, and those not worthy will be reaped from the earth like corn, right? And he has come to, what is what is the thing they say? He has come to separate the flax from the, you know the saying I'm talking about, right?
The wheat from the chaff or chaff.
That's his job. That's Osiris's job. That's literally Osiris's job. You see? And do you notice how the wheat represents Saturn? The green man. So they are playing with these two poles, and they are using these poles to generate force and power. And that power they are then using against us. And they are catching us on the physical plane with the money and the control and the law of Saturn, and then they're catching us with the morality of Zeus. And they are catching us from two different angles. Basically, it's like a war on two fronts. So if they don't get you with the money, they get you with the spiritual argument. And so that's basically where I'm coming from, that, you know, they are using Saturn and Zeus, Jupiter, in this war for our minds. And they've become very enhanced now, right? They also use Mercury, right? They literally use Mercury in the vaccines. Right? They literally use mercury in the water. They literally make sure that the fish have got enough mercury in them to get them into our systems, right? So that we can go a bit crazy, so that they can give us drugs, medicine. Yeah? And what does mercury represent? The caduceus. What do you see in hospitals as a symbol? What's the symbol of the NHS? Is it a caduceus? It is a caduceus, isn't it? Literally. So you can see how they have now, and Mercury rules the oceans. So Mercury brings across the oceans our mercantile law, our trade of goods, so that Saturn's money can have relevance, right? And Mercury and Saturn are dancing for us. This is another part of the spell they've cast. And Zeus coming into alignment. What else have they done? They have played on our desires. They've hit us with Venus. So what do you see? Entertainment, right? All this entertainment, the arts. They have used Venus as our silver screen to program our minds, our unconscious, using subtle moon technologies. And Venus is the platform that they're using it through, which is to entertain us. Literally, if you look at the card for Venus, and this is where you understand the word entertain, right? Like, let me show you what I mean. So if you look at the card for Venus, for example, Empress, right? What do you see? What do you see? You see her in a garden, right? And what is a garden? In old language, the etymology is attain, right? So we need to attain. We are seeking the attainment, the spiritual attainment, right? Or the attainment of cessation of desire. That's her garden. She's surrounded in that garden. Her garden is the the entertainment that they're taking us down. Her garden is the path that they're taking us down.
Can I just say, is that the wheat? There's wheat at the bottom of the card. Did you see that? You're talking about wheat.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah. Let me get back to the.
I'm sure it is wheat. Also, my head's going to explode, so I need to share some stuff soon because my list is getting longer and more confusing.
No, I'm done, brother. So yes, I mean, she represents all the good things in the abundance of life. Lakshmi Devi, right? Sorry, I forget now. When I move back there, the whole screen follows me because I'm on this. So you're totally right. You know, this is wheat representing the fulfillment of your desires. What do people generally desire? They desire food. They want to have enough food. She's got a lovely chair. She's got lovely gowns. She's got nice clothes. She's got wonderful jewelry. You know, there's an abundance behind her. There's lots of fresh water. Her life looks pretty beautiful and easy, doesn't it? You know, that's what we're running after.
Can you leave that card up a second? Because I just want to,
yes,
if you can, I just want to add with entertainment and sitting down and being comfy, and then there being wheat. When I hear wheat, I think of bread. So when I think of entertainment and bread and circuses and just being comfy, and then that's what most people are doing. They're just sitting down in their chair, in their throne at home, watching the telly, eating bread, you know, and that's how they've entertained our minds and trained our minds, entrained our minds. I've got a little list of stuff to go through here, and I hope it makes sense. Because as you were talking, I hope is my sound coming through all right? Because I've got headphones, so I sound weird to me. Right. So you say Mithras slayed the bull, and that's interesting because straight away what came to me was Theseus, Jesus slaying the Minotaur, and Mithras in the name, Mithrice. Hermes Trismegistus comes to mind, thrice initiated, and mithril and mythology and my theology being related to this Mithras, this thrice, my thrice initiated through the myth wheel. And then also Theseus being related to Zeus or Deus. And there's so much I can weave on that to do with Deus, which is God, and Deus, which is the sun, which is, the giver of life and God's son. And then dice and casting our own fate as well. And to die, to change and cast our own fate. And this is what being thrice initiated, this is what the myth wheel is, learning to die, learning to shed our skin and take the journey inwards, not sitting on our throne on a sofa eating wheat bread and circuses, but being impressed with the mythology of my theology, of the story of us and our ancestors, what came before. And also there is I've got to see some of my notes here don't make sense. So here we were talking about Mercury and then the Caduceus and Saturn and Jupiter. When you were saying that, I was thinking, well, the Caduceus is co-deus us. It's our connection to source. Co-deus us. The Pingala, the Ida, Pingala, Shashumna, Karpa, Arc, whatever. Central pillar, vortex spinning around, masculine and feminine. That is the co-deus us. That's the Caduceus, which is Mercury, the messenger of the gods. And if Saturn and Jupiter are gods, guardians of dimensions, Saturn has a hexagram, a hex, Magick, water. That's the heart chakra. So that would be the heart, the contraction, maybe the inwards. And then Jupiter be related to the mind potentially, which is the more expansion outwards. So you have the outwards and inwards, Jupiter and Saturn, but then you have the Mercury in between, the messenger between the gods. So like I said earlier, we've had our hearts caged, minds enslaved, and then Mercury is kind of, we've been cut off, and Mercury has been kind of, what's the word? The messenger of the gods, the messenger of the guardians of dimensions, water, this playful energy, which I see in Saturn. I've mentioned before, Kairos being the North Pole of Saturn, being related to magic, playfulness, water. He looks like Mercury. He's got wings on his sandals. This is the energy. This is the imagination. This is the potential which has been extracted from us. This is the more mercurial potential of us, which is this kind of more childlike wonder, potential of what could be. Instead, we're fed bullshit from, source outside, and also this kind of contractual energy, I guess, of Saturn, this more internal, I guess I'll say, we've been made to internalize this eternal lies they've given us of this, always told it's the end of days, the end times running out. And then that weighs heavy on our hearts. And just with heart, I want to mention Osiris and Anubis, because, from my understanding, which is just from a little bit of research and intuition, so it could change my thought patterns, but I just see Anubis as Anu and Abyss. And I view Anubis as Saturn, and I view Anubis as Karma, the one who, I guess, the one who's there when the heart and the feather are weighed, not necessarily the one doing it. But I do believe that Anubis came before Osiris, and that I just, in my kind of like wonder, like, what if I just view Anubis as Anu and the Abyss, which is cosmic time, which is Zervan, which gave birth to twins, Saturn having two poles, the North Pole, the Hex, the more kind of water, Enki, Magick, the South Pole being the Observer, which is the more intellect, the I, perhaps Enlil, and that there's always two potentials, and that the reason why Anubis or the Anu Abyss is there when our heart is weighed is because that is the abyss of us. That's time. That in time we all die, we all change, and that these are just kind of energies. It's quite difficult for me to explain, but I just do really feel that Anubis came before Osiris, and that somehow he was pushed out of the way. And I haven't looked into too much. It's more of a feeling. But also with Saturn and contracting, when you give birth, you contract, and with Saturn, with time, stuff's birthed, and it's associated with death. And that's why people seem to demonize it, because they think, oh, if we didn't have Saturn, we wouldn't have death. And they realize that death is just transitioning, is change. And this is how people have become stuck in not wanting to change their perception of things, because they don't want time, because time has been given a bad rap, because we all die in time. So people are like, well, if we didn't have time, we'd always be existing, eternal. And that really all death is, all to die is just to change and to become one with God, or in union with God or source. Dies, Deus, Zeus, whatever, however you want to say it, this energy is all it means, is just to change. And then Zeus being related to the thunderbolt as well, I guess that'd be to do with the brain, the mind, the neural pathways, and with the imagination and shedding layers and being open, new neural pathways are actually physically created. And that would be the intellect of Zeus, or the Deus, or the connection with source, coming through our mind. But yeah, I'm going to do further research into this, but I definitely think Anubis is more of the judgment than Osiris. Not that it really matters what I bring up.
And I want to add one more wood on the coals, wood on the fire, right? Here's a further connection that relates Jesus, Emmanuel, Christos, to Osiris, right? So Osiris's relation is to the planet Venus, right? Now the Venus is obviously was related to the ancient Egyptians as a symbol of rebirth and crossing over, right? So the bird, the phoenix, was related to this mythologically from an ancient perspective, from the land of Chem. So Venus acted as a celestial manifestation of Osiris's own journey through the underworld. So there's an astrotheological relation to the crosser and the rebirth. So this is the story of Inanna going over into the underworld. It's been told in every culture, right? That's just one of the older ones. Venus, obviously, thus representing the symbol of resurrection, which is effectively what Osiris is, because he was actually unalived by Set, and then he was realived, and he then played his important role. And we can also see here, if we look, the planet Venus was not just a celestial body, but a visible repeating reminder of the regeneration, right? The eternal regeneration of Osiris, his power. And so that's why we call Jesus the morning star. That's why you'll find a lot of these New Ages associating the word Lucifer with the name of Jesus, because there are actually connections to Venus. And, they let it slip in the Bible when they called him the morning star, because that's an old Egyptian title, you see. So they're once again connecting Osiris through that clear denotation of. And then when they realized that they had given away too much, they had to demonize it. So then they had to create Satan. And how did they create Satan? They had to take Lucifer, the morning star, and relate the morning star to the evening star. So the morning star became the good guy and the evening star became the bad guy, right? And Lucifer, the light giver, is the evening star, right? Because at night, the light giver is what you need at night. So there's this really interesting sort of relation, and it also relates to the moon as well. There's a powerful resonance of the moon when we're looking at it. This is why Venus and the moon have got such a close association, because Venus represents crossing boundaries, going through the archways, traveling between the worlds, and the moon represents the unconscious mind. So when you traveling between the worlds, you have to travel through the sphere of the unconscious mind, because that is really the story. Are you guys all with us? Oh my gosh! So the chat has been. I thought the chat was like completely. I didn't know there was chat happening. I see there has been chat happening. Chat's been going on all the way till now. That's really interesting. My chat didn't show any new chat, and now that I actually went and clicked down there, it popped up. So that's an issue with the Firefox. I see. I thought like people were just like not chatting, that they were all just like sitting and eating. They're just all eating at the same time or something. Everybody's making tea or whatever. But yeah, so there's so many connections connecting these dots. And when we're talking about occultism, like you'll find that the occultists want to reject the story of Christ, right? The Christos. And they don't realize that it's a synchronistic re-embellishment of these ancient stories that go right back to Osiris. So you would have an occultist that is teaching you on the YouTube about Osiris and Egyptian rituals, but they don't understand that these rituals are happening today. You understand what I mean? And that these rituals are happening just down the road in the local Christian church. Only we don't even know it. What is the story of eating the bread of life? You were talking about the bread, right? The bread of life, drinking the blood, right? Like, what are we talking about here? This is so loudly about the afterlife, and representing the eternal life of Osiris.
It's sacrifice still, to be fair. I did say that the Molochian or cult or whatever is still going on now, subtly, because it's eating the flesh. It's not just bread, it's flesh. It's the flesh of Christ. It's the flesh, and drinking the blood. Yeah, it's not bread. It's not bread. The energy is there still. It's, making little kids eat the flesh and drink the blood of their savior who died for their sins. It's a death cult still. I've that's what got me into conspiracies. Is I wanted to understand religions and what's happened to the world. If so many people are giving their energy to this god or gods, why are we in the state of affairs we're in now? It's because they've been giving their energy to this false god, one who claims to be, the all loving, all Father, and they've used a story of Emmanuel, or Yeshua, standing up to the system as a scapegoat, and then now they get people worshipping him like he's the king, like he's the Lord and he's the savior, and he's going to come back and save us. How great is that? We can just carry on, carry on dreaming, carry on sleepwalking through life, and we're going to be saved by Jesus. He's coming back, and such a con. Such a con.
You were talking about wheat, right? So here we can see wheat is a symbol of Saturn, right? It's a key symbol of harvest and agriculture. So he's depicted with a sickle and the wheat to represent the sowing and the reaping, right? Now, do you see what I'm talking about? The spell is weaved between Zeus and Saturn, because we are calling the name of Zeus, but we are relating him to Venus, but we are eating the body of Saturn, right? This is what we are doing. And just to be clear, right, the sacrament must be wheat, must only be wheat. And that's from canonical scriptures. So it's really important. It can't be made out of a rice. It can't be made out. I think in the Jewish time, it was what's the other Saturnial thing? What is it called? The rye flour. I think the Jews would have done that with rye, but the Romans did it with wheat, because they related wheat to their deity Saturn. So when you're eating the body, you're eating Saturn's body. You're being forced to eat time and take in the concept of money and time and power and control, which is what Saturn represents. So they're sort of forcing you to eat the sacrificed god. And who is being sacrificed? Set is being sacrificed. He's being set up. Yeah? And now we are here thinking that Set is the evil guy. He's the bad guy. We're being set up, and now we have to eat the sacrifice god, which is Set. And that's basically... So it's like the way that these manipulative sort of hooligans have played this religious narrative over our heads is 100% pure occult. 150% pure occult. Cosmic's been very quiet.
Well, I've just been listening, basically, trying to find a place to jump into the conversation.
What do you think?
About what specifically? I feel like there's been a lot of stuff we're talking about here in terms of I kind of like was sort of like zoning out there for a second.
About the Eucharist and the fact that they're sacrificing Saturn's body and forcing us to eat it.
Yeah,
but then,
it's very strange, considering like the whole idea that Christianity itself is like all about sacrifice too. I mean, Christ is basically sacrificing himself on the cross. Like they write it out like as almost as if Jesus like intentionally allowed the Romans to kind of kill them, which I don't know. I think that's kind of weird, but I feel like there's like, there's kind of a gaslighting element to that, in the sense that it's like, it weighs down on this guilt. It's like, look at this horrible thing I've endured. But that's kind of like how like cluster B personality types work. They'll tell you some kind of like really tragic, they'll make up some really tragic story, about how they're a victim and about everybody's out to get them, so that you sympathize with them, and then they can better, manipulate them. And I always kind of felt like, even as a kid, like it was just so like, disturbing, like seeing like, you think about like, if you were like an alien and you like from some Star Trek universe, right? And you came to Earth and you saw that what they were worshiping is a man with nails in his hands and his feet. You were like, oh my God, what is this like dark, like heavy metal, barbaric, like nonsense here? It's like, it's so like, you know, there's always that sense of just like, you know, dread, because it's like, because I think the other thing with Christianity, and I think it's humanity in general, it seems like it's this idea that somehow guilt fundamentally makes you like a more compassionate person, that if you see yourself as horrible and sinful and terrible, that's the only way you can really redeem yourself. But I find that in a lot of ways, guilt doesn't really make you a good person. It just makes you a more compliant person. Like, you're going to follow the rules and you're going to, you know, do what's need to be told, but not because you actually care about, you know, other people, or you have a genuine empathy. You just don't want to, you know, you just don't want to get punished, you know? And so you never really learn how to be compassionate in a genuine way. You're just kind of in the sense of like, you know, it's like, you know, if someone tells you that you look handsome, but at the same time, someone else is pointing a gun to their head, do you think that compliment is genuine? Obviously not. And it's kind of like how I feel with like, you know, religion in general. And I know Christianity is not the only one that does it. It seems to be evident to pretty much all religions, is that, you know, using guilt. And to me, Christ being nailed to a cross is like the utter epitome of that dynamic of just like, look at how horrible this is. You did this to me. Look how and you get this guilt of like, oh my God. And you think like, oh, what are you complaining about? I got nailed to a cross. Your problems are insignificant. The same way narcissists, like, you know, you'll complain about something about your life and they'll be like, it's not as bad as what I had to go through. It's like back in my day, I had it so much worse or whatever. And it's like, you know, I just feel like that's such a weird, like, emotional burden. And I think when it comes to religion, like, I never really liked that sort of confusing aspect of like, oh, I know he seems malevolent and I know he seems cruel and unjust, but you just have to blindly trust that all this is going to be for your own good. And, you know, he's going to pull back the curtains and you're going to understand why all the horrible things happen to you. And it's all going to make sense, but you just have to sit and wait for it to happen. I just don't trust that, you know, anymore. Like, I just want like love. That's love, not this like, oh, I'm cruel. And I know it's love. But it's not this like, you know, cruelty and compassion, that this like cruelty that like it's love, but it only looks like cruelty and hate because you're sinful and you're not enlightened. And if you were enlightened, you would see that, you know, getting, you know, beaten with a hammer in the head is actually good for you. And it's actually for your enlightenment. And I don't like that like emotional confusion. It's like, you know, you just want your loving gods to be loving gods, not I'm a loving God, but I act like a cruel God. And you have to trust that I'm actually loving, even though it clearly says, because like, you know, I've always, you know, one of my passions in life, you know, like before I got into, you know, occultism and other stuff, was always creative writing. And one of the main rules in creative writing is show, don't tell, in the sense that you show things through actions why something is, rather than, you know, tell what this is. So instead of saying, you know, this girl was beautiful, you know, you describe like she had, you know, hair like the golden sun and eyes like, you know, beautiful sapphires or something. So you're showing that beauty rather than necessarily telling it. And I think that's kind of the problem with like when you think about the Bible, is that it tells you God is loving. It tells you that God's loving. But when you actually see how the stories unfold, you get the complete opposite picture. It's like, okay, the story is telling me that God is loving. So why are all these terrible things happen? It would be as if you were like watching, you know, a horror movie like Friday the 13th, where you got this guy, you know, in a hockey mask going around and killing, you know, teenagers who are, you know, having sex and doing drugs with a machete. And like, and imagine watching that and everybody in the theater is like, oh my God, you know, the machete killer is actually the good guy. And you're crazy for thinking he's evil. Like, you think he's killed. You look at all those kids he killed. They were sinners. They were terrible. They were having, you know, sex before marriage. They were doing all these illicit drugs, and he was justified in killing those teenagers with that machete. And you would feel just completely insane. And you're like, what? This guy's clearly like a murderer, but we've been gaslit into thinking like, oh, he's actually good, and it's in the same way. And I was even thinking, like, I bet you could make an argument that a particular like horror movie villain has a better like moral fortitude than the God of the Bible if you just like actually look at it like tit for tat. Because I was even thinking, like, you think about Jason Voorhees, the guy in Friday the 13th, who's like, you know, killing teenagers. Like at the very least, he kills all the bad teenagers and he lets like the good teenagers basically live at the end of the movie, whereas Yahweh is just killing innocent people left and right. And then you start to think to yourself, it's like, wait, hold on a second, because to me, it's like the story shows you one thing, but it tells you another thing. It's like it tells you God is loving, but it shows you that he's cruel and insane, essentially. And I think that's another thing, like with AI, and I think the problem with like, you know, the written word and the importance of like oral translation is that with words, and you can get locked into a very specific kind of like, you know, way of thinking, and you kind of get into kind of like a logical trajectory where you always have to go from point A to B to C to D. Whereas when you just tell it as a story, you can just kind of like leave it up to the imagination. And then you, as the person, have the freedom to kind of make sense of that spiritual experience on your own. And like, so I think, you know, just that rule of in creative writing where they always talked about, you know, show, don't tell. I think that's just a universal moral platitude that applies to every aspect of life, not just creative writing.
Has someone else joined us? I can't see who it is. It's Indy. Oh, your picture wasn't showing. Your picture was like...
Oh, I didn't see you, dear brother.
Picture.
He's back.
What was it do?
You usually have a picture.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it wasn't showing. So I was wondering who was joining us.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, I got kicked off because my computer died, and then I recharged it. And I guess it didn't reload or something. I'm back. I've been listening in. Yeah, I love what you guys are saying. It's so wise and so insightful. You guys are connecting so many dots right now. I'm just loving it.
I just want to mention about the cross, and it's got me thinking of like the news, because the news is north, east, south, west. It's a cross, and that our perception has been nailed to this cross, and we've kind of got stuck. And this news is a noose, and that people are literally hanging. Like, you know when someone leaves you hanging, you're like waiting around for them. People are literally hanging on this cross, which is the news, which is the noose, and they're waiting for a savior to return, which is the biggest psyop ever. And the psi is PSI, which is pounds per square inch, which is to do with air and oxygen. And when you're hanging, you know, being strangled, you're having the life force taken from you. And that's literally what's happening by people waiting for a savior to return. And just want to quickly add with money and magic, we were talking, you know, about that a while ago, is the current. You know, that's the current which flows through all things, which is the magic, which is like, it's money magic, basically. And that corporation, you can pronounce it cooperation or corpse operation. Now, is it a cooperation? Are we cooperating with each other? Or is this just a dead entity corpse operation? I think it's the latter. The corpse operation is what we're seeing, and that people are just corpses walking around from A to B to B to A, and just being played like puppets by that all-seeing eye, which is the Ark, which is the big brother, and you know, which is their own personal guide. But this guide, God, has been detached from people. So people have been guided by these strings from these puppet masters, who are these chaos magicians. And that guilt is what they use. It's the guild of the dark magicians. It's how they make us malleable and control us is via guilt. And it's done from a very early age, and it's done through generational stuff as well, through religion, all sorts, from a very early age. And it's a pattern. And I think that it's just a pattern, and patterns change from via perception. And that I think lots of us are changing these patterns now, altering our perception. And that this is what we need to alchemize. You know, the alchem eyes. Al is the god of the all. Chem, the chemical. So it's our sort of chemistry between God. That's how we alchemize. Is with the eye, not the eye detached we see on the dollar, but the eye, which is our story of us, which is our potential, which is our internal store of energy. And this was a while ago, we were talking about this. I can't remember what it was. So basically, with I can't remember where I wrote it, but there's a myth of Charon, that when people die, they used to put gold coins on people's eyes so that you can give payment to Charon, the psychopomp who carries you across the river. Well, that gold is our internal gold. Forget about putting the gold on people's eyes. You can think of it as the internal gold, which is our internal flame that they're trying to put out. That comes through our eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul. And this is the payment you need when you eventually leave this realm and cross the rivers to the next place. That is the payment you need. Now, what they've done is they've tried to take this gold from us. I know there is physical gold in the banks, but we have the spark within us as well. And this ties into the eighth sphere, the eighth Sophia, the number 8 of Saturn, and how they've warped our perception of time and the matter, the mother of nature. So, you know, I'm not going to talk for too long about all that, but I just thought I'd tie that in because this all links with this gold, this alchemy, where we've been led. Saturn, our perception of time, the rivers, the waterways, Mercury, messenger of the gods, how we navigate in our psyche, how we navigate in this realm where we're alive, how we navigate walking around this world now, and how we navigate upon death. And it's all connected. It's all one and the same. It's all now. There is no past of this happened, that happened. Just look at the energy, the essence of the names of like what is behind. What do they do? What's their purpose? What's the use? What's the name? What's behind it? Don't focus on, oh, there was this timeline of that person and this. It's just like, just look at it all as now, and not of things that have happened or is going to happen. That's what I try to do, and it's hella confusing sometimes. This is why I love talking about it, because over time, using Saturn, boundaries, with discipline, it helps to, we can understand ourselves and the world around us much easier. This is why they don't want us using this energy of discipline and boundaries and time. They want everything handed to them people want everything handed to them like right here, right now. There's not much discipline, and people have a warped perception of time. They don't want to focus on things, but at the same time, they don't really want to. They don't really regard time. That's why time's going so fast for some people, because we've kind of been distracted. So yeah, I'll let somebody else take over the mic.
Yeah, I don't know if time really is going faster, but it definitely seems that way with the amount of distractions that they've given us with our devices.
We can't hear you, Indy. Or is it me that can't hear you? Can you guys hear?
Yeah, we can hear. Yeah, I can.
I can hear him.
So yeah, I know that with our devices and so many distractions with digital media and social media and the ability to connect with people across the world and across the community through these devices, there's so many more distractions and the lack of solitude. So I know like a lot of musicians that are kind of losing their creative edge have been drawn to go into the wilderness in like a cabin.
So you can hear me.
Yes. Yes. And so they found that their creative aspect comes back when they're away from the distractions of digital media, because once you've been distracted from where you're at, and if you're in deep thought or creative thought, and you get distracted for 1 second, it could take up to 30 to 40 minutes to get your mind back into the place where it was, where you're fully immersed in those ideations and that creative aspect. Also, people are able to now have more connections in the community and across the world through digital media. So they have more dings on their phone, and there's more emails and text messages, notifications coming in. Now, if you take away all that, you take away the computers and you take away the digital devices in your hand and the TV screens, and you put yourself back in the place where people used to be, like maybe 100 years ago or 75 years ago, where we didn't have all that. You get to a place where you're fully immersed in the moment, and you have what's in front of you, what could be a book or some artwork, and it can inspire you in a deeper sense because you're more fully present. So we're not as fully present now, that we're kind of distracted by these things on the dinging devices that get us drawn away from our being here and now. But time could also be speeding up too, but I feel like that's another aspect to it, the amount of interruptions that we have from being able to focus on what we're doing.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you mentioned the present moment, I was thinking of Janus, the Roman god Janus, and how that's first off two-faced god. So you got to think, right, two-faced. It's usually somebody who crosses you, somebody who's, one face is looking to the past, one face is looking to the future, but not the present moment. And I think that is another false god that has been put into the equation to kind of distort Janus, the janitor, with the key. Nice. Yeah, that's another kind of, is it obfuscation, a word? But it's like going into the new year, the new like wheel of time via Janus, who's the god of doorways and stuff like that. I get it. But he's got two faces, one looking to the past, one into the future, but not the present. So that has me thinking of Hecate and the three-headed, the tricross, one with the center and the other two. The Algiz rune comes to mind as well, the symbol of protection. But yeah, I just thought I'd say that because it seems that when people go into the new year, they don't seem to be very present, because they're looking to the future and then they're looking back into the past, but they're not really focusing on the there and now. Subtly, it's a subtle energy.
Perhaps one of the reasons we spend so much time thinking about the past and the future is we're so conditioned, especially by Judeo-Christianity, to think that time has a beginning and an end to it, that there's a starting point, and that maybe that the belief in the end times is what's accelerating time. It's like a funnel that's sort of like pulling time into it, because you think about because like you mentioned that earlier about like the idea of like, using the end times to get people anxiety. Well, that's like a common like deception technique. Like what car salesmen will do is like, they'll basically try to tell people that there's some kind of like, sale. And if they don't act on the sale today, it's not going to be ever. So they create that sense of like a time bind where it's like, oh, I got to rush. And maybe that's one of the big problems with our society today. And something that I think I'm definitely feeling, I'm sure you guys, like, we're so rushed as a society. Everything is like moving so fast, and we just don't know like how to just like slow down and just like Indy said, just be able to just like, you know, do nothing for a half an hour and just kind of like let your mind go blank. It's like such an important thing. And it's almost like, you know, this newer generations are just like terrified of that prospect of just having like, you know, get it. And I've been thinking about like everybody's like got smartphones on them now. It's like that. And that I think is also binding us more deeply into time, because when it comes to time perception, like one of the best ways to I've been finding to get out of linear time, because that's something I've been interested with the Fae, and we're gonna like first of all, what you have to do is to try to forget what time it is right now. Like we're so mired by, you know, clocks and numbers, and it's like almost like when you look at like a digital clock or like, you know, hands on a wall, it's almost like those numbers are like a chain that's like you're pulled towards. You're sort of pulled towards that numbers, and that number sequence, then that timer then defines your reality. But if you can learn to sort of like forget what time it is, or even forget that it's like day or night, which like I've always been, there was like this one sleep experiment they did where they basically kind of put people in hotel rooms without windows, and they didn't have access to television. They could just basically watch movies and stuff. And they kind of like lived for like several days where it's like they couldn't tell if it was daytime or nighttime because there's no sense of like a clock. And they were doing this to basically test, you know, circadian rhythms. But I kind of find with these sort of experiments, you know, one is able to access different types of time that are not necessarily, you know, linear, because in a lot of ways, clocks and sort of society, it kind of forces our time perception into kind of a linear line. Whereas I find that if you're sort of out in the wilderness, or you're in a kind of a liminal state of consciousness, now that line kind of like spreads outward like a funnel. And now it's more like a kind of like a flashlight as opposed to a laser. And if you can kind of go even deeper into meditation, you know, that flashlight can be like an entire sphere, and you can start to experience, you know, true nonlinear time. But, you know, why am I saying all of this right now? Because I think that in a lot of ways, you know, getting outside of linear time is the most effective way to sort of get outside of the spell. Because I think one of the issues that I have with the way, because a lot of people will just say, okay, there's time, and then there's just timelessness, and there's no middle ground between linear time and timelessness, or that, you know, time is an illusion. But I find that if one can project their consciousness onto alternate timelines and to alternate time fields, one doesn't necessarily feel quite as oppressed by, you know, the current sort of the time train track. Like I think of linear time like a train track. Like you have a train and it kind of goes on certain tracks, but it always stays, you know, on the track or whatever. Because I think that saying that time is an illusion isn't really sufficient, because, you know, all you're really doing when you're saying time is illusion, it's like, okay, time is an illusion, but it's like, okay, I still got to go to work tomorrow. I still got to, you know, pay my bills, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, I don't really, it's like you tell me that time is an illusion, but I don't feel it. I don't feel the perception of time actually being an illusory. Because like I said before, like show don't tell. You're telling me that time is an illusion, but you're not showing me why. You're not showing me how. And I think that when you're not focused on some kind of when you're not focused on a singular future, your perception of time can split into multiple future potentialities. And then with that, you can kind of actually start, when you split the future, then you can split open the past. So there's multiple paths. And then you start to realize you don't feel quite as conditioned by linear time. You feel like, oh, there's a form of time outside of this time. But if you say that time is an illusion, it's kind of like, well, this is the only time there is. So you're still just kind of, you know, stuck in time. So, you know, I look at it, the best way to get out of time is to first, you know, head to a parallel time stream and think of time as not just being, you know, like, you know, we think of parallel timelines. But what's an interesting thing to understand nonlinear time is perpendicular timelines. Like you think of a timeline as being going from left and right. So, and then you can think of nonlinear time as then also adding a timeline that goes up and down. So now it's like you have a vertical and a horizontal axis of time. And then you start to look at time as a field as opposed to a singular train track line. It's like, oh, I can step off outside the train tracks. And that's another thing I think about, like movies. Like, you ever been annoyed with like movies where there's like they're running away from a train and they're going on the train track and run away? And it always burns like, why don't they just go to the left or the right and avoid the train? Why are they running on the train tracks from the train? And it's like we're doing that with time. And I find that if you can just sort of step outside of that train track for a second, you no longer feel the pull of the future. Because I think that's what it is that the future, it's not just that the past pushes us, but that the future pulls us. And when we don't feel the pull of the future, I think we can kind of access more of that, the true nature of how time actually is. Because I don't believe in timelessness, because I think in these states of consciousness where, because like for example, when I go to the Fey realm doesn't operate, time doesn't operate the same way. It operates more in that nonlinear way I'm talking about. But, you know, things still happen. It's just they happen in this kind of disorganized, strange, dreamlike way, because you have all these different timelines and past and future and kind of like intersecting with each other in a strange sense. But the important thing is, with all of that, you can start to see that time is bound to spheres. So you think of like, you know, reality being a sphere, and sort of like time is like a perpetual circle. But you can start to recognize, oh, there are circles outside of that circle. And with that, you can effectively, in a conceptual sense, step outside of time. But the problem with occultism is that because we only see time as either time or timelessness, I don't think it's really possible to step outside of time unless we realize those in-between states between time and timelessness to kind of more expansive, like circular time, as opposed to time that more functions like a laser or a straight point.
So you're talking of flow time and linear time. So like the field opposed to the more atom sort of tiny speck of
it's like
what that
a
is.
circle. It's like a circle as opposed to a line.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, basically I wanted to mention about Saturn being the devourer of children. I think what that really has referred to traditionally in like ancient times was not necessarily eating children, but the fact that childhood is lost because of the social contract. When someone becomes of the age to be a worker, to be able to participate in the community, be able to provide a service to the community, at that point, their childhood becomes taken away or devoured or consumed, because they're now in the social contract and have to provide that service in their life. Don't have time to play and don't have time to sing and dance and gallivant in the fields and go chase butterflies anymore. So I think, traditionally that it could have started with innocent kind of figurative sense of it all. And those kind of things could like later be taken literally by people that are not really esoterically initiated in the mystery schools. And so it could easily be misconstrued and lead to like a ridiculous misinterpretation of these things, which may have been what has occurred with the rites of Molech and Baal, which were then kind of stricken away as that dark age changed and there was a new representation of the same God under a new name. There's so many similarities between everything, between the different Canaanite gods of the past and then the Canaanite God that we now worship to this day. And people are so caught up in the thinking of it. They'll say like, oh, thank God that happened, or God damn it, or, things like that. People, even if they're not religious, people will say, oh, Jesus Christ. Apparently that's the most used curse word across the entire world. People say that all around. So, and I don't know if that's just in English speaking places, but I think they're talking about more than that.
Yeah.
People say it in their own language. But also I feel like, things like this are interesting to look at. But we have to consider the fact that Molech has a strong connection in parallel with Moloch, who is like at the Owl's Grove in the Bohemian Grove, where the Saturnians meet every year. And if anybody's familiar with, I think it's Mike Jones, he went there and whistle blew and spied on the Bohemian Grove over there, and saw that they do a reenactment of I think it's the molestation of a woman who she shrieks in fear and horrible screams that she makes. And they swear that it's not really happening in the reality sense, but it's just an act during the show there at the Bohemian Grove. But like, why are they doing these things? Why do they put the people through the torment and show that trauma of those events? You know, the Amalaki and warlocks of Atlantis were said to have been the origins of the rites of the Aurochs, which became the rites of Moloch, which before Moloch there was Baal and Melech. But the rites of the Auroch that I've vaguely mentioned earlier, I want to go in a little deeper on that. And we have talked about the connection between Dionysus, who was previously known as Bacchus, and before that Zagreus, which apparently came from the Persian god that they borrowed from. That's part of the Oriental mystery schools of the Mediterranean, and don't be thrown off by the name Oriental there, because it does refer to the Mediterranean region and Roman Empire. But it really kind of ties back to the story of Zeus portraying himself as a swan, seducing a human woman, impregnating her, that being found out by Hera, Zeus's wife, in Mount Olympus or the heavens, and then Hera becoming outraged, having that woman killed. Zeus then saves the child, sews him into his hip to gestate, and then births him from his hip. After he is first born, Hera hears that he survived, sends giants disguised as bulls, wild bulls, the Auroch, who is like the bulls of today. Like if anyone's seen a Black Angus bull, they're incredibly huge. But imagine the Auroch being even bigger than that. They were absolutely massive, like maybe the size of like a small, like a short bus, school bus. And these things were huge. And so in the story of Dionysus, the Aurochs came and consumed him, tore him to pieces and consumed him, after which Zeus ripped Dionysus, his son, out of their bellies and destroyed them, and then sewed his son back into himself, and he was able to rise up and live, and then become the god of merriment, of wine and merriment. Also associated with the Eleusinian mysteries, which are now thought to have been using the entheogenic compound of ergot, which has LSA, lysergic acid, which is similar to LSD, but the organic version. And so they're now thinking that there's evidence that there was actually use of ergot during the Eleusinian mysteries, which can cause kind of spiritual visions, out-of-body experiences. And use of lysergic acid and psychedelic mushrooms can actually connect different parts of the brain that usually don't communicate to each other. And so through these interconnections, people can come into great epiphanies and realizations. And it's thought by Robert Anton Wilson that when these experiences happen, the right brain starts to communicate with the left brain through the corpus callosum that connects the two, which allows the body to then transcend the material perception and then go into deeper perception in the inner eye and be able to travel beyond the material realm into the stars, into the moon and the sun, beyond the earth, into the heavens, into other realms beyond the material realm of the cosmos as well, into the Hall of Akashic Records. I was actually able to go even further than the Hall of Akashic Records before, back to the primordial creation realm, where we all live there on a tree at the bottom of an electric sea. And in this realm, there's actually no matter. It's everything is made of electricity, of energy. And we're contained within like what I would relate to a Faraday cage, which kind of takes on the shape of like an egg or a seed or a fruit. on the branches of the tree. And I relate this tree to like a polyp tree from which the jellyfishes hatch at the bottom of the ocean. And so I got the impression that when I went there into my primordial body, that it was not the right time for me to be there, that I was supposed to be back in the material realm. And I started to look around inside of this egg, and I started to realize, like, whenever I try to reach out to something, the egg would take the form of where my body was. So if I were to touch something and I could kind of feel it, like where I was, even though my eyes were closed and I was looking in the inner eye to see a different place, the shape of the container would then change form to resemble what I was touching. And it's almost like I relate it to like a treadmill. So like as we're walking, we think we're moving in this world. We're always in this egg in the primordial realm, where this is like a simulation experience. And so even though it's like a simulation experience, the simulation experience here that we're having is not some kind of video game or pretend world. It's a very real experience that we're having here, which can enable us to then what Ma'at considered in the golden matriarchal age before Amun-Ra changed the rites of rebirth and reincarnation, the ability to transcend the material realm into what the Buddhists would call nirvana, or back into the void. We could then, in the Commission rites, ascend to the stars and become a star, at which point we could then shine out our brilliance of wisdom and insight from living a life of purification, free from iniquity and transgression, out onto the rest of the universe to shine in lights of guidance as a beacon towards purification. And I felt like that's a place where if we are able to live like the perfect life of a saint here, we are then prepared to awaken as immortals in the primordial realm. But this is like a place of preparation where we have these like many different lifetimes where we get reincarnated, or I'm not fully convinced that reincarnation happens overtly, because I haven't like seen the process after life and in between the lives, but I've been able to access downloads of past lives, or so it seemed. But I feel like there could be an aspect of what Rupert Sheldrake discovered from studying French philosophers, the idea that we could potentially have access to other resonant minds that have had a similar path and journey of experience to be able to transcend our inclinations towards complacency and indulgence, and then be able to develop the discipline to then focus more on taking the right action. And in Christianity, they use the word sin, which ties back to the Greek word for the archer missing the mark. But the Mesopotamian version of sin is a representation of the moon god. And so the moon is kind of like the control of the emotions, whereas the sun is like the higher consciousness coming in and helping us not deny the emotions, but be able to sidestep the emotions, be aware of the emotions, but not emotionally react to the world around us, but instead use a cathartic means of then expressing that emotion in a constructive way. And I feel like that is part of the ascension process, when we can develop our emotional control and then use an action that's not necessarily the impulse of how to act from the emotional body pushing us or driving us to do a certain thing that's from the reptilian brain or primitive instinct, but then using the prefrontal cortex to then develop another course of action that was going to then allow that emotion to be expressed, but also do not take it out on others and emotionally react to people where the root of that emotional burden or trauma or shadow or suppression is being mistranslated by blaming other people in the present moment, but it ties back to usually a resentment that we carry with us from a trauma or an incident in our lives where we were taught to suppress a certain emotion that was told to us that it is actually something that is to be discouraged. And for a lot of people, that's usually a negative emotion. For men, typically they're harassed and bullied and ridiculed and ostracized for showing sadness as a child. And I think part of that is to strengthen a man, to prepare him for his gender role, to look strong to a woman as a pillar of emotional strength that's not going to break down and lose the courage to confront the challenges ahead of him. And women relies on that, because women are really pushed to the brink of their emotional body by not being allowed to show anger as a child. And so when women show anger as a child, it's taught to them that they should not do this. They're going to get hurt. Men are stronger. They shouldn't go around yelling at people. They should be more sweet and kind and loving. And that appeals to their maternal instincts, because they do have inherent compassion. So it's easy to kind of guide them away from the anger, because they will see it as somewhat of a mistaken response if they're told that as a child. But taking away their ability to express that anger and not being able to be shown a cathartic means through which they could express it in a different way takes away their ability to use their left brain and have strong rationality. Now, part of that actually takes them away from rationality in a way that they actually are inherently guided away from, because rational thinking requires compartmentalization of thought, where we're really taking ideas and separating them from the emotional attached bond that is with them, which is a lot harder for women, because even though it's found that women do have a smaller brain than men, it's because they have more deeper wrinkles in their brain and then more interconnections between the different compartments of the brain, so that when they have a thought, it's connected to their instinct, their emotion. The ethereal and astral body is also influencing that. So their intuition is coming into play. They have an artistic aspect that they're kind of like exploring creative ways to re-experience that same experience with different interplay of different thoughts and feelings that they have. So when a woman is thinking and feeling, there is a big part of her that has the compassionate maternal aspect there that is going to be easier to discourage her from showing emotional reactivity. So even though women are not really discouraged from crying, they will be discouraged from showing anger, which kind of almost appeals to their own intrinsic instincts. So interestingly, this is all played out in a way in which, in the false narrative of the fallen patriarchy that we live in now, we live in a world of egoism, which is the delusion of separation, the idea that other people are completely separate and unrelated to us, that we have our own personal individuality and we're a unique person that we can create ourselves that's not influenced by other people. And this is a delusion, just like time is a delusion. The idea of time, the idea that we can plan something and that it will happen, is really succinctly and keenly expressed through the teachings of radical honesty. And in radical honesty, it said that there are three things that are undeniable and real, and there are three things that are completely false and delusional that we are consumed with and convinced that those are the only real things, which they are not. And so, firstly, the first three real things that are undeniable and real in actuality, beyond reality. This is something that is the real world that we live in, that we are not allowed to know about, that we haven't been taught about or discovered yet, is something is happening right now outside of me. Something is happening right now inside of me. And the third one is that something is happening right now inside of another or others. And so these things are not seen as something that's like immediate to us, but once we're told that, it becomes intuitively realized. And what we can do is, by having a feeling that's inside of us, by acknowledging that feeling and telling ourselves what we are feeling. Okay, I am feeling anxious, or I am feeling angry right now. By allowing ourselves to know that we have feelings, our subconscious mind then allows those feelings to pass. And that, for me, was a huge epiphany. And I tried it out, and it really works. So if you're like the kind of person that ever has anxiety, you can start to examine the physiological effects of that anxiety and express them to yourselves. I feel a tightness in my chest. I feel a little bit shaky in my hands. I feel a clenching feeling, maybe in my teeth or in my muscles of certain areas, maybe usually in the shoulders. Once you start to realize these things and tell them to yourself, they begin to fade away as your body is then able to then return back to normalcy in equilibrium, in a relaxed, peaceful state. And the thinking is that by allowing ourselves to know this cognitively, we don't have to use the primitive reptilian brain to carry those emotions. We can then use our prefrontal cortex to work on our emotional control and be able to then still experience those feelings. But what is expressed really well to convey how we can work through this is in the book called The Gift of Anger by I believe, the grandson of Mahatma Gandhi, who suggested that his grandfather, Mahatma Gandhi, was a very angry person, had a lot of problems with fury, but he chose to never show his fury to others and chose to use it in a cathartic means. And he said that when unchecked, our anger can electrocute us and take away our opportunities. They will be zapped away. But if we are able to control our anger and use it as a creative force to show our passion in constructive means, we can then electrify our passions in our life. And then it can charge our ability and opportunities with a great zeal so that we are now passionate in a way that is not an emotional reactivity of misdirection of blame, but an exercise of self-mastery in which we're aware that certain things trigger the anger in us. But instead of giving away our power by blaming someone else for that and then creating a dysfunctional emotional reaction that makes us weaker and then easier to be ostracized for it, we can then use that emotion for the benefit of one and all. And when I'm coming back to it now is the radical honesty, 3 aspects of things that are not real, that are absolute delusions that we have been taught to believe in, that is part of the slave mind. One of which is planning, the idea that the plan has to happen, that the plan is real and that it's always going to happen the way it was planned. If you have plans with yourself, there's a good chance that your plan with yourself may be sidetracked and that you won't even be able to do what you had hoped to do. If you have plans with others, there's no guarantee that that other person is going to acquiesce to what that plan was. And when they are, it's good to be grateful if you realize that the plan is a complete delusion, because it said that life is what happens while you're making plans. And that in that quote, it suggested that real things happen outside of the imaginary plans that we have of how things are supposed to happen. And then the second thing is the categorical mind. The idea that we understand things by putting them into categories and have a complete understanding of something just because we have a category that it fits into in our mind. Things cannot be completely categorized. And if they are, they can also apply to other categories and other aspects of compartmentalization. Things are extremely expansive. And once we categorize things and think we have a full understanding, we've entered into full ignorance. Our cup is completely full. There's no drop left to be able to put into the teacup. And so in order to empty that cup, we can start to realize that our categorical mind is helpful, but it is not absolute. It can help us organize our thoughts, but it's not going to limit them from entering into expansion, where we'll be able to see those thoughts in a deeper way. And then the third one is I'm gonna have to look up the third one real quick, and I'll get back to you on that one. But this has been an exercise in radical honesty. And if you wish to learn more about this, feel free to check it out online. There's some great teachings. And using emotional feeling technique, the tapping technique, can also be helpful in being able to pass certain emotions on. And people do this tapping thing, and then you tell yourself, this is what I'm feeling and this is what I'm thinking. I feel angry. I'm mad at this thing. Da 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 da. And then after you've said that, and you're acknowledging your feelings, they then begin to pass. You are tapping certain meridian points that allow you to return to a place of tranquility and inner peace. And of course, there's always shadow work where you can go in deep, only to be done when you're ready to really transform your life, usually after a near-death experience or once one has hit rock bottom, because it requires the sacrifice of all previous assumptions, the ability to relearn how to experience life completely anew and see things in a new light altogether. So in order to do this, we're going to be compromising our social circles, falling away from the people we used to resonate with, and developing a new tribe with whom we don't have dissonance with, but find new resonance with in our new creation of the rebirthed soul and spirit. So I'm going to look up that third aspect of the delusion of, I think it might be time, but I'm going to double check. Yes, time is probably part of the planning thing. But let me just check that out and I'll get back to you. I'm going to pass the mic. Anybody else got something to say?
I just kind of wanted to mention one thing earlier, because you mentioned Saturn/Kronos devouring his children, because I think one key point in that story is that those children were essentially the Greek gods later on. And I always interpreted that story because Kronos essentially represents time and space and matter and limitation. So really, in a sense, the gods were devoured by time and space. And with their skill and their message, they were able. So them escaping Kronos' belly is essentially them transcending the limitations of space and time. I think that's kind of like an important sort of like symbolic reality. And another just other random tangent, because you've been talking about how the sort of physiognomy of like how the body and the emotional, there's a one-to-one relationship between our emotional states and our sort of physical bodily nature. I think one of the problems with modern society, and particularly materialism, is that people are being taught that their consciousness only exists in their head, and that their body essentially isn't even conscious to begin with. So so it's ironically that even though they're told to live in this, material life, they kind of have this almost immaterial existence, sort of just defining themselves as a hallucination, created by their brain or whatever. And it's just like, and it's amazing that like so many people in the 21st century, like it's like so obvious when you think about it, but you're taught your whole life to think about your consciousness as like existing within your skull and within your head. And and it's amazing just by believing that, it's almost like that's how your world starts to operate. It's almost when you believe that your consciousness exists in your head, that's how your consciousness then is going to operate. Everything is going to seem like things are in your head. But one of the reasons that I got into this Zarfexology practice and learning to define the world as these dimensional bubbles was that my thought process is like, well, I mean, I think pretty much, so my position is that I think all religion is pretty much bullshit, but atheist materialism is also bullshit. So it's like you can't really go back to either one. So I figure, well, how do I define reality? And obviously I met up with the Fae and they kind of taught me this stuff. But at the same time, it's like I wanted to come up with a model of mind that is sort of external to the brain, and sort of seeing how consciousness is sort of external, and how our thoughts are sort of out there rather than in here. Because like if you really think about like your own consciousness, like you don't really feel like you exist in your brain. I think most people feel like they either exist in like their eyes or their face, maybe some people in their hearts or their lungs or whatever, but never really in their brain. And I think it's also important that in like the ancient Egyptian funerary rites, they had I don't remember. Do you know what the name of the jars where they would hold the organs in? What are those? Do you know what those are called, Indy?
Canoptic jars.
Yeah, canoptic jars. They had like a canoptic jar for pretty much every organ. But they didn't have one for the brain. And I always found that to be really kind of interesting. Like they really didn't see the brain as being important. They had one for the heart, the liver, the intestines, the stomach, but not for the brain. And maybe there's something like important about that, right? That they knew something about the nature, because I think in a lot of ways, like, when it comes to consciousness, I think it makes more sense to see consciousness as being something that's not exclusive to the brain, but something that's uniform throughout the entire body. Because a lot of people, they'll tell you that, when you cut your hand, for example, you don't feel your hand, you're feeling your brain creating a virtual copy of your hand inside of your head, but outside of your head, it's just abstract, numbers and atoms and chemicals and stuff. And I don't know, I guess in like the spiritual community, it's not really a big deal to, rack on materialism because people seem to be able to believe in a lot of this stuff, pretty easily. But, coming from someone like me, like, for most of my life, I've always, struggled to be a spiritual person because I am, as much as I try and as much as I, go through life, I am a very rational and intellectual person. It's just kind of my nature. My dad is a very mathematical person. He was, an engineer. And so I kind of have that sort of mathematical, rational mind. So in a way, I figured I had to feel like I couldn't fight against that rational mind. I had to sort of incorporate it and work it with my occult practice. And I like to go against materialism because I know there's a lot of other occultists who kind of come from a similar background as me who were brainwashed by the specter of materialism. And it's a very difficult, religion to escape from. Sometimes even more difficult than like Christianity because it seems so, because there isn't like a malevolent God to point to. It's just kind of like, raw numbers and mathematics. But I think one of the things recently that really kind of changed how I think about materialism is that I realized that objectivity, the idea that, there is truth external to me, has nothing to do with materialism. And materialism, it co-opts objectivism, it co-opts rationalism, and it co-opts the scientific method to make itself look more legitimate. Because really all materialism is basically saying is that that matter is the primary substance of the universe. It doesn't say anything else. It doesn't say that everything is objective. It doesn't say that things follow scientific rational laws. All it's saying is that, and then when you separate that from those other methods of inquiry, like, the scientific method, objectivity, rationalism, you can start to see it for the religion that it actually is, that it's actually just a total metaphysical belief. It has nothing to do with rationalism or science. Because like, it's interesting because the way I see it, like when it comes to materialism, I think that it's literally logically impossible, because what materialists will want to tell you is that consciousness is a physical phenomenon, right? It comes from atoms and energy, but that atoms and energy themselves don't have consciousness, right? So then they say, oh, it's not the atoms that are conscious, it's the epiphenomenon created by the atoms that are consciousness. So it's just, it's just but then you have to say, well, then but that epiphenomenon you're talking about, it's also a physical phenomenon. And so how is that conscious? So they wanted to have their cake and eat it too, where they say that consciousness is a physical phenomenon, but that physical phenomenon aren't conscious. And so they're kind of in the state, because the way I see it, either consciousness is physical or it's non-physical. But materialists, they want to play this game where it's kind of both at the same time, where it's physical, but it's not physical. And it's a total logical contradiction. It doesn't actually logically make sense in any way. So the way I see it, I think all materialists are actually panpsychists, because, to truly believe in materialism is to believe in something that's literally logically incoherent. Like, consciousness can't be, it's like physical, but it's not physical, but it's kind of physical, but it's pseudo-physical. And the irony is that the whole idea that matter is unconscious isn't even a scientific idea. It's a Christian idea. It comes from the idea of Christian deism, that God is kind of like this, like, intelligent, like, watchmaker, this artisan that, like, crafts the universe with like a scale and a compass and has everything, mathematically, figured out. And the thing is that, like, that was the story about Christianity for a while. But what happened was that, in the 19th century, scientific materialism took over, but they removed God, but they kept the narrative that, I think Alan Watts talks about this, that, the universe is this blind, mechanical, mathematically engineered thing. And scientists are operating thinking that they're using this totally secular paradigm when they're actually following a Judeo-Christian framework of the universe, that everything is mechanical, Whereas what the Fae have basically taught me is that the universe is more organic. It's like the universe is more like a biological organism, but we've been psyoped into thinking that it's like, you know, this clockwork machine. And the reason we think it's a clockwork machine is because, you know, we see atoms and energy as being blind and unintelligent and unconscious, which is where in actuality, I think it makes more sense to say that matter and energy is consciousness, because you got to think about it from the materialist perspective versus the panpsychist perspective, right? Materialism basically says that all the atoms in the universe are basically totally blind, totally devoid of consciousness, and that when they get to just the right level of complexity and just the right level of intricacy, consciousness just magically poofs out of nowhere, like for no reason, versus the panpsychist model, which basically would say that, you know, every atom and molecule has a very small and microscopic level of consciousness, but then when as atoms and energy complexifies in its form, consciousness also complexifies, and that gradually evolves into organisms. And I think purely from an actual scientific point, I think that panpsychism is actually, not only does it make more sense in terms of consciousness, but I think it's actually a better explanation in terms of how the universe is formed, how evolution is structured. Like it's actually better for science than materialism is. And I don't know, it's just been something I've been thinking about lately, because I think that when it comes to a lot of that stuff, that's kind of the elephant in the room that not a lot of people talk about, or maybe some people do.
I love that. I was just thinking a minute ago about what you were talking about when you were talking about rationalism. And I love that you mentioned the elephant in the room, because it's just so perfect. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So like rationalism, right? So what is rationalism? Well, we know what rationalism is. Is it an accident that the word rat is related to rationalism? Well, no. The word rat is obviously, there's an animal, rat. And rats, as we know, are extremely intelligent. And an ion, well, we know what an ion is. An ion is potential, the potential of energy. So the potential or energy of the rat is the intellect, right? And the intellect is the father and mother of rationalism. So if we look at Mushak, now Mushak is a rat. If you look at Ganesh, the elephant in the room, right? You just couldn't get more perfect than this. Cosmic. The fact that you said that, like 12 out of 10, right? I was just thinking about that. The elephant in the room, Ganesha represents the higher mind, right? But the Mushak is the steed, the ride. Is there an image of Mushak? Let me show you. So you see there's the elephant in the room, and you see he's riding the rat. Right, that's his Mushak. His little. It's literally. He's like, it's his ride. He pimped it up. It's his ride. Legitimately, that's his ride. So, so we look at this Mushak, and it represents mastery of the mind and desires. Now, rationalism, to ration, is to decide how much to allow. Right. Should I eat this whole pie, or should I just eat a little slice of the pie? I'm going to have just a little slice of the pie. I'm going to ration it. You know, it involves a certain amount of self-control and deciding beforehand what you're going to allow. And that is exactly the mastery of the mind and the desires, right? The desire is like, should I have sex all day long and eat all day long? No, I'm actually going to do other things with my life as well, because it could be fun to just have sex all day long. Like, why not? What's stopping you? So I mean, that's why God invented Tantra. Let's not even joke about it. So this idea of the rat representing this Mushak. Let's look. So that distracted mind, which is restless, wavering, the subtle intellect, right? The Shukshma Buddhi. While the Ganesha represents the perfect form, the wisdom, The rat is interpreted as the Shukshma Buddhi. This is the subtle intellect. And so it's the subtle intellect that is implying itself upon the world and rationalizing out logic, which is really what we're talking about now. So it's interesting how there's a dovetail. What I really wanted to show you guys is something from like half an hour ago. I won't be too long with it. We were talking about Saturn, just to bring the conversation back to Saturn for a moment. Yeah. And this is quite interesting. So we know that Saturn is the cross, right? The Tau cross specifically. Let's see if I can find the Tau. So there we go. There is the Tau cross. This is the Hebrew letter, the Tau. Tav is the Tau cross. Where's the letter Tav? I suppose I'll just have to take off this. But anyway, that's what the Tau cross looks like. It looks like a T. And Tau, forget this rubbish. Hebrew letter. Hebrew letter. It's the 22nd letter. And it looks like that. Okay. So, but that represents the cross, the Tau cross, right? And so here we get the the Tau cross, which is very much like Thor's hammer. But Thor's hammer, when it's hanging downwards, represents the hammer at rest. When it's upwards, it represents its active. It's important to draw a distinction. Normally, they would wear the hammer of Thor the other way around. So that's wearing something inverted. Just food for thought if you look at like sort of, the runes, how they work. Now, here's where it's going to get even more interesting, right? So there's a rune, the Jebo rune. And it's basically the rune of gift, generosity, and fair exchange. Fair exchange, we're talking about currency. We're talking about money. We're talking about, buying and selling, right? But it is also associated with the concept of sacrifice, right? So the sacrifice is related. They don't seem to specifically relate it to animal sacrifice, but I'm pretty sure that you would, if you did any sacrifice for the gods, whatever that was, this would be the rune that you would be using. Now, when we look at what this rune looks like, here's where it gets even more exciting. That is the old Roman cross, the cross of Saturn that people were sacrificed on. We've even like they've depicted the cross that Emmanuel or Jesus was, as they say, sacrificed upon. It was one of these crosses, just to be clear. It wasn't the cross that we all see today. It was one of these. So I find it interesting that he was sacrificed on a Jebu rune cross. Okay. And so that's quite interesting. And then we look at another rune, and that's the rune of Jira, right? So Jira, the rune, represents the year, harvest, right? And the inevitable and natural productive cycles of life, right? So it actually represents the cycles of life and time, to be specific. And the reward for patience. Patience is one of the powers of Saturn, just to bring that in. It's all about long-term effort. We're talking Capricorn here. Capricorn represents long-term effort, going to work hard towards a goal, and you're going to achieve your goal. Steady, persistent action leads to success and abundance. Saturn, Capricorn, all over. The harvest is the key, right? We're talking about Saturn and the harvest. And here's another little piece of interesting idea that you guys might like. So Jebu also is reciprocal exchange. Something else must be offered in return. So we're talking about contracts when we're looking at this Jebu rune, right? A gift for a gift. That is Saturn all over it. Think of Saturnalia, right? What does that represent? It represents like trading gifts. Now there's another rune, and the other rune is the rune for Jira. Now we've seen that Jira is the rune that is related to food, grain, and harvest. That's quite interesting, right? So as we were talking here about Jira rune related to food harvest, let's look at the image of Jira. So you can see Jira represents these forces working. I don't know if you can see that. We're almost looking at the four directions. We're looking at two forces moving, two sort of arrows pointing in different directions. It represents the elements of yang and yin of a spinning wheel, right? This is the rune that represents time. In fact, the word year comes from, literally comes from this word. And you can track the etymology of it. So the word year, which is time, Saturn rules time, the lord of time, is literally from Proto-Germanic noun Jira, which is the name of the Jira rune. So this rune, Jira, is literally the name of the rune, is what we call our year, which came from Proto-Germanic, which came from these runes. And it looks like this, right? So this is the rune for the cycle of the year, time moving round and round. And so we can see this is like this really interesting connection here with this rune, Jira rune, and the rune, which is the Jebo rune. And the Jira rune happens to be the cross of Saturn. So can you see how closely connected the Norse tradition is with all the other occult traditions? Like they aren't as separate as what they look, right? You can see how this rune, this tradition has got two runes that relate to Saturn. One to the green man, to the cycle of the year, the cycle of time, and to grain. This rune relates to the exchange of money and trading, right? And sacrifice. And this is the rune which is literally the cross that people were sacrificed on. You put these two together, you get a really interesting concept. You know, you got the Jebo and the Jiro. Is it the Jiro? Am I pronouncing it right? Jira, Jebu, Jira, Jira, Jebu, Jebu, Jira, Jira, Jebu, Jira, Jebu. Isn't it interesting? So anyway, I just thought I'd share that with you guys. You know, just when you were talking earlier, I was thinking about these runes, and I was thinking, you know, there's a rune called Jira that looks like the X. And I hadn't actually really investigated it much in the past, but there's definitely something to understanding these old runic symbols and seeing how our language today is literally carrying this idea in it, you know. So we've got the X in our English, but I think that that's a depiction of this rune with an ood back to the Tav, which is Saturn, connecting all of these dots. And you know, this synchromistic sharing of all this information isn't a coincidence. It's not by chance. They all come from the same root language. They all come from the same place, you know. So I thought I'd share that with you guys. It's quite interesting to look at just what's going on here. And here's an interesting point, you know, the exchange of money is one side of things and sacrifice. And on the other side relates to food and grain. And it's almost like Saturn. And you can hear the first word, sat. The second word, or sa, turn, right? So the turning is like the second rune, right? Because you can look at what that rune is. Look at it. It literally represents, you can literally see that this image represents turning, right? We've got the centripetal and the centrifugal forces represented there. And I'll pull up the Saturn square for a moment, and sigil, and we can take a look at what we're seeing in the Saturn square and sigil. I think it might be quite interesting to look at too, because there's definitely something worth analyzing here. So what have we got here in the Saturn sigil and the Saturn square when we look at it? If we're going to compare this on some level to what we're looking at here, it's like a more complex version of the same idea. So we've got our centripetal and our centrifugal forces, and they're revolving around a single thing representing the turning. There's the axis mundi. So here we've got a fairly complex glyph. But here we've got pretty much a very similar idea, right? Here we have the axis mundi, you see, the ascending and descending forces of the central tree of life. And here we have two forces moving in two different directions. So we've got that happening. But we've also got an arrow pointing in that direction, an arrow pointing in that direction. And so there's something quite beautiful about this rune that represents quite clearly, these forces that we're looking at here, moving in these directions. And I just thought that's just so beautiful. You can't even make that up. You wouldn't even be able to make that up if you wanted. Now, here's another point. You notice this Saturn sigil. You notice there's another rune in the Saturn sigil. And I find that in itself is quite interesting. If you look at the black one here, you can see this is one of the runes. But what is that rune called? Is it called terrible with this name of this thing. What is it called? It's like one of the last runes. Okay, let's pull it up for you guys.
What does it look like?
It's the arrow, man. Tir. So when you look at the rune for Tir, I could see it in my mind. Just couldn't say the name. Tir. Now they show me the god Tir rune. Here we go. So here's the rune for Tir, right? And I hope you guys can see it well. So there's a third rune that's incorporated that's being suggested by this idea. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about, I hope you can see my mouse. Yeah, if you look at this, 1 and 7 and 6 going to meet the point where 1 and 7 crosses, makes that rune, right? Are you following me? Am I making sense? Can you see my mouse, by the way?
Yeah, I see there's 2 arrows coming in from both ends. But you could also visualize 2 coming out from the middle too, kind of going into that diamond.
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. So you've got 4 of these Tir runes here. And so that in itself is a little bit interesting, I think, And Tir is a very interesting rune as well, because it's a protection rune, right? So it means that when you've got grain, right? When you've got grain, you're safe. That's a very crude breakdown of the idea. But it's related to Zeus, or let me say that the ideas that Zeus represents is what Tir represents here, right? So it's honorable aspects, justice, law, keeping your word, known as the one-handed god after sacrificing his hand to bind the wolf Fenrir. Yeah, Fenrir. He symbolizes loyalty, courage, and self-sacrifice. So Tuesday is named after him. So obviously we're talking about the god of Tuesday, right? Which is also the Mars, right? The god of war. So here's an interesting idea, and you know that Saturn has this very particular and very special relationship with Mars. So they're usually in cahoots with each other. And Saturn and Mars is actualizing what Saturn is bringing to the table. And when you look at the actual enneagram, how this fits together, it once again repeats this entire story, right? Let me pull it up for you guys quickly. It repeats the whole story once again. That should pull it up. There we go. You can see where, you know, Saturn is becoming the revolution of the cycle, which is moving in progression. Saturn progresses to Mars, and Mars crosses the event horizon to be reborn as 1. So 9 is the link between 8 and 1. So you could argue that 9 is the kingmaker, because 8 is the powers of lordship that becomes the king, and 1 is when 8 has become the king through the duty and sacrifice of 9. 9 sacrifices itself. How does 9 sacrifice itself? It travels across the plow toe, the central place where there is no number, the void. And in traveling across the void, it is reformed, reborn as the number 10, which is an octave scale up from an octave scale, I suppose would be the right one. No, a decade scale, because it's not, a decade is 10 of 9. Anyway, regardless of what we're going to call it, it's just really interesting to look at how these things all sort of relate to each other and all sort of point in the same direction. And, you know, you can decode one thing with another thing. It's interesting, you see these ruins here, you know, I don't know. I haven't really spent my life dedicated to ruins. I once fell into a trance in 1993 where I wrote like a whole lot of stuff down in some very ancient form of runes. And it was the first time I took Lysergic, right? And after being in the shower with this lady being who was like showing me stuff, got out of the shower and I was like, wow, who was she? And I sat down and I picked up paper and I started writing, and I was just remembering what I was writing. And this was from a life. My friend came to ask me, what are you doing? And I was explaining to him. I was very high. I was saying, no, I used to be a recorder and I used to write these stories down. And I was teaching him the language, the grammar of the language, this is how the language works. And I was reading the language out to him. I'd written like 10 pages. Just fall into a trance. I'd never really worked with ruins or studied ruins. I wasn't interested in ruins. And I just, you know, I was working with Western occult. And he had all these pages of ruins. And when he was asking me about it, I was explaining to him how the grammar works. This word's like that. This is like this. And so there's obviously some root that I have, you know, through probably my mom's family. I think my mom's family's got, you know, this heritage in that family. So it's, part of me is a little bit Norse.
Yeah, man. Sounds like you should tap into that side of your ancestry if you were channeling all of that stuff. Like, you've clearly got it in your blood. My computer's on 5%, so 4% now. So I'm just gonna say some last words before I leave. But real interesting weaves there, Franklin. Really enjoyed that. Hadn't heard of some of those runes before. I haven't looked into runes myself either. I actually do have some runes which I've never looked at, but being Norse, Celtic myself, I should probably start tapping into that, see what comes up. But just wanted to make some weaves before I leave. With the X rune there being like trade or currency, you obviously have the exchange where you exchange stuff. And then when people die in cartoons, they have a cross on their eyes, like an X where they've crossed over. And then that's relating to death. or Saturn or the Reaper, which again ties back to food and harvest and trade and currency. Now, at the end of all of this, really, food is just energy, and that when we die, our energy changes. That's what it means to die, to like transform. So I just wanted to say that, and also X is the 24th letter in our alphabet, which is a 6, and then the Devil card is a 6 as well, and that the 2 cubes on the Devil card, the cube has 6 sides, 6 on the inside, 6 on the outside. That would be 2 cubes is 12 and 12, so there you have 24. And it seems like the man and woman are chained to day and night, which is time. And then this is how we cross. We cross between night to day to night, but we're not necessarily bound to that. Those chains can be removed. And I think, India, you mentioning time potentially being an illusion. Well, I see time as a very powerful. God, I gotta be quick. So I'm 3% now. Basically, time isn't an illusion. In my views, I've always thought it has been until very recently. Time, the time they give us is an illusion. This mechanical kind of like matrix time, which is like having to like fit into this grid, whereas time is a flow. And it's like, did you have a good time? Yeah, I had a good time. Time is something we can use, but they wanted this whole false matrix reality that they're telling us we're in is bullshit. They're enslaving us, and they're like, well, you see, you're in this reality, you just need to try and escape by hooking yourself up to our machine. So anyway, what did I want to end it on? That, yeah, basically with Kronos eating his children, it's making me think of basically Kronos's belly. If Kronos or Saturn is sort of controlling matter, or this realm is a womb, and escaping Kronos's belly is just escaping the womb. So that makes me think of Ahriman forcing his way out of the womb, and that the Olympians wanting to force their way out of the womb. I do believe there's a group called the Olympians, which are like the Committee of 300 or wherever. Like, there's literally a group called the Olympians who are probably the ones trying to force their way out of the womb, and they need us to force them out of the womb, and they need us to perceive this realm as hell, as a prison, so that we reject it, and we want to start spewing all of this artificial into this realm, so more and more people will start rejecting the mother, this womb, and that will start giving our energy, our life force, our money, which we've been doing for years, and then they'll build these machines, and then they can't leave this realm, they can't leave this womb, because they're bound by time, they're bound by Saturn. It's restricted.
And they walk funny.
What's that?
And they walk funny.
And that, I think that it's a place for us to grow and expand, and these beings aren't growing or expanding. So what they're doing is they're just expanding here in the material with this kind of digital, and rather than going up and outwards or even inwards, they're building this false grid, which they're telling people is the matrix, or false matrix, whatever, and that they're going to go into this digital world, and that they'll perhaps be able to upload their consciousness, whatever, but that is the prison, that is the matrix, that is the grid, and that is the belly of the beast that they're going to go into, and they're going to try and take us with them. But so I want to finish with that. Time is not an illusion. That's my perception for now. Hang on. Illusion, I'll use ion or ill use of ion. Are you going to use time? I'll use ion? Are you going to use the energy of time? Or is it going to be an ill use of time? Most people are using their time in an ill manner, an ill way. And those are the same people that are like rejecting time. if you respect time, that probably these occultists do, they respect their time. They're probably dying many times, trying to sort of like become the best people they are, at the same time pushing all of this false narrative on the masses so that we get stuck and left behind. But yeah, I just want to finish with that, basically. So big love to everyone in the chat. Cosmic, Indy, Franklin, much love to you. It's been a good conversation, and until next time.
Peace out, man.
Big love, dear brother. Travel safe. Good luck. Om Shanti. Speak to you soon. Yeah, guys, we are 5 hours and 49 minutes in. How did we do it? I don't know. And I hope you guys have all been enjoying it. Do you guys have your last bit that you want to throw on the table in the last 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, I wanted to mention that when Saturn Kronos devoured his children, Zeus was the only one that was able to slip through by providing a dummy or a doll instead. And then he was able to survive to liberate his other siblings by feeding, I think it was a stone inside of the...
yeah, it was a rock.
A rock inside of the whatever mannequin or a doll or dummy or whatever he fed him instead of himself. And then he was able to then purge out all of his siblings and they survived, thank God. But why was he eating his children? Do you guys remember?
Wasn't it the idea that like he didn't want them to like grow up and take his place or something like that? I thought that was something along those lines.
He was gonna they were gonna castrate him like he castrated
like
his
they were
father.
gonna do something to him and he was like preventing them from like attacking him or whatever.
Yeah, but that's a wild story, but it kind of ties into some of the stories of the giants of Ireland we can touch on another time that we've mentioned before. But I wanted to mention Franklin mentioned Tav being the X, sometimes portrayed as like a T, but Tav is part of the Kai Rho that Shinobi has mentioned before, which is like considered to be the teachings of Christ, but it comes from the symbol of P with an X over it, which is Kai and Rho, which is also represented by Alpha and Omega, or Tav and Kai. And Kai, I think Kai is an X. Is that right, Franklin?
Kai.
Yeah.
Well, Tav is a cross.
In the Greek alphabet, Kai and Rho are X, like Tav, and then Rho is a P. And so P represents the mouth, and the X represents salvation. So it's like the words of salvation or the teachings of salvation, which is the cross,
which is the world.
Yeah, the teachings of Christos, the Messiah, the awakening. So, and an interesting play with Alpha and Omega too. So it's interesting that one concept has like 3 different languages, or actually 2 different languages, but 2 representations in Greek, being Alpha and Omega or Kai and Rho, both representing Jesus apparently. But obviously having a deeper connection to Osiris, the original Christ, also other ones that we've mentioned before, like Krishna. And so it goes, it's all expansive through pretty much all cultures of the world where they have that Messiah figure who provides us with teachings of salvation. And it's not about after death to be able to not go to the pretend hell with the pretend devil. It's about in this life where we find salvation from our own inner turmoil of guilt and shame and fear conditioning, be able to liberate ourselves from that, find inner peace, integrate ourself that has been suppressed, and ascend our spirit to be able to have inner joy, and then exercise self-mastery so that we can then offer guidance to others so that they may experience self-mastery and practice it themselves. Together, we can become integrated through self-mastery. We inherently develop compassion so that since we've been able to heal ourselves, we have then been able to see beyond the delusion of separation that is expressed as egoism, and then have new eyes to see the world and understand that delusion of separation is just that. It's part of our imagination. We're all integrated and we're all one. Thank you so much. I'm passing the mic to Cosmic. If he's got anything less to say.
I don't think I really have much else to say. Passing the mic to Franklin.
All right.
Big love, everybody. And
Yeah.
shame with Tom Roo from going out to play in spring. I feel terrible. Sorry, Tom Roo. I hope you go out and play now. We will end this screen hoggery. 5.5, almost 6 hours in front of a screen is enough to cause anybody to scream. All you're going to do is change that one letter.
Luckily, I got out to gardening during the show, as y'all saw.
Yeah, man. You got it done.
Yeah.
Look at that sunlight in the background there. It looks beautiful, man.
I love it. It always happens at the end of the show. Ra's coming to greet me. He's calling me
Oh,
out.
yeah, totally. Well, big love to all of you people in the chat. Tom, The Star, Out Tuition, Tiggerly, and Vincent. Gaz, if you're still about. Is Gaz still about? I think Gaz was still about. Yes, there's Gaz. Is the giant of Scotland that told everyone in the world the truth because no one in the world had the balls. We love you guys. And Howard, there's Howard.
Thank you,
And Tiggerlily and said Tom Roo, everybody else that's been watching. I see there's still 17 of you. Somehow 17 of you are still watching, so we couldn't have been that boring, I hope. Right.
Sharon Wilson was from my Origin Spirituality Chat Facebook. We've been talking for years on exploring like deep questions about mysticism together. And thank you for being here for the show today, Sharon. Appreciate you. I don't know if she's here now, but she was.
She was. I remember seeing, Big love to everybody. Have an absolutely awesome weekend. Keep the smile alive. Go out there, use your smile. It's your sacred, special, spiritual weapon. You can unarm people with a smile. You can make plants grow with a smile. Did you guys know that? You can literally influence the growth of a plant by smiling at it. Now, that's something to think about. Yes, Sharon's still there. Big love, dear Sharon. Vincent, go out there and make the plants grow, basically. The Taoists actually believe that when you smile, the pressure created on the pituitary and the pineal produces these happy juice hormones that actually change your frequency of consciousness that you're emitting. And then through your eyes, you are radiating this potent potential healing energy, which is why when you smile at people, they get happy, because you're literally giving them healing energy. So go out there and heal the world.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing. People say I'm a different person now. You look so different. Like, what's so different? I'm happy inside. I get that smile now. I'm a different person because I have different energy now, and they love it. So I'm going to go share that and brighten the world. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, 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 Shanti. Big love, everybody. Take it easy. It's been an honor. Cosmic, is Cosmic yes? Yes, Cosmic's there. I just don't see a picture. And Indy and Shinobi, big love to all of you. Big love to all of you people in the chat. It's been an honor here. I missed some of your comments earlier, but I was scrolling through them a while ago. The problem is when I scroll through the comments, I get lost and I forget that I'm on live. I sit there for 20 minutes reading comments. Hold a moment. Big love, everybody.
Blessed
Om
day,
Shanti. Till next week.